Es otra de esas mañanas donde siento que algo absolutamente me falta. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Pero hoy vamos a empezar antes del casino. Tenemos que platicarlo, el accidente del avión en DC con el helicóptero. Muy interesante todo lo que se está saliendo, ¿no? Todos los rumores. Vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que pasó y obviamente acabando le vamos a dar al casino con todo. Pero empecemos. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Hace 2 días en la noche en Washington, D.C., hubo un avión comercial, me parece que es de American Airlines, que estaba a punto de aterrizar en el aeropuerto de Washington y un helicóptero Black Hawk militar, obviamente, chocó contra el helicóptero en un accidente, matando a no sé si son 65 o 67 pasajeros y también a los 3 tripulantes del helicóptero. Y muchos van a decir, pues, ¿qué tiene esto de raro? Que esto es un accidente que no debería de pasar, tíos. Es un accidente que no debería de pasar para nada en ese tipo de situaciones. Entonces, ¿cuáles son las historias? Instantáneamente después del accidente, todo el mundo vio que Trump salió y esto es algo, vamos a platicar de lo que pasó y vamos después a un poco examinar qué exactamente es el juego y hacia dónde va. Entonces, acabando el accidente, obviamente sale Donald Trump, pone sus condolencias para todo el mundo, le dice a todo el mundo que van a estar investigando e instantáneamente tienen ruedas de prensa la siguiente mañana donde Donald Trump habla y dice que estos accidentes no deberían de pasar, le echa la culpa al viejo gabinete. Trump había cambiado en su primera presidencia a toda la gente que estaba encargada de esto, porque tenían básicamente reglas muy lax, muy relajaditas a quién podías contratar, ¿no? Entonces necesitas un güey que esté en una torre de control asegurándose que todo esté bien, que sepa lo que está pasando, que pueda coordinar todos los vuelos. Y dice Donald Trump, yo nunca había pensado en esto, que la gente que trabaja en una torre de control vive mucho menos que una persona normal por el estrés que envuelve ese trabajo. Entonces, te imaginarías que toda esta gente que está trabajando en esos lugares, pues sabe lo que está haciendo después de años. Pero aparentemente hemos estado contratando, esto es lo que dice Donald Trump, pésimas personas, Trump había cambiado el estándar y cuando entró Biden, obviamente lo bajó para poder hacer todas estas contrataciones DEI, que son las de, obviamente, güey, te faltan 3 ojos y además te falta una pierna y no tienes la mitad del cerebro, pues te vamos a dar el trabajo más importante solamente porque eres transgénero. No, es más o menos la tirada, estoy exagerando, obviamente en todo. Imagínate qué desgracia, que te falten 3 ojos. Hasta uno más de lo promedio. Hay mucha gente que le faltan cosas. Entonces, total, le echa la culpa a esto, sale a decir eso, también sale a poner enfrente de todos como en cuanto él entró en la Casa Blanca, instantáneamente despidió al tipo encargado del FAA, que es la agencia que se encarga de monitorear todo lo que está pasando en nuestros cielos, etcétera, y a todo el staff básico de ahí. Ahora, ¿qué son las cosas importantes en esto a destacar? 1, estás en un aeropuerto, estás volando junto a un aeropuerto. Esto es el aeropuerto de Washington, D.C. No es un aeropuerto cualquiera, pitero, no, es un aeropuerto importante, gigante, que tiene muchísimo tráfico aéreo. Entonces, te imaginarías que todo el mundo que vuela aviones, helicópteros militares, porque tienen bases alrededor de ahí o junto al aeropuerto, lo que pueden hacer simplemente es entender que es un aeropuerto, güey, que todos los aviones pasan todo por acá. Ahora sí que es el carril de los aviones. Eso es la primera cosa extraña. ¿Cómo es que un helicóptero militar como un Black Hawk en una noche tan clara va y se estrella con un avión en el lugar donde el avión tenía que estar? Eso para mí es lo extraño, ¿no? ¿Cómo es que de verdad esto pasa en un lugar donde todo el mundo sabe que los aviones vienen? Es como meterte al periférico, ¿no? O una calle llena de coches que vienen súper rápido, que lo has visto por años, y cruzarte sin voltear a ver. Me suena algo extraño, ¿no? Es lo primero que a mí me destapa. Y de ahí dirán muchos de ustedes, pero entonces, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Ahora, a mí también se me hizo raro que salieron instantáneamente a apuntar dedos y a decir, esto es lo que pasó y por eso es lo que está pasando. Eso normalmente nunca pasa. Han visto en todas las últimas presidencias cuando pasa algo importante, qué es lo que nos dicen. Vamos a hablar con ustedes cuando tengamos más datos. Pero aquí es como que salieron instantáneamente con todas las respuestas. Y eso también no es normal. Cuando normalmente vienen a decirnos todo esto. Entonces, ¿qué estamos pensando? Vamos a hablar de diferentes teorías conspiranoicas con tu tío Salo a las 6:30 de la mañana. ¿Cómo de que no? ¿Cómo de que no? Porque nunca es muy temprano para poder compartir cosas e ideas locas en el Internet. Según yo, ya veremos, ¿no? Ok, la primera cosa que quiero ver es no han sacado la lista de todos los pasajeros en ese avión. Quiero ver quién iba en ese avión. A mí me da la espinita de que se querían echar a alguien en el avión y muchos de ustedes dirán, güey, ¿cómo se van a echar a alguien en el avión y matar a todas esas otras personas? Que no saben cómo funciona empresas militares. Por ejemplo, la empresa que fabrica ese Black Hawk, el helicóptero, se llama Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin hace operaciones de drones y de otro tipo de armas que tienen, donde tienes que eliminar un target y tristemente vas a llevar a todos los niñitos, las niñitas, las mamás, a los ancianos, a todo el mundo. ¡Pum! 190 eliminados para matar a uno. Se les hace descabellado que se fueran a echar otros 64 para que nadie pregunte absolutamente nada y que todo esto sea un accidente. Se te hace descabellado después de saber todas las cosas que hacemos, que vamos, nos metemos en guerras, matamos a millones de gentes y cuando lo buscas en Google te pone, no solamente 20,000 personas murieron en esa guerra y son literalmente millones de personas. Nadie se ha preguntado por qué, que si esto es posible o no. Voy a decir, eso es una alta posibilidad en mi libro. 2, el helicóptero, tíos. Si el avión viene bajando derecho y todos los aviones, porque aparte había pasado otro avión, el helicóptero viene del lado y viene del lado fuerte. Entonces, el helicóptero sí los vio. No hay, en mi persona no existe una duda alguna que ese helicóptero vio perfectamente al avión y también cómo es que te avientas una maniobra, una vez más, te avientas a toda velocidad cruzando de lado la calle sin voltear a ver donde sabes que viene todo ese tráfico, tío. No tiene sentido alguno. Lo siento. Estas explicaciones no tienen sentido alguno y que luego hayan salido a empujar su agenda. No tiene sentido. Otra cosa que vale la pena buscar para todos ustedes es busquen Black Hawk. Estoy seguro que todos, ¿no? Como halcón negro. Busquen Black Hawk y busquen videos de qué es todo lo que puede hacer, ¿no? Como Black Hawk Features. Y te van a poner todas las cosas que el Black Hawk puede hacer. Una de ellas es Lockheed Martin hace ¿qué fue? Hace 2 años, me parece que es donde está el video. Estaban haciendo un video donde estaban explicando que su helicóptero se puede volar solo, que literalmente lo puedes usar con control remoto y lo puedes mandar con drones. Ahora, ¿estoy diciendo que esto fue un avión a control remoto estrellándose? No, porque sí había gente en el helicóptero. Habían 3 personas en el helicóptero. El rumor esta mañana, y esto es también para servirle todavía más atole a todo el mundo en la boca, es que la capitana del avión, que resulta ser el capitán del avión, es una mujer que antes era hombre y lleva 15 años en la Fuerza Aérea, ¿no? Podría ser, y no estoy diciendo que por eso chocó, pero podría ser un acto de, pues, güey, le estás atacando a mi persona o a mis personas, no sé cómo se dice, a mis personas. Estás, estás atacando a mis personas, por lo que suena como a pezones, pero no están atacando a los pezones, están atacando a los personas. A mis personas y por ende voy a acabar todo esto. Podría ser, es una explicación bastante estúpida y egoísta, pero también podría ser, no podemos descartar nada. La otra cosa que podría ser es, esto fue un ataque de alguien más y lo taparon instantáneamente, donde alguna otra agencia le haya lavado la cabeza, ¿no? De otro, digamos, Rusia, ya que siempre nos echan a Rusia. ¿O saben qué? Los chinos, esos chinos malvados que pueden crear inteligencia artificial con solamente 6 millones de dólares en vez de 10 mil millones de dólares. ¡Oh! ¿Cómo son malos? Igual y los chinos malvados que siempre están planeando cosas malvadas a través de tu TikTok, fueron los que infiltraron la agencia, lavaron la cabeza de esta persona para que hiciera este acto o ellos en control absoluto y total. Porque a mí me parece más como un acto de terrorismo que cualquier otra cosa. Y saben que no hay honestidad, ¿no? ¿Se acuerdan lo de los drones? Cuando salieron todos los drones y todo el mundo estaba súper clavado con la idea, no, es que vienen de otro planeta. Y luego las mentiras que se aventó el FBI para que todo el mundo creyera que es China e Irán con esos drones malvados que no tienen, ¿cómo se dice?, que responderle a la gravedad, etcétera. Pasa todo este tiempo, no nos dice nada, además de que Donald Trump había salido. Por cierto, por más bien que me caiga Donald Trump como comediante y lo que quieran, Donald Trump dice muchas cosas también para la agenda del todo. Y una de esas para mí fue cuando le preguntaron de los drones. ¿Sabes qué son los drones? El güey salió y dijo, sí, sí sé lo que son. No le quiero decir a nadie, no puedo. Pero no entiendo por qué la administración no le dice a nadie. Deberían de. Y prefiero no estar donde los drones estén. No voy a estar, es bastante peligroso, es bastante aterrador, no voy a estar. Entonces, Donald Trump está diciendo que estos drones son algo así aterrador, que no quiere estar en los estados donde los drones están. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa en cuanto Donald Trump se mete ahí y pone a su gente? No se preocupen, los drones eran nada, eran nosotros simplemente probando algunas cosas, como qué tan locos se vuelven todos ustedes con noticias pendejas en lo que Israel bombardea y toma todo el territorio de Siria. Pero no se preocupen, los drones acabaron siendo solamente una pruebita para todo el mundo y para que vean honestamente. Así que ahí lo tienen, muchas teorías. Díganme qué es lo que ustedes opinan, qué creen que exactamente haya pasado en este accidente, si tienen teorías. Yo personalmente lo que quiero ver es la lista de pasajeros. ¿Por qué no sueltas la lista de todos los pasajeros? Y muchos dirán, es por privacidad y no sé qué. Entonces, ¿por qué sabemos que hay, ¿cómo se dice? Patinadoras olímpicas de 13 años que se murieron. ¿Por qué no sabemos toda la lista? ¿Por qué solo sabemos de unos cuantos? Eso para mí va a ser lo más importante. Una vez que suelten esta lista, podemos buscar a todo el mundo y ver qué exactamente es. Y ahora, si no hay correlación, podría ser que simplemente fue un ataque terrorista. Y si no fue un ataque terrorista, podría ser, porque también esto de la inteligencia en Estados Unidos yendo a podcasts, me caga los huevos, porque es el psyop más potente que existe. Va a personas de inteligencia a podcasts como el de Sean Ryan, como el de Joe Rogan, e implantan cosas y dicen, van a pasar. Es por culpa de los malvados, van a pasar. Y luego pasan. Entonces no sé si de verdad esta persona, que personalmente no lo creo, porque lo que creo que están haciendo es difundir propaganda para poder ablantar el putazo y echar la culpa a alguien predeterminadamente, que es lo que creo que están haciendo. Esta mujer ha predecido todos los accidentes. Y una de las cosas que ella hablaba, se llama Sarah Adams, creo. Una de las cosas que ella predecía era que van a haber ataques aéreos y van a empezar a tirar aviones. Es de, güey, tranquila, ¿por qué estás diciendo estas mamadas? Pero ahora que estamos aquí, es de, oh, ahí está esa preprogramación. Lo que no me gustó fue que no estén soltando esa lista, que instantáneamente tuvieron una historia luego, y que quieren desviar atención de cualquier de esos problemas. Vamos a ver la lista, vamos a ver si fue cualquier otra cosa, pero vamos a mantener el ojo bien pelado en estas situaciones porque se pone absolutamente loca la cosa. Sin más ni más, vámonos al casino del tío Salo, como de que no, esto es lo que quería platicar con ustedes. Quiero que me digan, ¿qué es lo que piensan ustedes, por favor, antes de que me vaya? ¿Qué es lo que piensan ustedes que fue? ¿Qué tiene sentido en este planeta? Y de nuevo, no podemos solamente escuchar información que nos dan, porque si nos jugaron la de los drones, ¿no? Y aparte es el ejemplo más estúpido de todos, porque es la más obvia de todas. Pero si te juegan lo de los drones, ¿qué crees? ¿Que estos güeyes te están diciendo cosas de verdad? Entonces díganme, quiero ver todas sus teorías conspiranoicas en la descripción de aquí, en los comentarios de aquí abajo, leerlos, a ver si podemos sacar algo juntos, algo interesante. Vale, con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a iniciar nuestro casino y para toda la gente que quiera aprender a hacer trading y no se quiera gastar un centavo, por favor, padres, los tenemos a todos cubiertos. Caigan en nuestro Discord. El enlace está en la parte de abajo. Vénganse a platicar con nosotros. Es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Así se va a ver cuando entres. Todos los menús están a la izquierda. Tienes los análisis de Alex por acá, los de Farhan también. Tienes nuestro chat general donde están todos los cracks. Platica con ellos, te puedes recargar en la comunidad. La comunidad sabe lo que está haciendo. Todos están discutiendo todo el tiempo qué es lo que están viendo en el mercado, si las entradas son buenas o malas. Vengan a compartir también cuánto dinero están haciendo. Quiero ver si este güey de... No seas mamón, güey. Ok, quiero ver si el güey de Hondo sigue haciendo más con ese fondo, pero bueno, también vengan a dejarnos testimoniales, se apreciaría muchísimo. Y también por aquí abajo tenemos todo el criptolingo. Si tienes preguntas del stream que no entiendes ciertas cosas que decimos, etcétera, ven por acá, del lado izquierdo tenemos partners, también tenemos nuestros enlaces para cualquier cosa que necesiten, aunque también los tenemos en nuestro sitio web. Y también, ¿qué es lo que estaba diciendo que teníamos por acá? El criptolingo. Pueden darle aquí, Criptolingo, pueden ver lo que platicamos en inglés y también en español. Todo está traducido. Esto es absolutamente gratis, simplemente caigan, es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Y ahora, si quieren ponerse más chulos, hijos míos, si quieren ponerse más chulos, cáiganle por acá también a nuestro sitio web. En nuestro sitio web para toda la gente, por cierto, nunca te vamos a mandar un correo, nunca les vamos a escribir que nos pague nada, todo está aquí en el web, pueden hacerlo todo automáticamente, no estamos locos. Y agregaron testimonios, Edgar Barrios, muchísimas gracias, testimoniales, se aprecia muchísimo. Tenemos nuestro curso por acá abajo, $29.99, donde vas a aprender a ser trader de 0 a 100, literalmente de 0 a trader. Vas a ver 1 hora 40 minutos de videos, bastante fácil de digerir para que todo el mundo pueda empezar a hacer trading. Está en español y en inglés. También tenemos las alertas de trading. Por cierto, le pegamos al TP1 de Ethereum de las alertas que les mandamos, así que atentos, 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 atentos. Ahí vamos. También tienen las sesiones de trading en vivo para que puedan platicar con nosotros. Tienes todo el curso desglosado con esa membresía. Además de tener todo el curso desglosado, tienes también nuestras clases privadas que damos 2 al mes, una cada 2 semanas. Y ahí están todas las respuestas y seguimos agregando a esa librería. Y acá tienes el paquete Elite, donde tienes absolutamente todo. Así que si quieren caer, quieren aprender de trading y no tanto para hacer trading, tal vez para invertir a futuro, en su futuro, cáiganle, señores. Sin más ni más, les traigo a Alex, les traigo a Farhan. Vamos a darle con absolutamente todo. Good morning, boys.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I know, by the way, I know I've been talking for 16 minutes because that's what my thing tells me, but I feel like I've been talking for 7 years right now. I'm exhausted. How are you?
Feeling pretty good. Feels like it'll be a good Friday afternoon.
Yeah. Mr. Hopium. Mr.
Yes,
Hopium.
Bringing the hopium.
You know I enjoy my hopium delivered properly. What was that, Alex? You're just flashing your balls?
He's trying to pull Louis CK.
What's going on? What's going on?
Thank God you had it behind my computer.
Oh, thank God you had everything.
I got pins onto that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because half the time he records with no bottoms.
Basically.
Well, hopefully we'll never have to witness that tragedy. And no tragedy in the sense of your deficiencies or efficiencies as a human being or as a male, but kind of scary. Hang on a second. Do we have a problem with our live on Vimeo right now? Let me see. For some reason, it's not showing. Give me 1 second. Oh, no, it's right here. I got it, boys. Let's see what the chat says. My boys, good morning. XRP, the first thing, Mr. Garlic Bread.
Beautiful.
Mr. Garlic Bread, you're the first request.
My people are among us.
By the way, did you see Esuke is telling us right here, good morning, how are you looking at XRP, which is why we're looking at XRP. By the way, did you see that in Coinbase, they're putting options for trading futures? Is that already live? No,
yeah,
right?
That's been live for a while.
Yeah.
In Coinbase for trading futures?
Coinbase has that, and Crypto.com has that, and there's one other one that has it, I think.
But it's just options, not perpetuals.
And Robinhood is going to have that as well. Yeah, because perpetuals are illegal in America.
Yeah,
their futures expire.
Yeah,
got it. Yeah, fucking. So you got to learn how to play the options game. God damn it.
Yeah, so you have to be good on not only direction but timing as well.
Yeah, of course, because in the US we make everything more complicated for ourselves. Why?
Basically.
Because if you were to let the normies have a futures contract with no expiration, it just makes it more likely that they'll make money. And you can't have the normies making money, right?
It's fucking disgusting if you ask me. Normal people making money. Throw me that chart, Mr. Garlic Bread.
Like if you don't really know how to trade options, the way you can kind of make money on crypto options is if you buy in small amounts right before like a 5-day setup or to fire off. Because then, like, sure, the first couple of ones that you put in are gonna not work out. They're gonna end up being worthless. But eventually, you're gonna catch that 5-day setup, and that'll make up for the ones that you just lost.
I like that you already have a strategy. We'll dive deeper into that, Mr. Garlic Bread. That's Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's what I did to catch that Hamas setup in 2023.
Oh, you did?
That was insane.
Yeah, well, I would buy calls every week.
Damn. I only bought spot at that time. I wasn't trading futures, which is really annoying because he was at 28 grand. But also it went down to like 26, so I would have been completely demolished with leverage. I was still able to carry it all the way to the ETFs.
The when I was buying calls back then, I literally bought like 3 weeks worth of calls that went worthless, and I just kept buying more. Then eventually, whenever the setup started firing off, the ones that were active paid for all of the ones that got lost out and more.
But you're patient and confident in your own trickery, sir. You're a
The
degenerate.
only thing that kept me buying those calls, otherwise I would have been straight up gambling. Like the next lot, the scratch off will win off. The next scratch off will win off, was because I had the statistics for the 5-day setup.
Yeah. I mean, of course. And that's what. By the way, that's to me, that's what it's all about. The way that I'm taking trades now is I see a massive setup, like easy to take, whatever. Plays out, awesome. Let's run it. Doesn't, I'm out instantly. Let's go. And I'm just waiting for that one that runs. You know,
Yeah. It's a little bit like, even if you have the statistics behind it, it still does play with your mind a little bit whenever you see how much you're up at certain times, unless you turn off the P&L reader.
Yeah. It fucks with me all the time. Hate it. But hey, let me crack a beer. No, I'm just kidding.
Like, shit, let me get one too.
One of those
It's a
Fridays.
lemonade. It's a lemonade, boys. It's a lemonade.
So let's start with a good old 6 month on XRP. XRP is probably the only shitcoin in the world that you can actually throw a 6 month on and actually get enough data. Maybe Ethereum. I don't know. I haven't checked. Right now, XRP on the 6 month is strongly over that median at $2.68. We mentioned last time how it's such a travesty that this median is not 1 cent higher, but we can't always get what we want. As long as we close over this median, we would have a 61.8% chance of going to the top 38.2%. And before you cream your pants, you gotta realize that this is a 6 month, and it's going to take several candles for that to play out. And by that time, this 38.2% is going to go down significantly. But as of right now, it sits at $15.94. I'm interested to see where it comes down whenever it does end up coming down, because if it comes down somewhere around this point, that would bring it right along my 161.8% and perfectly come to fill my buys. Let's do how much of a percentage it went down from this close to this close. Went down about 42%, and then from here about 50%. So let's just take the average, the lower one, and do 40 to 50% down from here to see where it might go to. Somewhere around $9 to maybe $7. So if we get that same type of move down on the 38.2% that we got right here, this would bring this 38.2% right around $6 to $7. Be very interesting, and the only reason why I took the time to do all of that is because that fits my bias of it hitting 161.
Of course.
20%. You gotta switch the time frame until you find one that fits your bias.
I hope that people that are watching this know that we're kidding.
Some
I really
actually
hope
don't.
so. I know.
The best type of sarcasm is the one where you got to question whether they're being serious or not.
I know. By the way, and that's what gets the most clicks. If you go and make a video talking to someone in sarcasm, that hits way harder. I don't know if you remember, Farhan, when I used to do motivational quotes that made no sense. So I would go and Alex, I would literally write online and post a meme, and it said, "If you want to have more money in the future, you gotta save." And people were like, "Whoa!" And they would comment and share it like crazy. I was like, "This is so fucking retarded."
Why are there so many homeless people? Just buy a house, bro.
Yeah, dude. Also, yeah. The other one is, if you want to get rich quick, buy real estate. All you need to do is buy 5 properties and rent them all out.
My goodness, why didn't I think of this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garlic Bread. Continue.
On the 6 month on XRP, we got momentum flipped to the upside, very close to entering the bullish control zone. Volatility flipped up to support it. The last time we ever had a setup anywhere like this was back when they did a 1000x in 2017. Not 1000%, 1000x. Put in $1,000, you got $1 million. Pretty wife-changing gains, if I do say so myself.
I won't say it because mine is up. She's coming anytime.
But imagine having the type of balls to carry $1,000 towards $1 million. You probably also the same type of person to carry it back down to $300.
100%. I mean, as genius as they are, sometimes also it's pretty stupid.
And then on the 3 month, where we are getting, after rejecting the 61.8% the last time around at our highs of about $2.90, we are now strongly over the 61.8%. That's sitting at $2.34. If that closes over the 61.8%, fuck. If it closes over the 61.8%, momentum is going to still continue towards the upside in the bullish control zone. Volatility is going to get another move to the upside. Still not going to be at 100%. And this thing likes to hit double extremes of 100%. That likely takes us up towards that 78.6. And this level is also going to change, just like the previous 38.2. Right now, it sits at $21.32. Hey, maybe that one dude will be right, and it actually will go to $21.
Don't fucking get me started with this bullshit.
The jewel is now breaking out of the bearish control zone for the first time ever. Usually, whenever the jewel makes its way out of the bearish control zone, it goes towards the bullish control zone. And this thing has literally never been in the bullish control zone on the quarterly and on the jewel ever. So, hey, maybe he'll make us look like the retards, and then it'll go to $21. What is Nvidia going to be worth at that point? $25 trillion?
Quadrillion. I think $1 quadrillion would be fair.
Jensen will be in 3D printing, or not even 3D printing, bioprinting triple tittied women to sign chests of. On the monthly, we are now over the 88.3%. Last time we went anywhere near the 88.3%, it was just a rejection and we went down. So if we would close over the 88.3%, that would give us an even bigger move than we got right here back when we went from about like 11 cents all the way towards $2. So if we were to close over the 88.3%, that takes us to 95%. And this level, like all the other ones, is going to change. But right now it's sitting at $14.34. And watch me give all this bearish like caution and shit, when then it actually just goes straight up to $14. Then I get clipped being bearish saying you said it wasn't going to happen. That's why I got to cover my ass and say maybe, possibly, if. On the monthly, we're getting kind of high on momentum, 89%. We can still get one more move up before it's topped out. Same thing as volatility. Jewel is just on the edge of hitting into the bullish control zone, sitting at right now about like a 60, and the bullish control zone sits at 61. So it's like 1% away from hitting the bullish control zone. I don't believe it's ever been in. Well, it's been in there momentarily one time back in 2017, and when it entered into the bullish control zone, draw a vertical line. Wow. How much was this? The open of this candle, take it to that top. About 1,240% to the upside after it entered into the bullish control zone. We're not even looking for a 1,200% move to the upside. It only takes 700% to hit $21.
Is there any way this can hit $69? I mean, we might as well just put a crazy target now.
Yeah, why not? $69 tomorrow.
Buy your options, guys, on Coinbase.
Buy them, but make sure to use our referral link on whichever one. Whenever you buy those options. On the 2 week, we're getting a rejection of the 95% on a second time around. If we continue to reject this 95%, there's going to be even higher and higher probabilities that we're going to come back down and reconnect with this 5. Right now, the 5 EMA sits at $2.56, $2.57. The low of this week is about $2.65. So if that were to happen, we get a perfect sweep of these lows, take out all the stop losses for people who think they've caught the bottom, get a nice little reconnect with that 5 VMA, and then hopefully these HPKR ranges will step up, so we'll no longer be at the 95%. And then I could see another try up from there to $4. But until that happens, it's going to be more likely that you continue to reject this $3.29 to $3.30 area and continue to close below this 95% because you only have a 5% chance of the opposite happening. Whereas momentum is going a little sideways, getting close to consolidation, only 4% above the moving average. Same thing with the volatility. And the jewel is now getting the starting of a God mode sell signal. Has not shifted to sell yet, still pointed up. Once it starts shifting to sell, though, it's going to be time for that pullback to probably 250s. Right over here, we got a very epic jewel signal. Just for curiosity, let's see. Yeah, let's see what happened.
See, it hits way before. That's the thing that a lot of people don't realize.
Yeah.
That it hits and then you have to wait and be patient because it's not instant.
Yeah, it's not a magic pill that tells you buy now.
Yeah.
It'll just give you an alert of a high probability trade available in a certain direction.
Mhm.
And if you would have been able to, like, say you just blindly took it at that point and you just held through the drawdown, you still would have been up 517%.
This fits my bias.
Fits my bias. On the weekly, we're getting momentum now starting to flip back up. Just about to enter into the bullish control zone. Volatility is now once again flipped up. And you notice that we made higher lows than all these other lows right here. But the momentum went all the way lower, giving you hidden bullish divergence. And that would be confirmed if you were to close above, right now it's all-time highs, basically all-time highs at $3.36, $3.37, would confirm that hidden bullish divergence, along with momentum flipping back up, volatility flipping back up with the hidden bullish divergence. I believe the jewel is curving around as well. Let's take a look at it. Yep, the jewel is now once again giving you that buy signal, just about to enter into the critical zone. That would give us somewhere around a target of the 78.6%, maybe even the 88.3. But 88.3 right now, I don't think is very relevant because it's a little too high. The 78.6, it's right around $4, which is exactly where my bias is that we'd go after this next spike up. Probably somewhere right around 4, because 420 is the meme number. So probably hits the 420 area, goes a little bit higher, maybe even locally tops at 420. The 78.6 right now sits at $4.33. 88.3, I think this number is going to change because that doesn't fit my bias. That's at $7.27. Five-day continues to hold the 5 EMA while momentum is pointed up, but it's one of those things where it's going to have to start pumping pretty soon, or this momentum is going to shift to the downside because we're putting in a bunch of indecision candles after a massive move to the upside. So if we were to not break out within the next maybe 10 to 15 days maximum, I feel like the momentum is going to top out with volatility, and then we're likely to get, at the very least, a pullback to somewhere around this 38.2%. Right now that's it's at about, and it's going to change, it's going to rise. So maybe somewhere between $2.30 and $2.50 if we don't, within the next 10 to 15 days max, close over this high of about $3.21. If we do close over that 321 area, though, that would open the door for us going towards $4. 2 days now pointed downwards on momentum, pretty close to the bearish control zone. Volatility is now picking up. Jewel's giving a sell signal, and once this pink crosses below the yellow, that's going to be it. This is probably going back down to 250 at a minimum, maybe that 230 number, but we have not gotten that pink crossing below the yellow just yet. Because if it does cross in this area, they're all very close to each other. That's a pretty epic sell signal. And if you were to do the percentage down from our all-time highs towards that 250 to 230 area, 250 would bring us down about 25%. 230 would be about 30 to 33%. Let's see the last major correction after hitting new all-time or hitting the cycle highs.
It was big. Yeah.
31.5%. Maybe we will hit $22.30. That'd be basically the same type of correction that we had on this last major correction. And I don't know about XRP because I haven't seen the stats behind that. Bitcoin does like to do the similar type of corrections within a range on every single move to the upside and to the downside, where it'll bounce a certain amount on each one, and then on the trending moves to the upside, it'll dip a certain amount on each one of the moves to the higher lows. On the 2-day, though, we are still positioned to the upside as long as we're closing over this 9 EMA and this 38.2%, which is right around $3. Does make sense. $3 is that psychological number. You lose $3, then you're very likely to get that pullback to somewhere around $2.50 to $2.30. As long as you keep holding it, though, you have higher probabilities of retesting 321. And if you close over 321, then you're likely going back to all-time highs, probably sweeping those all-time highs and going somewhere between 350 and 375. And if once you're at 375, I feel like there's a good chance that it's going to go around 4, because you're already forming hidden bullish divergence on here by making a higher low from all of these lows, while momentum went significantly lower. So that would confirm the hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day and 2-day and take you up towards $4. To confirm the divergence, you'd have to close above, not this one, 321. Lines right up with that median. Love it when it works out like that. Daily is now flipping back down on momentum, kind of deviating the positive, not looking the best. On the opposite hand, though, volatility is still contracting, still at 44.37%, almost at zero. Confirmation of volatility break to the downside is if we close below this median. Right now, we wicked right to the median and bounced. Median's at $3.08. We're at 3.08872. Just barely above that number right now. Close below that, then this thing is very likely to break down. You're probably going to test somewhere around $2.95, getting you below that $3 pivot on the 38.2 on the 2-day. Likely brings you back down towards at least this 55 EMA. Right now, the 55 is at $2.50. Same area again.
That fits your bias.
It does indeed. My bias is very satisfied today.
I can see.
Same thing is happening on the 4-hour as the daily. Momentum is now starting to flip back down again. But on the daily, volatility is expanding. And the jewel is now losing the bullish control zone, flipping down, giving you a sell signal. If this pink crosses below the yellow, oof, that's not going to be pretty. That likely takes us towards 250 to 230. And just curious, is there any... Nah, no divergence. If we close below that median, though, that's going to be the sign that we're very likely to break down and move towards, at the very least, this 100. And since the 100 was the point where we pumped from last time, likely to lose it, this is going to slip across where the 21 crosses below the 55. Probably takes us towards the 200, which is right now a little bit higher than the level I think is going to go. It's sitting at about $2.73. From there, probably lower because it fits my bias, but also because the higher time frames tell me that. And we're already below the median right now in the 4-hour. Median's at a little over 3.0. Oh, no, never mind. We're higher than it. That's a 0 right there. I'm retarded. That's why I hate it whenever I'm dealing with all these decimal points. Where is the median? 3.00. So a little under $3.01. So we're about like 8 cents over that right now. Ding. Get a sip of this Coke Zero and some dry mouth. Yeah, that's right. Coke Zero at 10 in the morning.
Really going for it.
It's got caffeine in there, so that's my excuse.
Of course. It's just like drinking a coffee.
Holy shit,
acid.
why is RFK at my window?
What are you doing with that Coca-Cola? Do you know how bad it is for you?
I can't do his voice. I wish I could do his voice.
That was a great impression.
The RFK one is the easiest one because all you need to do is like just go like and then talk from that place. You'll see how RFK really comes through.
I wonder if he does that. I wonder if he still does that voice when he's alone.
He's like, by the way, Cheryl. It's completely different. Oh my God. His
I wouldn't be
voice is-
surprised if he's faking it.
well, I feel so bad that he has to talk like that because I wish he was the president just based on how much they hate him.
Oh yeah, that would be absolutely hilarious.
But listening to a man talking all the time about national security like this would not be fun.
Imagine him explaining the next COVID.
No, and then you have to watch the whole press conference. I feel like he's running out of air. He's like deflating.
I think he's got COVID.
It's not funny. It's a disease.
Oh, it's so funny.
Good morning, everyone.
Let's see.
We are children. We have a drive of a hidden bullish divergence confirmed after this higher low right here. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $2.65 on a 3-day basis. And the confirmation for the next move up on the divergence is going to be a close above $3.21. Remember that median? $3.21. That take us towards the bullish critical zone. And look what else fits my bias. $4.02. There is some bearish divergence possible on today. It's confirmed if we close below, what is this, 265? Same number again. And it's confirmed, do we have any hidden? No, we don't. Only possible bearish divergence. Daily has possible hidden bullish divergence because we went lower on momentum than we did over at these levels, but we made higher lows. Close over $3.21 to confirm that daily hidden bullish divergence. That would take us up towards the bullish control zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at $3.60. Volatility is at extreme lows. Probably takes us towards the critical zone. Critical zone right now is at 479. Hey, the critical zone fits my bias.
I was just thinking that too. Oh, wow.
And now 4 hours confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low right here at $3.07. So, and we're coming from quite the Hamas setup right here with many periods of 0% volatility. And we've got a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence. Divergences can be active as long as we're closing above $3.05. Confirmation for the target on the divergence is going to be a close over, what number is this? About $3.15. That would take us towards the bullish control zone. It's in the critical zone. What's more likely is the critical zone because we've got like a little mini Hamas set up with many periods of 0% volatility. Critical zone takes us to about $3.44, which is our current all-time highs. It's a little sweep above our current all-time highs. And then once we hit those all-time highs, likely taps a lot of liquidations and stop losses at that point and probably gets a nice little pump ski from there. Woke up at 5:30 today, so I guess I'm a Nazi now.
Oh, you did? So now you joined the club. Dude, I have a Tesla. Makes me a Nazi. I've had a lot of Volkswagens. Actually, I've had one of the most collectible Volkswagens of all time. Makes me a Nazi. I went to meet with a family that owns Volkswagen, and they showed me their garage. Makes me more of a Nazi. And also, I wake up at 4 a.m. and work out.
Oh, Nazi. Fucking Nazi!
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
I'm guessing you have Mein Kampf on your bookshelf.
Of course, as you know how we operate.
Oh,
and of course, I have books. Of course, I have books. Of course, I read. And I.
The last time I willingly read a book was when I attempted to go to college.
Oh, dude, the last time I read a book, like an actual book, was called Camilón Comilón, which is like a book for kids, which is kind of like a fat pig. That's the last thing I read. I hate reading. And I read a lot of scripts for a lot of years, but I don't enjoy it.
Did you have to memorize your lines for that one movie that you made?
Yeah, but I wrote it, so you can only imagine. I had it memorized before I even started filming. I didn't even have to do any work.
That shit was funny, though.
I personally think so. A lot of people don't think so, but those who saw Bloodsport know what's up.
I saw your movie before watching Bloodsport.
And then you watch Bloodsport and you're like, which one's the parody? Because Bloodsport became a comedy.
It's just too old.
Yeah, it is.
On the let's see, just for little shits and giggles, we'll talk about the 6-month momentum pivot. It's at 44 cents. So I feel like the community members will not be bag holders anytime soon on this, unless the next 6 months the pivot goes to like $4, then something may change. But as of right now, the 6-month pivot is at 44 cents, and it's likely to continue to the upside with volatility expansion from the lowest levels it's ever had. This is the 6 months and the 3 months are probably the most bullish charts for XRP, because the 3 month is also getting volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever had. Just about to enter into the bullish control zone. This thing has never been in the bullish control zone on momentum, and we're pointed up above $1. And just look at how beautiful this chart looks. It had a massive rejection off of this previous all-time highs, and then closed after that rejection 94% to the downside after the rejection. So that was a 94% pullback on the close from the all-time highs. And now we're just basically filled it, and we've tapped and surpassed the previous all-time highs. That's a beautiful looking quarterly chart.
It's the most beautiful I've ever seen. Seen a lot of them. Seen a lot of these charts. People don't look at these charts. I do. I like to pay attention.
I like to pay attention of the future of France.
It fits my bias. It really does.
Every bias I like to look at.
It doesn't fit my bias.
I wish I could do those too. The Trump and
Sorry.
the RFK. Monthly is getting volatility expansion too from less than 15%, giving you a monthly setup. I don't know what the statistics are, so I'm not even going to bother making them up. Volatility, I mean, the moving average of the volatility is only at 51%. So this can still get another move up to the upside. And that also fits my bias of $4, while momentum is going to be pointed up. Just about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 146. 2 week is now very close to losing its Hamas setup. We've already started contracting on volatility. We haven't gotten the close yet, and momentum is going to flip down below $3.10. If we close below 310, very likely we're going to go back into the bullish control zone while volatility starts contracting, and then we likely get a sideways / move to the downside. If we get that move to the downside, I think we're going to tap somewhere around this 5 EMA, which is about like $2.60 at mid 250s. Also fits that previous bias we talked about, and volatility is going to be resetting the entire time while we're pulling back. Ideally coming somewhere around 50% by the time we get that reconnect with the 5 EMA, and then we can use that as a spring and hit our double extreme on volatility, because we only have one extreme right now. So if we get the pullback first, probably go somewhere around like 350, 360, worst case scenario 330, and then get our double extreme and go from there to like $4. Weekly is doing the same thing, contracting on volatility after many periods of 100%. Still looking for that double extreme pretty soon. Momentum flipping back up, and they're going to be flipped up as long as we're above $2.46. So possibly as long as we hold this 5 EMA, might get the second extreme from here. But if we close below, the number was 265, then no, it was 280. Close below 280, then we're very likely to correct to somewhere around 250s. Close above 321, then you probably get the double extreme from here and go towards 4s. 5 days very close to getting the double extreme. Just tapping that moving average, very, very close. We likely get the double extreme if we close over 321. Same number again. That'll send us towards $4. And right now, momentum is pointed to the upside, and it's going to stay up within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $3.05. 2 days starting to flip down. Volatility is now contracting after getting its double extreme, and we're going to be pointed down and losing the critical zone as long as you're below 318. Daily is almost at a full volatility reset after getting one extreme right here, double extreme there. Now we have one extreme. Yeah, we have a derp of death.
Got it. Sorry. I just noticed.
No, you're good. You're good. It can kind of arguably played out because it fired off somewhere around the 5 and the 9, and we already came down to the 21. But continuation to the downside, it would be closing below $2.90. But as of right now, it could be argued that it's played out. And now we're about to get our second extreme on the volatility. This is our first extreme right here. We're due for a second extreme sometime soon. So if we close above 313, very likely you will get that double extreme, and then we go towards $4. But as of right now, we got 8.5 hours to go, a little over 8.5 hours. We're still below that momentum pivot by about 4 cents. 4 hour with that little mini Hamas setup. And momentum is flipping back up on the 4 hour, maintaining the bullish control zone, about to break back into the critical zone. And we're pointed up above $3.08. Right. All of the high time frames are incredibly bullish on XRP. The 6 month, not even worth talking about. It's just funny to mention that the pivot is at 44 cents. 3 month pivot is at $1. On the monthly pivots at 146. All of them are getting volatility expansion from extreme lows. The 5 days building hidden bullish divergence. You close above $3.21. It will activate, likely giving us our double extreme on a lot of different high time frames. Likely takes us towards somewhere around $4, where I think the $4 to $4.30 area will be another local top. We get some type of pullback around there. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just go straight to $6. I'm personally not on the camp of that happening. I think we get a pullback first, and then eventually the last leg of the cycle will probably be somewhere around $6, and that probably takes a good amount of time to play out. But if we close below about $2.90, then we're likely to correct first to somewhere around $2.60. Maybe worst case scenario $2.30. Then from there, I think we would get the double extreme on volatility and hit somewhere around $4. That'd be another local top and then pullback. And the confirmation to the upside is closing over 321 for straight to $4. And the pullback first is if you close below $2.90.
Nice and easy. Nice and motherfucking easy. Below $2.90, down above. Wait, what's going on?
There's no screen.
Well, there's this. Hang on. And there's us. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. There you go. All right, let's do the damn thing. By the way, I'm just gonna shield to everybody in Spanish if they want to trade with us. Así que si quieren tradear con nosotros, vénganse al sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Esto es gratis, por cierto. Le picas aquí arriba en tutos. Cómo tradear en Bluffing. Es el video que te explica exactamente cómo depositar dinero, cómo mandarlo al exchange, cómo usarlo, etcétera. Y obviamente para los miembros de Elite Trading Academy, si quieren ya meterse en cómo hago un corto, cómo hago todo eso, ahí está. Pero esto tiene básicamente 5 minutos de información y tienes el enlace justamente acá para lo que necesiten. Así que sin excusas, vamos a darle. Let me share this screen and go here. All right. Thank you, sir. Then after this, we're doing ETH, as Luis wants to see, and then we'll jump into BTC. So, Alex, you'll do ETH, and then we'll do BTC.
Perfect.
Beautiful. Did Vitalik post any schlong picks yet? Why is it going up so much?
I don't know. Maybe someone, I don't know. I wish I knew.
Did someone leak the videos of Vitalik sitting in the hotel chair?
Goddamn.
No, because then he would be then a co-founder of Cardano instantly. That's just how it works. Everybody knows that. Vale. Estamos viendo XRP y por supuesto Ripple, la moneda del futuro en el mundo. Impresionante. Vamos a ponerlo rápido. Solamente para empezar, vamos a calentar esto para todo el mundo que esté aprendiendo. No me acuerdo por qué había hecho esta payasada por acá. Pero bueno, da igual. Estamos viendo esto en velas de 6 meses. Cada una de estas velas son 6 meses. Recuerden que aquí te pone cuándo va a cerrar la vela. Pone 5 meses y un día para que esta vela que está en este momento activa cierre. Así que falta bastante tiempo. Pero pueden ver que hemos tenido el cierre más alto en este tipo de velas de 6 meses en la historia, en $2.08, que fue la pasada, que cerró en enero. Lo primero que notamos es bastante sencillo. Podemos ver que XRP ha logrado crear un alto más alto. Eso es alcista y ha logrado crear una serie de bajos más altos. Eso es muy alcista en esta temporalidad. También, cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad, que esto está aquí abajo, recuerden que este indicador se llama BBWP. Es absolutamente gratis. Lo puedes adquirir aquí en TradingView. Para la gente que está viéndonos, que son miembros de la academia, ahí tienen el video en la librería para que puedan ver cómo se utiliza, cómo se instala, etcétera. Tenemos el gran BBWP. Ok, ¿qué nos dice esto? Esta es la volatilidad, la línea de colores. La línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Recuerden que siempre te va a decir los números aquí a la derecha dónde están parados. Y aquí abajo tienes 0%. La parte de arriba es el 100%. Cuando estás en 100% es que estás con volatilidad muy alta. Cuando estás en 0 es que no hay volatilidad. ¿Ok? Tenemos la volatilidad apuntando para arriba en este momento en 73.91%, que viene del punto más bajo de toda la historia de Ripple, que justamente ocurrió en enero del 2024. Y en julio del 2024 por fin tuvimos el breakout en esta zona. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? No. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? No, tampoco. Un segundo. Me acabo de salir de mi propia pantalla. Excelente. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó por acá? Una vez que rompimos a la alza, podemos ver que volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento hacia arriba y también momentum. Momentum está apuntando arriba en esta temporalidad, siempre y cuando el precio de XRP esté por encima de los 44 centavos. Estamos muy por encima, estamos en $3.10 en este momento. Así que ese pivot de momentum está bastante lejos. Vamos a la de 3 meses. Estas son velas trimestrales. Lo primero que vamos a notar también es básicamente la misma estructura, donde tenemos altos más altos hasta en cierres también en esta trimestral. Y esta vela trimestral que estamos ahorita, todavía le quedan 2 meses. Así que tranquilos. Pero hemos tenido el cierre más alto de toda la historia justamente acá en $2.07. De nuevo, bajos más altos, altos más altos, estructura alcista fue... Oh, guys, have we talked about this being a cup and handle pattern?
No, we haven't. You're right. It's the United States pattern. I can see California, I can see Texas, I can see Florida.
It's all right there. Huh.
There's New York right there too.
Hang on. Oh my God, this is gonna fucking absolutely blow cock. Let's see.
$21.
Wait, I don't want to know. Let's just say he does this right here. $6.50.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful. Fits my bias to a T.
Wow.
The
Okay.
good old United States pattern never fails.
God
Just like the
damn.
country.
Yeah. Well, thank God. It fell just for a decade or a decade and a half, and now good. But that's good. Ok. Aquí lo primero que notamos es, aquí hay un patrón bastante fácil de reconocer. Es el famosísimo patrón de la taza con la agarradera, ¿no? Y esto lo hemos dicho 1000 veces. ¿Qué pasa cuando rompes la zona del breakout? Y aquí es donde rápidamente quiero brincar a PLNTR, a Palantir. Solamente para que lo vean, este fue exactamente lo mismo. Imagínense que esto no existe, ¿no? Vamos solamente a analizar el patrón para que lo aprendan rápido, el de taza y agarradera de la taza. Aquí notamos esto, lo habíamos dicho. Tenías el patrón tal cual, de acá para acá, y la consolidación fue acá. Ahora, no puedes ver la consolidación acá porque estamos en una trimestral, pero si te lo pongo, ponte tú en la de 2 semanas, puedes ver perfectamente. Bueno, no, Palantir ni siquiera en la de 2 semanas. Diaria, semanal. Ok. En la semanal tienes mini consolidación acá y después el madrazo hacia la alza. En la diaria se puede ver un chingo más. Sí, ahí está. Pero bueno, no me voy a salir de lo que estamos platicando. Vamos a la de 3 meses. Pueden ver acá que este tipo de patrones, ¿cómo funcionan? Agarras el tope que habías creado antes, al fondo y vuelves a conectar el tope. Ahí es cuando se da la posibilidad de que esto pase. También se dio en Bitcoin el último año. Y luego tienes acá tu consolidación y después tienes un breakout. ¿Cómo lo mides? ¿Cuál es el objetivo de este movimiento cuando reconoces este patrón? Sencillo. Lo único que tienes que hacer en este momento para medirlo es, pones obviamente tu línea de tendencia horizontal, tu línea meme por acá, dibujas dónde es el tope de la taza, y ahora vas a medir del tope de la taza al punto más bajo de la taza. Y la taza está acá, ese es el punto más bajo en línea recta. ¿Dónde tuvo el breakout? Justamente acá, y lo tienes que poner la parte baja de la línea que sacaste en justamente la línea de la parte alta de la taza. Y eso te da un movimiento medido y lo puedes ver. Lo voy a cambiar de lugar, simplemente, perdón, lo voy a cambiar de lugar para que lo puedas ver, pero ve. Nos dio un movimiento casi perfectamente medido. Y ahí, aquí nadie lo creíamos, por cierto. Entonces, cuando volteamos a ver XRP y decimos, güey, estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, en XRP sí se ve un poco de lo mismo y el objetivo sería, y ahí te va, una vez más, ves la tasa, la tasa es de aquí a acá. Este sería el breakout, pero aquí debe de haber consolidación. Entonces, si lo vamos a medir así, que es muy básico, una vez más, la parte más baja que es esta, conecto con esto y ahora veo, voy a poner acá el breakout, ¿no? Justamente ahí y ver, mi objetivo está alrededor de los $6.05. ¿Se va a dar? ¿Es 100% garantizado? Nada es garantizado, señores. Absolutamente nada es garantizado, pero agrega confluencia a nuestro análisis alcista, patrón alcista, velas alcistas, altos más altos. Continuación, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del 21, todos los promedios están en orden y bastante abajo. Nuestro pivot de momentum en la de 3 meses es $1, así que estamos muy por encima, estamos en $3 y casi 10 centavos. Eso es bastante bueno. Momentum apuntando para arriba, volatilidad apuntando para arriba también, podemos verlo. Venimos del punto más bajo de toda la tabla, tenemos volatilidad en extremos acá y tienes el breakout justamente donde ocurren estas velas. Volatilidad, momentum apoyando también por acá. Vamos a la mensual rápido. Mensual, un poco de lo mismo, podemos verlo, teníamos esta vela topera en medio, que fue la del mes pasado, pero resulta que vamos a absolutamente invalidarla. ¿Cómo invalidas esta vela topera? Esta vela topera la invalida simplemente con un cierre arriba de esta zona, en los $2.90. Queda completamente invalidada y ya no tienes que pensar en esta vela. Siempre y cuando cierre así, o sea, donde está ahorita sería el cierre perfecto. Y esta vela mensual cierra en 8 horas y 30 minutos. It's going to be a big monthly close, dude. Massive.
For XRP, oh yeah, the biggest
Yeah.
monthly close I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot
Ever.
of people.
I've seen a lot of monthly closes. People close it every month. The month gets closed, and
Most people wouldn't know this, but every month we have a monthly close. I know the bets.
You talk about things that are so obvious sometimes, and I gotta tell you, it's not right, Dr. Fauci. Sorry, I got carried away.
There was this one video I saw, which was like a dubbed over video of Biden giving a dubbed over video of Biden giving a tour of the White House, and he goes to this one chair and he goes, "This is the chair where Fauci came up with COVID."
What a historical chair. I would buy it.
Chair will go down in history.
Exactly. En la mensual, estamos a punto de cerrar esta vela en 8 horas y 30 minutos. Esto es importante porque este cierre simplemente por encima de 2.90 nos va a colocar, y ahorita van a ver por qué en temporalidades más cortas, en una posición loca para XRP. A la alza. Tienes volatilidad apoyando el movimiento en solamente 85%, lo puedes ver acá, pero a XRP le gusta estar en extremos. Entonces, no me sorprendería que llegáramos al 100 y que tuviéramos 2 de estas barrillas. A nadie le sorprendería en este momento XRP dando este brinco. El punto pivote de la mensual es 1.44. $1.44. Momentum está apuntando para arriba siempre y cuando el precio esté por arriba de $1.44 y es justamente donde está el promedio del 9 en este momento en XRP. Vamos a la de 2 semanas y vamos a empezar a agregar también el HPDR. En la de 2 semanas teníamos nuestro setup de volatilidad de jamás muy potente. ¿Qué es un setup de estos potentes en volatilidad? A nosotros nos gusta buscar donde veamos en tablas donde la de 2 semanas o mínimo la de 5 días tenga este tipo de actividad, donde tienes volatilidad nula. Son todos estos periodos de volatilidad nula. Cada una de estas son 2 semanas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Las habíamos contado, eran como 30. Si cuentas también las del medio acá. Volatilidad bajó por debajo del 15%. Yo puse esa línea meme ahí. Y una vez que expandes por arriba del 15%, ves para dónde está apuntando el precio. Obviamente el precio está apuntando para arriba. Eso quiere decir que la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento del precio en esa dirección, está apoyándolo para arriba. Ahora, tenemos una, ¿cómo se llama? Tenemos una contracción en volatilidad acá, donde la volatilidad está por debajo del promedio, pero lo que nosotros creemos es que esto puede darnos doble golpe de volatilidad. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente a XRP le gusta estar caliente, y le gusta estar en extremos, caer de extremos e irse al otro lado, y todavía no hemos pintado extremos rojos. Entonces, queremos pintar nuestro primer extremo, no dudaríamos que esto vaya a ser el caso, ¿ok? Voy a cerrar volatilidad. Ya sabemos, también Momentum está apoyando volatilidad en la de 2 semanas. Momentum solamente empieza a apuntar abajo en las temporalidades de 3 y 2 días. No, en la de 3 días. En la de 2 días empieza a voltearse para arriba, diaria está para arriba y lo mismo en la de 4 horas. Solamente para que sepan que Momentum sigue apoyando todo esto junto con volatilidad. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en la zona del 2.1. Todos nuestros promedios para abajo. Sigue bastante saludable el movimiento y con fuerza. Pueden ver esta consolidación por acá, entrando a un nuevo nivel, a un nuevo rango. Este es el nuevo rango básicamente de XRP. Voy a ponerles mi tabla de colorines. Aquí lo tienen. Estamos un poco cansando el movimiento. Estamos en el 95% de la de 2 semanas, que es también un poco lo que acompaña nuestra teoría, que la volatilidad tiene que resetear un poco más para poder hacer que esto en 2 días y 9 horas reajuste y puedan subir los niveles del HPDR para tener objetivos más sensatos. Pero lo que nos dice esto es que este movimiento está cansado y que necesita consolidar, que lo ha estado haciendo. Ok. No sé por qué mierdas agarré eso, pero bueno, vamos a la semanal. Semanal, damas y caballeros, semanal. En la semanal también venimos de estos extremos, de picarle a todo mal, ¿no? Venimos de estos extremos en la semanal, que en la de 2 semanas no tenemos. Vamos para abajo y una vez más, nosotros estamos esperando a que esto repunte una vez más y cree todos esos extremos una vez más en rojo. ¿Sabemos que lo va a hacer? No, nada está garantizado, pero vemos que el momentum está apuntando para arriba en zona crítica, que los pivotes de momentum están muy abajo y que esto continúa siendo altos más altos y bajos más altos. Entonces, esta vela también va a cerrar en 2 días, 9 horas, un cierre por encima de los $3.08 nos llevaría a los 3.30. 3.30 coincide con el 61.8%, ese sería nuestro primer objetivo. Segundo objetivo, 4.33, pero no lo pondríamos por ahora. No creemos que sea algo que venga a tiempo cercano, simplemente por donde estamos en el movimiento. En la de 5 días lo puedes ver también, comparada con la semanal. Estamos más abajo, empiezan a subir los niveles, podemos tranquilamente llegar al 88.3%, que está en 4.84%. Por ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 lo retesteamos con esta vela en los 2.7 y nos dio este spring para venir para acá y ahora estamos en la zona verde. Lo que estamos buscando es poder tener un cierre por encima de esta vela verde, que la parte más alta está en 3. Espérame. Está bien eso. Sí, 3.21. Si podemos tener un cierre arriba de 3.21 y por eso puse esta línea meme, qué tonto soy. Si podemos tener un cierre por encima del 3.21 centavos, vamos a tener un buen viaje a esta zona, pero no creemos que vaya a ser tan rápido. Volatilidad, ya platicamos de los extremos. Vamos a la de 2 días. 2 días, estamos por debajo de la media, lo que nos está también dando más respaldo y sugerencia de que esta es una consolidación, teniendo una base en los $3. No queremos romper los $3 y el promedio del 9. Si podemos aguantar, bien, vamos a ir un viaje a retestear la media mínimo por ahora, que estamos en la zona azul, y eso sería justamente los 3.21, que es el objetivo que tenemos. Si podemos ganarle a la media en la de 2 días, eso es un viaje gratuito a los 3.43 para XRP. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, simplemente está contrayendo. Diaria. Ojo, en la diaria estás por encima de la media. Bien. Volatilidad está reseteando hasta abajo de 15%. Todavía no, está en 16.67%, pero ahí va a darnos a un buen setup de volatilidad también por acá. Como pueden ver, XRP le gusta estar en extremos. Y en la diaria tenemos nuestra media en 308. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente ahí. Nos gustaría idealmente aguantar eso. Si no podemos aguantar, lo que nosotros estamos esperando es que vaya a haber una corrección con un punto máximo, objetivo máximo en los 266, en los 267. Muy probablemente se detenga en el 283. Sería nuestra más probable área de oportunidad. La de abajo sería la máxima oportunidad. Y simplemente también la primera área donde habrá oportunidad que probablemente el precio sí venga es la parte baja de la zona azul, que es donde está el promedio del 21, en los 2.9. Así que en XRP, dependiendo en qué temporalidad lo estés viendo, y puedes verlo justamente acá en la de 4 horas, está retomando todos los promedios bastante bien y aparte nos está dando un setup estilo jamás en una temporada tan corta. Esto nos dice que muy probablemente vayamos a ir a buscar esta zona de los 3.14, 3.17 hasta los 3.20, tener un ajuste por ahí de la zona del 61.8% hasta tal vez el 88%, y de ahí dar continuación a la alza y continuar el movimiento que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades. En todas las temporalidades se ve alcista, todas, en todas las temporalidades volatilidad, en casi todas está apoyando el movimiento hacia arriba, y también momentum. En la única donde momentum está flipando para abajo es en la de 3 días o 2 días, no recuerdo exactamente. En todas las demás está apuntando para arriba y estamos muy por encima de los puntos pivotes. Así que ahí lo tienen, XRP se ve bastante bien. Comenzamos. Se viene la fiesta. Esperemos que sí, tíos. Oigan, sería un placer. Ok, Alex, we're ready.
Nice.
For Ethereum. It's the coin that no one wants to have.
Until they all do want to have it.
Yeah, of course. Once it pumps. Oh, I knew it. I mean, I knew Ethereum was going to blow up. I just didn't buy it.
Oh, alt season. Oh, it's coming. Oh, that's all crypto Twitter talks about.
Yeah.
So here we have ETH. We were talking about it last stream, kind of being at the last stand. So I talked about how, we had FOMC last stream, and the idea behind that was really Ethereum bulls were just hoping for a green dildo from FOMC. Why I was saying that is because we were simply under all the moving averages that I look at, pressing under that daily EMA 100. And to me, it was, pretty obvious that if we took out the January 27th low that was formed right at 3,024, seemed likely that we were at very minimum going to go back down to at least test that SMA 200 on the daily, and most likely comes back to that 2,940 level. You can see here that we actually, bulls pushed up. We did not actually go through that scenario, and our Academy ETH long actually played out really well. Our entry was at 3,070. I think already from entry that I believe is already now, so on a 10x, you're already up 110% on that trade. Pretty massive. So today's actually going to be a pretty big daily close for ETH. Why today is going to be a pretty big daily close is simply because you see we're now reclaiming that EMA 100. The big zone for Ethereum. We've been heavily topping around that EMA 100 for a while now. We reclaim it, we pump out, and then we often get resistance on that EMA 34 before coming back down and losing that EMA 100. We reclaim it, we pump up, EMA 34 rejects us, and then we lose that EMA 100. And now today, we're actually busting above that EMA 100, but also we're pretty healthily above that EMA 34. Also, if we go on and show the HPDR, you can see that actually ETH is about to reclaim that daily median as well. This just really puts, everything into play for Ethereum. And it's actually playing out really nicely in my bias. I was on the camp that Bitcoin dominance was actually going to find some kind of resistance around here. We were talking about that simply because of the weekly trend still being up. If it wants to load, we'll just wait for it patiently. We were talking about this scenario here where right here on this wick high, to me, looked like a lower high on the weekly. We came down, we got support where we expected, and then we were talking about a rally back up to the 59%. The interesting part about Bitcoin dominance now is you can see we actually never broke that wick high. That was kind of my criteria on why I'll be totally wrong on Bitcoin dominance actually topping, and this would actually put the weekly trend back into an uptrend. You can see we actually perfectly rejected right before we almost invalidated that downtrend. So, that's very much how crypto is. I mean, it'll be a ball sack hair away from invalidating it, but it doesn't. At this point, I'm sure a lot of people were probably, shorting ETH. ETH was still coming down, but now we're getting that rejection. So right now we're seeing the flip in my personal opinion. This is kind of what we were talking about. We wanted Bitcoin dominance to actually pump, go to the 59%, but then simply reject and not invalidate that wick high, flipping the weekly into an uptrend. And so now what we see is Bitcoin dominance is starting to come down. We are now losing that daily EMA 9 today, And remember, that has been holding solidly for at least a week now, very long time. On the daily, we've just been bouncing solidly from that and slowly going up. Now today, we're possibly going to lose that. I don't see why we're at minimum not going to go back down to 58%, maybe all the way up to 58.4%. It's going to be a big zone for Bitcoin dominance. But if we're still in the camp that on the monthly Bitcoin dominance has topped, then this is just looking nothing more than just another lower high before potentially breaking that lower low that was formed at the beginning of December when we went all the way down to 54.56%. So this is really good news, actually, because what we see is Ethereum's up 4.73% while Bitcoin is barely up. This is exactly what I wanted to see for this ETH long that I gave to the Academy a few days ago, because oftentimes when we start seeing Bitcoin dominance shift trend, this is only going to just be beneficial for ETH BTC. I've talked about ETH BTC for a while now. I was talking about how at the very least, I do think that we're going to come down and form that lower low. Let me go to the weekly so I can show that. You can see we did do that. So we made that new low 2 weeks ago, and we've just solidly been kind of consolidating around here. Let me throw the HPDR on. You can see, though, that we were talking about on the weekly to 61.8%. To me, that's kind of like the next zone for bulls to hold before we actually get that big drop. That big drop, to me, if we don't hold the 61.8%, most likely into February takes us closer to the 88.3%, right around the 2-3 level. But now we can see bulls are actually trying to push up. So this doesn't necessarily mean that now ETH BTC is going to go to the moon. Absolutely not. I mean, we still don't want to get blindsided at the fact that this is still in a very aggressive weekly downtrend. So now what you want to see here for bulls is something that we would have already been gauging very carefully. We now want that 366 level to get reclaimed. It's the same exact criteria I've been talking about. But why that number matters so much is because if we end up coming up here, we're actually going to potentially break this last weekly lower high. We can do that while reclaiming the 366. I do think Ethereum is actually going to get a pretty big move to the upside. We see here on the weekly, we're getting actually a volatility setup into next week. So into next week, this is probably going to contract below 15%, giving us a weekly setup on Ethereum. But also, if we go now to the 3-day, you can see that no, it's the 2-day. My apologies. Go to the 2-day. You can see now that the 2-day is actually giving us a pretty deep volatility setup. And we really haven't been this low on volatility since this zone here in October, before that epic rally from, the 1600s all the way up to where we know 4,100 being resistance zone. So just from that 2-day setup, where volatility is right now, that brewed a pretty insane setup. You can see during this whole, go to the BBWP, you can just see, during this whole time, we really never got under 15%. And we also really haven't been this low on volatility in quite a while. So this, again, just telling me that Ethereum is brewing a setup. And right, a lot of people are starting to disregard Ethereum. We saw a Solana pump, made a new all-time high. I was seeing a lot on crypto Twitter, people talking about how they're going to sell their Ethereum for Solana because Trump was buying only Sol. And then it was funny because then Trump ended up buying Ethereum. But now what we're seeing is ETH actually starting to really gain momentum here, pop back above support and really hold above that daily EMA 34. You can also see that volatility is supporting this move up. We had this little fake out here where we really moved down aggressively. This started to expand volatility, but then it reset it again. And now what we see is we are now, again, starting to bust through on the daily BBWP, expanding after it fell ever so slightly below the 15%, giving us a bias that, honestly, Ethereum seems like it's just beginning. Assuming that Bitcoin dominance doesn't take out this high here, because in doing so, that would mean that we're flipping the weekly trend. You can just see, just simply off this rejection, how well this has really helped Ethereum. So if Bitcoin dominance ends up coming back down, especially at 58.2% level, but most importantly, forms that lower low on the weekly, and this just ends up being another lower high, I really do think then Ethereum is going to play catch up pretty aggressively relative to Bitcoin. So we've talked about this last stream even. If ETH isn't breaking above its all-time high of previous cycles, this is either mega lagging to me, or this is really going to get flipped. Probably next cycle, it's probably not going to be the second biggest crypto in the world. So it'll be interesting to see actually what happens. Is this the actual breakout on ETH? Is this real, or is this just like ETH, showing relative strength before Bitcoin probably goes down? Because, right, you often get these scenarios where Ethereum will do really well, Bitcoin won't really move, and that's generally a bearish sign. Generally means we're going to have a nice move down. But if Ethereum can actually correlate nicely with Bitcoin dominance, forming some kind of weekly lower high here, I do think that still will mean Bitcoin will go up. But when Bitcoin does inevitably go up to that $110,000, $111,000 area that me and Farn have talked about, I do think that's going to mean Ethereum is going to actually greatly outperform Bitcoin. And we're already seeing that today. Bitcoin's only up barely 1% and ETH's up almost 5%. So we have a pretty big closure into today because we want to see that daily EMA 34 get reclaimed. If that EMA 34 can get reclaimed, just like we've seen every single time, you're going to want to see a pullback into probably tomorrow or the next day. That pullback is going to determine if this is actually bullish, and if it can hold above its EMA 34 and actually bounce around this region. I do think the next target will be 3,600 on ETH. I have actually $3,640 on Ethereum. That is perfectly right where this TP2 is on the Academy long for Ethereum. That would be a nice 18 to 19% move from the long here. That to me is a very good trade. If we start breaking back above that 3,600 level, I mean, visually, you can just see how well this channel has been holding Ethereum down. If Ethereum still needs to break its all-time high and it's still kind of consolidating, but something we talked about last month was we're starting to approach the end of this channel. I mean, there's only so much you can start expanding these before you theoretically just reach the point where you're going to start seeing a move breaking out or breaking down if this is truly going to hold. And since this is a multi-year channel here, I'd expect the breakout that possibly could occur in March, maybe April if it doesn't happen now, to be massive. So right now, Ethereum is looking good. For the weekly, you're going to want to see this SFP get back above the weekly 9. You can get back above the weekly EMA 9. Again, just ties into why you're going to want to see into next week a pullback, retesting that weekly EMA 9. But then at that point, you need to gauge that as an opportunity. Because I do think that Ethereum, if it can reclaim its EMA 9 on the weekly, get any kind of weekly closure back above 3,330, that's going to probably take us up to that $3,600 for ETH, which I mean at current price action is still a 7.4% move, still pretty massive if you're using leverage. Let's check out how the monthly is looking now. The monthly as well. Basically we talked about this scenario too. If bulls can actually get the bounce at this point, then they can really start saying, okay, well, we reclaimed that monthly 9. We just slowly came down and retested it. It acted as support. Everyone kind of got bearish here. Rightfully so. ETH was looking a little questionable last stream. But you can see just how well that monthly 9 held. Yes, it did go down slightly a little bit more, but overall, as long as you're still above that monthly 9, which it looks like today, we're closing the monthly candle. We're now back above that 3,300. We've held above the monthly EMA 9. To me, this is giving me all the reasons to think that as long as we hold that 3,300 into February, I do think we're going to start seeing a nice move up to 3,600 on ETH, while even the monthly is really starting to validate what I'm saying here, which is a big move is brewing on Ethereum. This is BWP on the monthly. So remember, into February, this could go down. You could actually get a setup. And then maybe into March, we actually start approaching the extremes or actually even approaching the lowest levels on the monthly BWP on ETH. Why is that important, hitting that into maybe March or April? Well, if Ethereum's channel is going to hold true here, I have the end being around March or April. So you can kind of tie this together. Like if ETH is giving us a monthly setup into February, and we know that really there's only been one other time where Ethereum had this low volatility on the monthly, which was around here when it went to 12%ish. That essentially made Ethereum move parabolically once we started to expand on the monthly. I mean, if we just take the move and we go from this point to this wick high, and we go up. That was a 92% on Ethereum. Why this is interesting to me, though, is because we're still seeing this contract pretty nicely, while Ethereum is still holding exactly where we need it to hold. Visually, you can see it's very important for that 3,300 to hold. You want the monthly to hold it, and then often you want the expansion from there. If we lose it, it just gives you chop. You can see in this scenario, once we close that monthly above 3,300, that's actually what took us from that point all the way up another 24%. So a monthly closure back above this is insanely good. This is closing today, and into February, volatility could be potentially approaching the lowest reads ever on ETH, which is telling me that if we're getting to the end of the zone, we potentially could see a very big move on Ethereum into February or March, possibly the latest by April. But that would have to be in the beginning of April, in my opinion. So maybe late March, beginning of April, you really start seeing this breakout. Breakout to me would look something like this. We actually start breaking out, we retest this zone, and then from there, that's when we can make our all-time high on ETH. Don't think it's really too crazy to start thinking that, because you can see if I delete the LARP line now, you can see just where we're at on the HPDR. Can actually see that we're pressing the 38.2% on the monthly. We're trying to pop back into that blue zone. This is very important in my opinion, because you can see when Ethereum is under that blue zone, that's really when you start getting those big breakdowns. Whenever we pop back above the blue zone, you often go to the median. Here you retested it, went to the median. It's not until you either reclaim the median or reject where you get those very violent moves. Where the median is currently, and remember this is going to most likely shift down, is right now the median is at 4,660. Why I find that interesting is because that is essentially testing almost the all-time high on Ethereum, which has been a very big point for me on why I'm a little sketchy holding Ethereum in my long-term investment portfolio, because often when you see an altcoin, which ETH is an altcoin, not break its last cycle high, generally leads to just a terrible bear market where we just really go down pretty aggressively. This is interesting to me, though, because if ETH is truly the lagging here, then we're actually potentially going to start really moving here quickly, possibly into February, reclaiming that 38.2%, which is right now 3,400 and call it 3,420 for the culture. We can actually reclaim that. The next move would be up to this channel. But then remember, we're now towards the end of this. So if we actually start making our way towards that monthly median, we have a really good chance of actually breaking out from this channel here. If we do so and even just go to that monthly median, I mean, that would almost be putting ETH to all-time highs. I don't see why at that point, bulls wouldn't just take it all the way home and break the all-time high. But you can see here, if ETH really does reclaim that monthly median, where it currently is now, which remember, these are going to shift into February. I mean, we're talking about an insane move up, possibly going all the way up to 7,500 to 7,600, which is pretty insane to me. I mean, that's almost to $10,000 Ethereum, 64% move almost from the median. So it's really actually going to be really telling to see where this median shifts to, because right now that's kind of the idea. But if this shifts all the way down, and maybe goes closer to where the channel is, again, just will solidify why this channel here is important to watch. Ethereum is looking stronger than the other day. Bulls did push where we needed to. That EMA 34 was the last stand. We wanted for Academy Long for this low essentially to hold on ETH, and it did. And so now what we see is we're now breaking back above the EMA 9. The monthly is potentially popping back above the 38.2% and holding the monthly 9. It's looking quite nice. You see here on ETH, BBWP on the 2-week, we're starting to see it contract slightly after we were expanding. Remember, this really started to expand when we started to come down. So if this started to expand, when BBWP started to expand and Ethereum price started to nuke, well, now it contracting and resetting potentially tells me if this starts resetting, we could see the counter move, which is ETH going up. ETH going up, hitting that 38.2%, giving the Academy the TP2 on our long, giving us a nice 18% move. Insane. And then you can really simply see here, I mean, if we break back above, let's call it 3,670, especially on a monthly. I mean, that is what's going to be a major move up for Ethereum. First spot is that 3,800 to 3,900. But again, you see that $4,600 level again, shown right here at the 61.8% on the 2-week. It's interesting because that's a big zone. I mean, you break that again, we start seeing that $7,000 number come up again. Insane. I'm really liking the way ETH is looking now. It's looking okay to me still. I was cautiously bullish on it. As you can see, I mean, we bulls did get to work, so it is welcoming to see that occurred. We are long on this exact scenario I've talked about, which is ETH Bitcoin dominance basically topping, forming some lower high, not taking out this wick high. I've talked about this each and every time I've done Bitcoin, so it's been just days and days of talking about this. We'll have to really see now if Bitcoin dominance can actually start getting weak and breaking down here. Losing first at daily 9 will be a really great sign to me. Possibly getting another rally up, testing again this zone at 59.68% would look nothing more than a bearish retest. Often when you get these SFPs, like shown here, you often then get this bearish retest. And then we can get the real move. So then that could correlate potentially to, right, ETH BTC on the daily, maybe coming to the 34, rejecting, testing the daily 9, and then moving up, forming the daily structure. Because remember, this is still in a very aggressive downtrend on the weekly. So your goal or objective as a bull is to shift this daily trend back, or this weekly trend back up. The hopium now is that we already got the higher high break. Daily trend has shifted on ETH BTC. So again, it's just kind of solidifying the point that Bitcoin dominance really does look like it put in a weekly lower high to me. So, seeing where Bitcoin dominance is, getting that pullback scenario, bearish retest would actually line up beautifully with Ethereum versus Bitcoin, rejecting somewhat around that EMA 34, coming down, testing the daily EMA 9, flipping that into support while forming some higher low before the higher high break. That to me makes a lot of sense. Really depends on patience. And you as a trader, you just have to watch this trend shift. Because remember, if the daily trend is shifting, then ideally that'll bleed into the weekly trend shifting. And the weekly trend shifting would mean that it needs to pop back above this high here, right at basically 3,735. So if we can get back above this zone, close to that weekly EMA 21, beautiful. If once the weekly trend shifts and we get back above 366, I do believe that's when we're really going to start seeing Ethereum go parabolic, and that actually could line up with us breaking, specifically that 38.2% on the weekly, which could mean that ETH BTC at that point did reclaim the 366 level, got back above the weekly median, shifted weekly trend. I mean, and the next target would be on ETH BTC all the way up to here at 4. Reclaiming that then would take us all the way up to that 4.6. Pretty insane move. Totally do, an altcoin move, which we just slowly for weeks on end come down, only for it to reclaim and then bust. And then all of this week of just downside move gets engulfed. Really would not surprise me. I'm actually very bullish on Ethereum currently, as long as my Bitcoin dominance idea holds. If my idea on Bitcoin dominance holds, then great. We honestly snagged a beautiful long entry on ETH. The Academy can just sit patiently while Ethereum now starts to play catch up with Bitcoin. Because to me, it makes no sense. We have $105,000 Bitcoin and Ethereum is barely at 3,500. It's crazy to me. I mean, if balance should come back in, technically speaking, ETH should be over 4,000, just in my personal opinion, but it's not. And so that's why it's either really going to nuke in this bear market or it's truly just lagging and we're about to see something insane. Something that really hasn't occurred since that October rally, which does make sense. I mean, remember during this time, ETH always knows how to drive people in. I mean, going back to the October 2024 rally, insane. I mean, just off of what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, ETH went up 73%. And then here, when it had that major Hamas setup before finally expanding, I mean, look what Ethereum can do when it really starts moving. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks again of just solid green. giving us even conservatively a 62% move. Why that's important is because if the monthly is really starting to get to low levels of volatility that we haven't seen since that level here, since this zone, I mean, it's really starting to become kind of obvious to me that I don't find this a coincidence that we're starting to really base and get this low volatility while we're approaching kind of the end of this channel. So we'll have to really see where ETH goes today. Again, I'll reiterate this. The daily trend has shifted on ETH BTC. The daily trend on Ethereum has now shifted, I do believe. Let me double check that.
And did you check volatility in your daily?
Yep. Yeah, we talked about this expanding now.
Yeah.
So, this is now giving us the bias that so long as we hold above that 3,300 or specifically the daily EMA 34 with the trend now shifting, I believe, let me see the high of 27. Yeah, so the daily trend has shifted on ETH. I do think now what you should be gauging, especially if you're not long, is okay, we're now moving. We know for sure we never want to long. When we're in the midst of shifting a downtrend to an uptrend, you don't want to long up here. You don't want to be the guy longing here. Instead, I actually, this makes a lot of sense. Wait for this pullback. Let us retest this zone again. And then I believe that could give us the breakout. You might have to, take it on low leverage and have your stop around here still. That to me is logical, but then that could form the next higher low. ETH BTC gets that pullback perfectly, retesting the daily 9, giving us the next higher low. While Bitcoin dominance very simply puts in the SFP, gives us that bearish retest. And remember, this can come all the way down to here before we get a bounce. But I would be gauging one more retest of resistance before the real move. That way, then Bitcoin dominance can keep contracting on volatility before actually giving us a volatility setup that's supporting a greater move down here. I didn't really gauge volatility on Bitcoin dominance. Let me just see really fast what we're dealing with. Not really getting much. We see the monthly is actually starting to contract again. So it's kind of, this was firing off on Bitcoin dominance, this move. This is now starting to reset. So we'll have to see if this starts to come back down, especially now that we're under the moving average. Again, it just plays into why I do think Bitcoin dominance could start coming down. The 5-day. So the 5-day is actually now starting to give us a volatility setup. Curious to see where that median is on the 5-day. Nice. So the median is right around that 58.1%. Again, just ties into if you're going to be a Bitcoin dominance bear, you should be really gauging to see that weekly 9 get lost. That weekly 9 getting lost would be a really good sign to me. You can just see when we're in uber bull markets, that just always holds. So if we start losing that again, that'll confirm to me this was the lower low. Obviously, pure confirmation will be once we break that last lower low. So yeah, I mean, ETH's looking amazing. And look, it's still rallying and still going parabolic. I would not be FOMOing longing this right now, even with the daily firing off. I would personally be waiting for a pullback, a retest, and that acting as a major spring, while then that ties into Bitcoin dominance, SFPing, and bearish retesting. If you're not positioned, that's what I would do. I wouldn't touch ETH right here. Again, you don't want to be the guy longing the higher high break, and then we logically form a higher low. And I mean, that pullback could literally be a 4% move down. So I don't want to hold a 10x long there if I'm going to lose 40% of my trade. So yeah, I mean, ETH is looking amazing. As long as we really hold above 3,300 now, I'm going to be looking at that as bullish consolidation. You can see for the first time now, the daily is about to reclaim the median. Again, just ties into why you should expect some kind of pullback here, some kind of retest of the median. That's why there's no reason to FOMO or feel anxious that you're missing out on a trade. And just remember that once we get up to this $3,600 zone, that's going to be a major spot for ETH. That's either going to be what takes us very quickly all the way up to 4,300 or 4,000 zone, or we're going to just simply reject here. And then bears are really going to start looking at this as the next major lower high on the weekly on ETH spot. So that 3,600, it makes sense. It's TP2. I would be watching that very carefully. Just like here, we rejected. Just like here, nice move. SFP aggressively went down. Here, we rejected. Here, we rejected. And then here, we put it in the top. We're now at the end. So, I would expect lots of fuckery before we really start firing off this volatility, especially in the weekly and monthly. But as it stands, I mean, it's looking like the Academy got a really good long so far. And, you know, now ETH is up over $400 almost from entry. So to me, I'm actually pretty happy about this. And I'm actually looking like, it's actually looking like ETH might be doing something different now that we haven't seen in a while. So, yeah, that's really it. I mean, good monthly close, beautiful daily today. We'll just have to see if we get that pullback maybe into the weekend. That would make sense. You know, getting the weekend flush, trapping late longs would just put in a lot of structure, bearish structure for Bitcoin dominance and bullish structure for ETH. So yeah, I mean, I think I hit everything. Volatility is expanding on the daily here. ETH BTC, ETH did shift its daily trend today, which is amazing. So yeah, watch for the higher low. I mean, that's really it. You're just now as a bull going to gauge the higher low, and you're going to be watching the weekly to reclaim that EMA 9. And once this EMA 9 on the weekly gets reclaimed, you're going to want to see that just hold. As long as we hold above the weekly 9, which is most likely going to come in right around that 3,300, it's all good. It's looking great. When ETH does start, let's say, losing, right, because there has to be some kind of like, well, now this isn't looking the best. And to me, it's once ETH starts losing the daily EMA 100, I want this to start holding as support. If this doesn't hold as support, again, then you're just going to have kind of the pressure for bears now to take us all the way back down to 3,100, if not all the way back down to that 2,945 level, which is right around the SMA 200. So if you are trading this and you are in juicy profits, you should just be looking at any kind of retest of the daily EMA 100 as an opportunity to add. And if we start closing dailies below that, like one closure, two closures, I don't see why you would need to just hold along all the way for it to potentially run your stop. So if we start losing this daily EMA 100, I personally am not going to want, really, I'm not going to be looking at it as a bullish sign, because if we just solely focus on that EMA 100 on ETH right now on the daily, generally when we're under it, it's not good. Generally, when we reclaim it and we hold above it, that's what sparks the move up. When we lose it, it's not good. So we start really losing this EMA 100 and this meme line here at 3,300 region. Yeah, I would count that as just, you can just probably front run the stop loss and close the trade and potentially enter around here again with the same exact stop loss as you just had. Because if we start breaking these wick lows, I do think we're going to end up breaking down on ETH. This would then be a major bull trap. This downtrend break would then be invalidated, and it still would keep to the trend, which would be down. But until then, this is looking great. Watch for the higher low. And I do think now the next target will be 3,600 on ETH, which is pretty massive still. Breaking 3,600, that's when, in my opinion, the fun will begin. And we actually potentially could start seeing that monthly contract into February, March, and then possibly in the late March, April, could start seeing ETH actually go parabolic. So yeah, it's looking quite nice though. That's all I really have on ETH. You're just now as a bull waiting to see where the daily goes and where this higher low is formed. I do think the higher low though will be formed wherever this median is. So if this median comes down right around this support zone, wherever this EMA 100 is, I do think that's going to be really wise to be looking at that as an opportunity. If you're not long from 3,070, and you can use Bitcoin dominance, like I've been saying, to help you, long ETH. It was very easy to me to give the Academy long on ETH. I know I've said very kind of a lot that I don't really want to touch alt as long as we're under 366, and that is true. But when I'm waiting for a level like Bitcoin dominance hitting this, and we're now at here, and I know exactly where I'm wrong, it is worth the punt on Ethereum. And so that did play out nicely. Use Bitcoin dominance, ETH BTC, to help trade ETH. And that'll be that. I mean, it's very simple. So watch for the next higher low. That's probably going to come in right around wherever that median and daily EMA 100 goes to. My bet is it's going to come in right around 3,300. There, I want to see that hold. And if that can hold, then I do think the next move will be 3,650. That's going to be a major spot for Ethereum, though. I would not be longing this before we get confirmation that this is breaking out. And confirmation of that will be a reclaim of this, volatility on the weekly actually firing off, and just holding above this zone. If for any reason we pop back under this, even on a daily close, I'm going to be looking at that as a major SFP. But until then, ETH is looking like it's going to actually go up to $3,600 within by February. So congratulations, Academy. It's a great long year in, because that to me seems like we're actually about to possibly make life-changing money on ETH. I'm very happy if I can catch an 18, almost 19% move with leverage. So yeah, not bad. It's actually welcoming to see that, bulls stepped in right on the back of FOMC. They literally did get that green dildo, held the EMA 34. So it was looking rocky there, but we did get the green dildo. So Bulla Jesus saved us again.
We fucking did it, boys. You absolutely did. You absolutely did. Thank you. That's fucking awesome.
Excuse me, Mr. RFK, while I have a sip of poison.
Do not drink that Coca-Cola. No. No. No.
I'm melting.
I'm out of there. Okay.
I have never seen any type of people who drink as much Coca-Cola as Mexicans, though.
Oh, dude, it's in our fucking blood. That and bread, which is the worst thing. My grandma, not once in her fucking life she worked out. She would drink Coca-Cola all fucking day and night, and she would just eat bread morning, lunch, and dinner like crazy.
Yeah. In America, they have the 2-liter bottles. Over here in Mexico, they don't fuck around. They got 2.5 liters. They got 3 liters, 3.5 liters.
Jugs.
We were at my like a small little family dinner at my girlfriend's house. Like only like one friend came over and a friend's mom, and they went through almost 2 bottles of 3-liter of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it's just traditions, dude. Fucking traditions. We're doing Bitcoin right now.
But I mean, just talking about ETH real quick, it is looking kind of interesting. I mean, especially with the monthly contracting, it is going to be interesting to see where that goes into February. Possibly see that actually start moving out, like monthly volatility expanding out of that zone, maybe in late February or early March. Just would be funny if we, if it just tied in with that channel reaching kind of the end of it.
It's a nice little head and shoulders. This chart has a lot of inverse head and shoulders in different temporalities, but I think in different time frames. But I do think this one, the weekly and the daily, are pretty cool. This one has a target of, because basically this is put on that meme line, right? So let's just assume the breakout is here. Target's $5,800.
Wow.
That's on the weekly. On the daily, which is interesting too. Let's give it 39 hours. There we go. On the daily is a dirty one, but it's there. So it's 1 second. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, right? You see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's connect the motherfucking dots. See the breakout? Now. And this is science, guys. Anyone watching, just know you can take this to church, go to the bank and tell Alejandro showed me the... there you go.
Right to almost 4,000.
Yeah. Almost the 4,000 mark. So I do think, just like to add to what you were saying...
I was muted. What was your number? My level is 5877.
50, yeah, it's 50. That was literally for the weekly inverse head and shoulders. And then on this one, just to add to what you were saying, Alex, yeah, this could just go to here, and this could be the retest.
Yeah,
right?
It could.
But I think there's a higher chance of us going like here, so that everyone feels absolutely fucked one more time and then going.
Exactly. I mean, it's
the
totally
traditional.
Right. Totally an ETH is characteristic to do that on a weekend. And then gauging Bitcoin dominance to just be a bearish retest with the SFP. So everything takes time with trading. And that's why majority is just waiting and patiently waiting for that. But I mean, if you do get that bearish retest, ETH does get the higher low, then that's where our conviction comes in. We're like, oh, wait, no, we're waiting for this. And then it makes the trade so much easier.
100%. 100%. No, that was great, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get to We're gonna do Bitcoin right after Bitcoin. There's a lot of Oh wow, look at the Bitcoin. Everybody's got the Bitcoin. They love their Bitcoin.
We're once again having fun.
Are you boys having fun with your Bitcoin?
We're having a lot of fun.
I'm just losing my mind over here by myself. All right, here we go. Here we go. Aquí vamos, damas y caballeros. Tenemos a Ethereum. Vamos, hay varias cosas que podemos ver y analizar en Ethereum que se me hacen interesantes, sobre todo si estamos aprendiendo trading estos días. Vamos a empezar, obviamente, temporalidades altas y ahorita indicamos las partes interesantes. Uno, estás viendo que Ethereum tiene un problema comparado con Bitcoin, por ejemplo, con Solana. Ese problema es que no hemos logrado hacer un alto más alto que este, lo que nos lleva a pensar que podríamos tener un ciclo de 8 años como el que vimos en XRP, ¿no? Que tuvimos ese parte de en medio, y es más, se los voy a enseñar para que, por si estás entrando y nunca habías visto, podríamos pensar que estamos en esta parte del... por eso había puesto esto. Podríamos pensar que estamos en esta parte del ciclo de Ethereum, ¿no? En justamente la de en medio, donde haces todos estos altos, te rechaza y vuelves a ir para abajo. Porque a fin de cuentas, ahora ya entiendo esa línea, porque a fin de cuentas es lo que ha pasado. Lo que sí es que Ethereum no mamó haciendo bajos acá, ¿no? Así de como XRP, que parecía que ni siquiera estaba subiendo. Ethereum sí ha tenido una subida bastante agresiva en cuanto a bajos se refiere, más altos. Y eso es alcista. Ahorita estamos en indecisión porque has creado bajos más altos, pero no altos más altos, que es lo que hace a todo el mundo no estar en lo claro en la jugada. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho y hecho, tenemos esta vela que va a cerrar en dos meses, un día y todavía falta. Pueden ver que Ethereum está bajo este triángulo de presión, pero algo que vale la pena ver es cuando ves este tipo de acción junto a una línea de resistencia en diagonal, normalmente cada una de estas es una tocada de puerta. Estás tocando una puerta y cada vez que la tocas tienes más chance de romperla. Esto nos hace pensar que esto tranquilamente podría ser algo así y dar ese salto a la alza rompiendo esa puerta y llevándonos a máximos históricos. Ahora, estamos muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 21, lo que nos dice que estamos en absolutamente tendencia alcista. También lo interesante de esta tabla en Ethereum es que estamos contrayendo volatilidad al punto más bajo de toda la historia para que nos dé la mayor cantidad de fuerza para apoyar el movimiento que se dé a la dirección que se vaya a dar. Eso es bastante bueno para nosotros, tíos. I'm gonna mute you, Mr. Garlic Bread, because I just heard everything you just moved there. I'm sorry. Es lo que estamos viendo acá en la trimestral. Vamos a ver la mensual rápidamente. Mensual es un poco de lo mismo, lo pueden ver acá. Y acá estás básicamente haciendo, aquí hay muchas cosas que puedes medir, porque aquí lo que estás haciendo es un mini patrón de, a ver, damas y caballeros, todos lo hemos platicado. Aquí hay dos patrones importantes. ¿Cuáles puedes ver en este momento? Y ahí te va. Uno, de acá a acá es una tasa. Y acá es donde vendría la consolidación y después el putazo al alza. ¿Queremos medir este movimiento al alza con esto? Fácil. Nuestro objetivo lo vamos a crear con una línea de tendencia, lo vamos a poner en la parte alta de la tasa y lo vamos a conectar con la parte más baja en línea recta, ¿ok? Y eso es acá. Si esto se llega a dar y digamos que rompemos a la alza acá, el objetivo que tendríamos son $6,000 en Ethereum. $6,000. Y esto es en la mensual. ¿Ok? Eso es una. ¿Qué otro tipo de patrón pueden ver acá, aunque no está tan desarrollado? Hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Y esto, ¿cómo lo pintas? Esto básicamente lo vas a agarrar del primer hombro, en donde va la parte más baja, al segundo hombro, que es esta parte. Entonces lo conectas de acá a acá. Una vez que rompas esta línea a la alza, vas a tener un movimiento agresivo, ¿ok? Este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso. O se identifica como alcista, como quieran, ¿no? Depende de qué políticas te gusten. Esto tiene otro objetivo de $6,000. Interesante. El hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso. Y ahorita van a ver por qué es interesante, ¿ok? ¿Están listos? Voy a empezar también, ahora que están viendo la mensual. Espérame, que la cagué ahí. Ok, ahora que están viendo la mensual, pueden ver, estamos bastante por encima de nuestros promedios como se debe, todo bien, ahí se ve todo perfecto. Nuestra volatilidad mensual, como dijimos, va bajando, va a buscar ese 15%, que es el punto más bajo de la tabla, va a su tercer encuentro con esta línea meme en diagonal, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento agresivo que se está cocinando. ¿Ok? Voy a poner el HPDR rápidamente para que vean algo que tiene confluencia con otra cosa que van a ver ahorita. La primera, ¿dónde estamos viendo la media en la mensual de Ethereum? La media está aquí en la zona azul. Está en los 4,660. Acuérdense de ese número, que es justamente aquí, ¿no? Que son los cierres, el cierre más alto que tuvo que ha tenido en este periodo de ciclo, por ahora Ethereum. Acuérdense solamente de eso, ¿ok? 4,660. Básicamente 4,625 es nuestro 61.8%. Estamos por encima de la media en la de 2 semanas. Estando por encima en la media, nos debería dar una vuelta a esta zona de los 3,664. Eso haría que rompiéramos una vez más la tendencia que hemos tenido bajista acá. ¿No? Todo esto por acá. Y esto te debería de dar mínimo un empujón a esta zona después. Eso es lo que debería de pasar una vez que recuperes la parte alta del 38.2%, que va a ser 3,658, que coincide con el breakout de la línea roja. Eso te llevaría al 50% y de ahí al 68%, que también te confirma el segundo breakout. Esto es como pum, 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 en cuanto a golpes de objetivos, ¿ok? En esta temporalidad, la volatilidad está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio, lo puedes ver muy, 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 muy poco, ¿no? No se ve tan bien, pero ahí está. Semanal, interesante. Aquí es donde la semanal se empieza a poner chida, porque la semanal y nuestros objetivos empiezan a tener correlación con diferentes cosillas. Uno, nuestra parte alta de la zona azul está en los 5,000. Esta va a cerrar en 2 días y 8 horas. Si podemos aguantar acá, vamos a ir a darnos una vuelta a la zona azul y nuestro primer objetivo van a ser estos 4,281, que es justamente donde está la media, pero tenemos que ver a dónde se mueve en el próximo cierre. Esto es en la semanal, y en la semanal también quiero quitar el HPDR y poner esto en frente de ustedes, ¿no? Que era el hombro, cabeza, hombro que se está formando inverso también en esta temporalidad, lo pueden ver. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Eso es lo que sería, ¿no? Para la semanal. Y aparte, además, estás retomando el promedio del 9 en tu tabla semanal. Bastante bueno. Quieres cerrar definitivamente arriba de 3,344. Espérame, estoy pintando. Y volatilidad está contrayendo una vez más, perdón. Volatilidad está contrayendo una vez más. Estamos llegando a crear otro setup de volatilidad abajo el 15%. Uy, sería una belleza si se llega a dar así como esta. Pero ahí está Ethereum en esto. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. Tienes el 9 por acá. No, el cruce, sí lo tienes, pero viene desde aquí abajo. Vienes a la alza. Y ahora vienes a buscar a meterte en esta zona de los 3,500, es lo que sigue. Algo positivo que estamos viendo en la correlación entre cripto, digamos, entre Bitcoin y Ethereum, es simplemente que Bitcoin está solamente arriba 0.42%, Ethereum está arriba 5%. Esto podría ser la primera señal que nos da de que se viene la temporada de alts, todo el mundo va a comprar NFTs, luego los van a tirar, luego van a llorar que por qué nadie hace nada, luego van a comprar todas las monedas memes, luego van a venderlas porque nadie hace nada, y regresaremos a la misma locura de cripto como siempre, damas y caballeros, y nos divertiremos mucho, después nos enojaremos mucho, después otra vez más regresaremos, y después, no, todo se sigue repitiendo. Esto es en la semanal. Y les quiero poner la diaria. Déjame rápido, voy a la de 5 días. 5 días, pongo el HPDR rápido. La volatilidad está contrayendo en esto, todavía no está por encima de nada, pero está en niveles bajos, está en 15%, está por debajo del promedio, todavía no hay nada que reportar. Continúa contrayendo. Ahora, atentos. Estamos justamente peleando por retomar en 4 días y 8 horas la media. La media está en 3,446 en la de 5 días. Una vez que retomemos eso, si lo podemos retomar, si lo retomamos y cerramos por encima de, vamos a tener un viaje a la parte alta de la zona azul, que son 4,000. Esos 4,000, pues como puedes ver en toda tu tabla también y tus niveles, nos daría el breakout oficial para dar continuación a la alza a diferentes objetivos. El 78.6% es siguiente y eso está en 5,437. Ethereum tiene cara de ganador, el hijo de perra. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria estamos viendo un poco... ok, esto es lo que les quiero enseñar también en la diaria. Un segundo. En la diaria también tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y este tiene un diferente objetivo y ahora lo van a ver. Este hombro, cabeza, hombro es básicamente hombro, cabeza, hombro. Esto quiere decir, voy a conectar el cuello por acá agresivamente y este es tu breakout, ¿ok? Justamente acá. ¿Cómo voy a medir el movimiento? Voy a ir a la parte más baja de precio, a la parte de acá en línea recta, donde toca y ponerlo justamente donde tuvo el breakout. Y eso nos pone en los 3,900. Estando aquí ya en los 3,900, empiezas a ver toda la correlación con esos objetivos de 4,000 en el HPDR. Y también lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto no vaya simplemente a tener un breakout potente. Otra cosa que me fascina de lo que estoy viendo en la diaria es que todos mis promedios están acá. Todos. Y cada que veo eso, sé que el movimiento va a ser explosivo. Ahora, para apoyar eso, en la diaria también tenemos expansión de volatilidad que comienza, que viene por debajo del 15% y está ahora por encima del promedio en esta vela verde que se está dando en este momento. Eso nos dice que Ethereum tiene cara de ser muy alcista. Pero lo que creemos, una vez más acá en la diaria, es básicamente esto, que este breakout que ya tuvimos, que estás viendo justamente ahorita, pueda hacer esto, venir a retestear acá para poder sacar a todo el mundo que se metió tarde y después dar tu movimiento. Esta sería la zona de oportunidad. Si ya entraste en el long que mandamos, en la alerta, en la señal que mandamos en el eTrading Academy, te metiste, ya estás en TP1, ya sacaste una lana y ves que esto baja acá, aquí la oportunidad es poder agregar a tu posición cuando baje. Ahora, pierdes el promedio del 9 en los 3,252 y ahí cortas esa posición, esa entrada, porque esto debería de aguantar. Esto es básicamente lo que vimos con Rivian, ¿no? Que les había enseñado antes, donde tienes el breakout y después viene siempre a retestear una vez más donde se rompe. ¡Pum! Retesteo. ¡Pum! Retesteo. Ahora, Rivian lo está haciendo por otras cosas, pero lo está haciendo. ¿Cuál era? Ethereum, perdón. Ethereum. Así que ahí lo tienes. Ethereum se ve muy alcista. Lo único que no queremos es que empecemos a perder los promedios, el promedio del 9. Queremos aguantar tu promedio del 9, promedio del 9, promedio del 9. Se trata justamente de eso. Simplemente aguantando esa zona, no perdiéndola en temporalidad diaria, en la semanal también, que es lo que estamos buscando. Y solamente déjame ver dónde estamos en la mensual, porque la mensual cierra justamente. La mensual estamos muy por encima del precio, está en 3,116. La mensual está a punto de cerrar, para que sepan. Y este cierre, la mensual, es en 7 minutos, 7 horas y 28 minutos. Obviamente nos encantaría que pudiera cerrar por encima de esta línea meme en los 3,593, pero cerrando donde está, no cambia absolutamente nada, solamente está espantando a la gente pensando que está haciendo un bajo más bajo, pero si ves toda la tabla en todas las temporalidades, viendo la dominancia de Bitcoin, simplemente no pudiendo lograr un alto histórico, viendo lo corto que se está quedando Bitcoin comparado con el movimiento de Ethereum, diríamos que esta fiesta está a punto de comenzar. A punto de comenzar. Se está entrando el DJ, están entrando los meseros, todavía no llegas, faltan 2 horas para que los invitados lleguen, están sacando los vasos, los platos, etcétera. Atentos. Eso es Ethereum. All right. Vamos a Bitcoins.
Time for the Chinese Bitcoins.
Time for your Chinese Bitcoins. These Chinese people, they're so mean. They're so mean to me. People always ask me-
25% Chinese tariff on every Bitcoin. Price
There's
goes up
gonna-
25%.
Well, it's going to be a 100% tariffs on Chinese things, right? That's
Oh, I
the
don't know.
that's the threat.
Is
Yeah,
it?
yeah, that's the threat. Yeah.
All right, so then it
There's
goes to
100%.
$200,000.
There you go. Nice and easy. Keep it simple.
George was right. He said tomorrow.
He's always Bitcoin's about to break out, guys. Guys, a big move's coming. I don't know what direction. Big move.
This whiskey is about to break out from this bottle into my gut.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna break out. I'm gonna tell you what else is gonna break out. And if you don't believe me, ask my wife.
The Louis C.K.
Get to the Bitcoin, sir. I'm gonna do a few push-ups because I'm old.
I'll do the quarterly on Bitcoin. So the quarterly still has that same target since we're above this candle's close at 93,466 of at the very least reconnecting with the median. And right now the median sits at 118,888. So that gives us probabilities that by the end of March we will get at least a test of 118,888, which is even from this point still quite the move up. Back then it was almost 20%. Now it is about 13% to the upside. That is still a sizable move, and probabilities are that we hit that area by the end of March as long as we're closing above 93,466. And right now momentum is flipped up on the quarterly, just about to break back into the positive area from being negative and strongly in the bearish control zone, and volatility is coming from 0%, almost 0%. The last time we ever had this setup was way back over here. Oh, not even here, where volatility was that low. That was about right here, right when price was sitting somewhere about $748 before we went to the all-time highs of $19,804. The other comparable time, volatility was not nearly as low, and that was from about $3,800 towards $61,700. So we have the same setup as that, where momentum is breaking back into positive from the bearish control zone, but we have the volatility setup that we did back in the 2017 cycle, where we went from about $700 to $20,000, almost $20,000. That's quite the setup we've got there. Momentum is flipping back around after almost touching the bearish control zone. We went lower on momentum than we did in these highs here, making a significantly higher high. I mean, a higher low, which makes hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly as well. From the lows of the 2019, 2018 bear market, and then the lows of the FTX collapse in that bear market. Could you argue that this much of a move has a divergence played out? 555? Maybe, maybe not, because this is a quarterly chart. The only other time we have a comparable divergence was, we count from this low, and this time we had 1,977% to the upside. So you could argue that it has played out because we've gotten a pretty nice sized move, but it's nowhere near the amount of move that we got from there. So maybe it does take us towards somewhere around this 38.2 once it steps down. I'm not saying this number until it steps down. Right now it's at $219,000. I want to see it step down to like 160s. That would also fit my bias, and it would save me from saying a ridiculous number. I don't want to be that guy who says $200,000 at the top.
Been there, done that.
On the monthly, we are getting a similar setup to the upside, where we're crossing back over the moving average for the first time since our lows of about $24,000 before we got the initial Hamas setup towards $73,000. The same setup now, volatility is coming from the same place, just below 10% at 6.8%, while the jewel is curving back around, giving us a buy signal, giving us more probabilities to the upside while we're over the median. Median's at 99,544. Close over the median takes us towards the 38.2%. Right now, that sits at 163,500. Settle down, George. On the 2-week, momentum is just about to flip back up over the moving average. Volatility is on the edge of just about to flip back up. What we want to see is for ideal confirmation is a close over this weekly 2-week 38.2. Got 2 days, 8 hours to go. Eternity in cryptocurrency land. Plus, a lot of the big massive breakouts do like to happen over the weekend. So if we close over this 38.2% at $110,064, high probability, since we're coming from somewhere around 30% on our volatility, we could go somewhere around the 50%. Right now, that's at just over 120,000 at 124,600. Into pretty wild numbers. Weekly is also very close to expanding, getting close to that moving average. Volatility is now over the moving average. Jewel is curving around right within the bullish control zone, just about to lose. It's losing its sell signal, about to get the buy signal. Want to see it? Oh fuck. Want to see it close ideally over this candle's close to continue towards the median. Right now, this candle's closes at 102,600. We get a close over that, then we have a high probability of going towards the median right now, which is at 112. Close to our quarterly median as well. What was it, monthly? Yeah, the quarterly. Friday is basically the same setup as weekly, except the jewel is already starting to give the buy signal and break back into the bullish control zone. That's quite nice. Last time we broke back into the bullish control zone was right over here, right there, when price was at about $62,000. Then we went towards $108,000. A lot of comparable setups. I bet I had to drink some Coke Zero. Mouth is getting dry. On the 2-day, we are getting. On the 2-day. Damn, I see him at my windows. On the 2-day, we are getting a rejection of the median. Right now, and it's not the best looking candle. It is as of now a doji. You don't want to see a doji after a strong bounce. You want to see continuation. So hopefully, ideally for the bull's sake, we can close this weekly over, or this 2-day candle over 106,735. Not that much higher from where we are right now. It's like, how much of a percentage-wise higher? Let's see. Fuck. Like 2% higher than where we are right now. If bulls can muster together any type of testosterone within the next day and 8 hours to get us to close over that, then even the lower time frames will shift in their favor, and we very likely go towards $114,000. Right now, this can still be considered a momentum reset as long as it's above like negative 20, 25. Below there, then it's likely to test the bottom of the 38.2%, which is below $98,000. Actually, no, my bad. It's at $101,000. I was looking at the 50%. That would be the area where bulls would absolutely want to step in to make hold this wick low, because if you lose this low, then you're likely going to test this bottom low. Once that $89,000 low is tested again, probably breaks down. So what we want to do is either close above this median, or have the median move down and hold it as support, or worst case scenario, hold $101,000 if we're still bullish. Gotta throw in that if we're still bullish. Daily is giving basically the same thing. Rejection of the median on the first try around. Still holding this 5 EMA on a pullback. As long as we're holding that, not really a threat of coming back down to the 38.2. But if you lose that, then that's the area where bulls would absolutely have to step in, or we're probably going to retrace most of this pump. And on the daily, it's at 102,588. Where if we can continue to the upside, continue closing green over 104,742. Momentum probably very likely shifts back into the positive area. Then we can get another try of the median. And if we close over that, that takes us towards 110.11. That would also be new all-time highs, by the way. 4 hours, not looking the best. We're rejecting, after flipping back up, rejecting positive, rejecting the moving average. Probably makes its way into the bearish control zone with volatility shifted up. Lines with probabilities of closing the 4 hour below the 38.2%. That's at 104,688. Close below there, 21 has been tested several times. Makes it a lot more probable that it will come back down and test the 55. And this is the area where if we want to not retrace most of this move, we're gonna have to bounce there. So we sweep these lows, take the liquidity there, make this the macro higher low, and then continue upwards, or else most of this rally is likely to retrace. This 55 sits at 103,560. So I guess if you're not in this trade already and you're sitting on the sidelines, you could use 103,000, like 103,500, 103,450 area as a entry point, and then you would just put your stop loss at this wick low at 101,350. Not
Just
that bad. Not that.
just
Sorry?
a small stop loss of 8%.
Yeah, not too bad. That's about 2%. And then your probability to the upside would be from there. Current all-time highs, you got about 5%. So that's 2. And then if the 5-day setup were to play out, I guess scroll out. Fuck tiny, that's like 30%. Not bad, yeah, I don't know bad. And as of right now, we are getting a bounce. So the idea of the pullback all the way that low to that 55 EMA would be if we close below this 38.2%. Right now, that level is at 104,688. We got 3 hours to go. It wouldn't take that much for the bears to push us down below there by that point, especially since momentum is breaking its way close to the bearish control zone. Jules losing the bullish control zone on a sell signal makes it kind of likely that we will close below there and retest that area. This would be the ideal entry. Well, the ideal entry was at 98, but if you missed that. Ding! Cordy still has that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Active as long as we're closing above 58,890. And continuation to the upside if we close a quarterly candle above 108,287, which is our previous all-time highs. That would send us up towards the critical zone. As of right now, the critical zone sits at 169,138. Previously, it was at 161, and then it beautifully went up to 169. Monthly has possible bearish divergence between these two highs right here. Only confirmed if we close a monthly below, 91,186. If we do that, then I'm going to be on the side that we're probably in a bear market, because every single time previously we've had bearish divergence, the monthly confirmed, we were in an extended bear market. Probabilities that doesn't happen is that the jewel's already giving a buy signal and it's above the pink, and it's very likely to make its way into the critical zone. Confirmation for monthly expansion to the upside for the next girthy green dildo would probably be above same area, 108,287. Got 7 hours and 15 minutes to go. It would be very, very cool / doperino if the bulls can close today over 108,287. That would hit TP1 on our Academy loan. 2-week also has possible bearish divergence. It's not confirmed unless we close below 91,384, same area as the monthly. Where if that confirms, very likely the monthly also confirms, and then that takes us to our bear market. On the weekly. 5 days got that Hamas setup just about to fire off, just on the verge of firing off. On this next chart, we'll look at the momentum pivot. Right now, we're at about 10% volatility after coming down to 3 periods of 0%, while the jewel is curving back around. Fuck it. Hey. Jewel's curving back around, breaking back into the bullish control zone, and giving us a buy signal. I said sell by accident. Let's see last comparable time. The jewel flipped back around within the bullish control zone, and then the pink crossed back over the yellow. Let's draw with the vertical line with that. Very cool. Quite nice. Pretty respectable move of about 42% to the upside. That's basically the average move of the 5-day. 35%, a little bit above that. So if you were to count from our current all-time highs, (35% to 42%), that take us to about $148,000 towards $155,000. So anywhere between $147,000 to $155,000 based on that 5-day setup once it does fire off. And the probabilities are now slightly higher in the favor of the bulls because we do have a buy signal on the jewel that's breaking back into the bullish control zone. 3-day has active hidden bullish divergence as long as we're above. We could use this low actually, 97,738. That's why the Academy long has a stop loss of 97,300. It's slightly below this wick low, but not enough to get, not close enough to get stopped out on a liquidity run, but close enough to where your loss wouldn't be that massive and you would get stopped out if it actually is going to reverse. Confirmation to the upside on that divergence is going to be closing above 106,466 on a 3-day. That would take us towards the critical zone. Right now, critical zone sits at 153,900. Nothing here. There's a little bit of inverse head and shoulders on this RSI on the 2-day. That would take us towards the critical zone, and that would be at about 138,814. And you would have to close above 107,114 to get the measured move off that inverse head and shoulders. Nothing on this one. Nope. Aside from the volatility setup that we have, 3% volatility. It'll be easier to see on the momentum chart. And nothing on that one. Ding.
We're going to change it to
What is that from?
RFK.
Oh. Sounds like he's dying.
Hang on. There you go.
It's funny how he's all on that health shit, and both Trump and Elon love the fuck out of Diet Coke.
He even said, he was like, my boss loves to eat McDonald's. I don't have a problem. If you want to eat McDonald's, you go out there and eat McDonald's. But I want you to know what's in McDonald's before you eat it.
All right, so the quarterly momentum is to the upside. Volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been in on Bitcoin history. And we're going to break into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 60,560. We really don't have to talk about. I just like to talk about it because it's funny. The 6-month is now flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and we're pointed up with expanding volatility as long as we're below $30,100. Quite the drop. I believe if we went back to $30,100, probably going to break below 15,000. Probably. Maybe a little quick correction to 0 and then back up to 300,000.
Hang on. If we break what? We're going to 15,000?
If we go all the way down to 30,100, we're very likely going to break below 15,000.
Oh.
It's going to break all that structure that we made.
Everything. Yeah.
And then we probably get a quick correction to 0.
Just a super quick one, though.
Yeah, just quick V correction to 0 and then back to $300,000. Imagine how many bids there are at 1 cent. Probably never goes to 0.
I for real can't even imagine. Like, imagine just at $100. Like, you'll never get it. Just for that alone.
Everybody's gonna front run you.
Yeah, unless I would think so.
Monthly's got volatility set up where we came pretty close to 15%, not quite, just about like 18-20%. Now we're expanding on volatility. Last time we had monthly volatility expansion was off of our original Hamas setup in 2023. And we're flipping back up within the critical zone. That's right at the edge of the critical zone. We're pointed up above $90,600. 2 week is now just on the edge of flipping down. We got 2 days and 8 hours to go. If we close over $105,980, basically $106,000, momentum will remain to the upside. Volatility will remain to the upside, and that gives us high probabilities of that 5-day firing off. And that, with the measured move, takes us somewhere about $147,000 to $155,000. The weekly is now basically fully reset on volatility. It's at 13% now after going all the way up to somewhere about 80%. From here is where the weekly setup will likely fire off. Momentum right now is to the upside. We're bouncing at the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 97,270, giving probabilities that volatility does expand from here. It's an 85% chance that this is going to play out to the upside. And this one is even more of a move than the 5-day setup gives. 5-day setup is 30 to 35%. That brings us up to that 155 area. If you do about 42%. 5-day right here is at that 10.3% area, less than 5% more to go before we've confirmed the volatility expansion. And right now the 5-day is starting to flip back up too within the bullish control zone, flipped up as long as we're above 103,100. So as of right now, if volatility goes up a little bit higher, just 4% more, 4 point something percent more, 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move from where price action is. 3-day is already firing off on that setup at 42%, pointed up above 103,905. Gonna make its way into the critical zone too. 2-day expanding volatility from volatility setup below 15%, flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, flipped up as long as we're above 103,160. And if you were to apply the statistics from the 2-day when it started expanding, it's right about this candle here. Come on, 99,000. Apply 20 to 25% from there. That brings us to about 125,800. Very close to my little green meme line right there. Once that 2-day takes us any higher than basically our current all-time highs, 5-day is going to be firing off too. And then the 5-day has it set up, and then the weekly has it set up, which basically, if you were to summarize that in one word, higher. Daily has a setup now available too. We dropped below 15% all the way down to almost 0% at like 2%, 3%. Now we're starting to expand again, getting over the moving average. Very, very close to firing off a daily volatility setup. And daily will flip up if we can close today in 7 hours above 105,860. That's going to put every single time frame in aligned, basically all the stars and the planets aligned for hitting that meme line at 129. Then the 5-day takes over, weekly takes over, probably goes to 150. Four hours now reset on volatility, and we're very, very close to flipping that back up after getting a little bit of a correction towards this 21 EMA. We will flip back up to 4 hour in 3 hours if we close above 105,350. Basically about $300 from where we are right now. That would flip 4 hour back up, firing off a 4 hour volatility setup probably takes us to our current all-time highs. 5-day now then kicks in, and then so on towards about, I'm sorry to say this, 150s, maybe a correction there, and then the divergence target of 169. Sorry to be George. The way to negate that is if we close a 2-week below 91,180, because then the 2-week will confirm bearish divergence, which then very likely the monthly confirms bearish divergence below 91,180, and then very likely we're in a bear market.
Wow. Hopefully not. Hopefully we're not, because I haven't noticed.
It'd be pretty swell if we're not.
Yeah, it'd be very swell if we're not in a bear market. Absolutely. Alex, you're doing Bitcoin, and then after we got Rivian and Palantir, so that you guys can pick.
I'll take Palantir.
Okay.
I'm going to take a quick Pisseroonie as well.
Nice.
So that you what?
I said I'm going to take a quick Pisseroonie as well.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Nice. Yeah, we'll jump right into it. So, yeah, Bitcoin is still looking very good to me. There's not really much to update. We were always talking about above 99,300 to 99,600, depending on the exchange you look at, is bullish consolidation. On the Discord before FOMC, we actually identified this channel here. It's very obvious, just higher lows, just more representation. But we understood also that the 4 hour was giving us a volatility setup. So theoretically, we should have seen some kind of dump or bounce. So here we got the breakout. One thing to note about this 4 hours, we're solidly in a now silver cross. The silver cross occurred yesterday, I believe, or 2 days ago, actually, on the 29th. And so what we see now is on the 4 hour, very low time frame. You can see we're just simply basing off the 4 hour EMA 9, perfect silver cross retest, while the 4 hour again is giving us another volatility setup. Remember this was a nice breakout on a 4-hour, of course. I mean, 102,000 all the way up to 106,000. It's not too bad. We still have the bias that Bitcoin is going to go up. Just simply based on the 4-hour here, the fact that we reclaimed the 4-hour EMA 9, I'd want to start seeing this hold for us to keep moving up. Let's go now to the daily. The daily too is just looking great. The daily is solidly just respecting that EMA 9 on the daily, but something to note here is into tomorrow or possibly next week, we could start seeing BBWP break above the moving average. This is interesting to me because we understand that volatility is giving us a setup on the daily. We ideally now want this to start firing off. That way, then we can have the 5-day actually. If it wants to load here, if we go to the 5-day chart, you can just simply see anytime. Perfect. The 5-day still giving us a volatility setup. And this 5-day volatility setup's a major one. Remember, there's only ever really 2 to 3 a year that happen. Volatility is direction neutral. So depending on where price is, the levels it's holding, and where it's above, will really determine if this 5-day is going to be bullish or bearish on the expansion. Because remember, once this expands, if Bitcoin's bearish, you're going to get this measured move to the downside. And if it's bullish, you're going to get it to the upside. And so remember, this 5-day setup has an 80% chance of going up 30 to 35%. It's pretty amazing statistics, and that hasn't even fired off yet. And so what this is telling me is, as long as we're above that 5-day EMA 9, this still has a greater chance statistically of breaking up to the upside. We go and throw the HPDR on as well. Something we were talking about, let me delete that log line, and this one was the fact that the 5-day reclaimed that median. And then into last week, we actually retested it, and now we're just solidly above it. So if we get any kind of retest of that daily, a 5-day EMA 9, I'm going to be gauging that as the next low. As long as we don't break this low here that was formed right around 97,700, any kind of dump into this zone is going to be looked at as an opportunity to potentially get long. I personally think that if you're going to be engaging longs here, it's really easy. You just want essentially this low to hold. So if you're going to long Bitcoin based on that day 9, 5-day median, it's really simple. You just simply want your stop around like 97.5. We go back down, we're most likely going to end up going a lot lower. And so that can at least make it easier for bulls to understand kind of where they're wrong. But until then, I mean, Bitcoin still has a greater chance, in my opinion, of going at minimum to that $112,000 level. That $112,000 level is a pretty big zone. And we can see this 38.2% actually ever so slightly went up. So this is sitting right now at 112,600. You can see as long as that 5-day holds above the median, that should take us to wherever the top of the 38.2% is. And remember, we haven't tested the top of the 38.2% in quite a while. Let me just see here. Throughout this whole chop scenario, we haven't really even gotten close to it. We've just, in this scenario here, just been trying to slowly grind up and reclaim that median. So we've done that. So now I want to see if we get any kind of pullback into this weekend. I'm going to just be gauging the $100,600 to $101,000. It's just an opportunity. As long as we're above that 99,600 on the index, I'm going to be gauging that as just bullish consolidation. So right now, I still am on the camp that at minimum, we're going to go to 112,600. I do think, though, that whenever we start seeing this 5-day expand, and remember, we really got that expansion in this scenario here. The statistics are 30 to 35%, but I will say each time we've seen this actually fire off and expand, we've actually have beaten the statistical gain, I guess, for this setup. This one was 61.8%. And if we go back to here, this was the last one. We actually measure this out. Again, this was 66%. So again, we're taking that 60% number. We'll go to the other one after that, or before that, I guess, and measure that one out. That was a 55%. And so the last 3 5-day occurrences that we've gotten this setup, we've actually broken the average. And generally doesn't always have to happen. And so for me, seeing that, I want to just gauge, okay, well, assuming that Bitcoin does end up actually busting and expanding this 5-day, which granted it's very close. And we've also talked about the fact that we're breaking above the 5-day moving average has extreme implications that we're actually going to start seeing this breakout. This is the itchings of a breakout on the 5-day into the next 5-day closes when we actually could start seeing this expand. We start seeing this expand, and we know on average it's a 30 to 35% move. Let's just say it starts expanding once we break the 38.2% on the 5-day. And let's say it only goes up 30%. As I showed though, it generally goes up higher than the 30 to 35%, but that's not always going to happen. And so we're going to play the statistics. And so a 30% move would take us right around 78.6% at $146,000 to $147,000 on Bitcoin. It's pretty massive. Why also that's important is because we also know today that we go to the Binance chart first, you're going to start actually seeing that we're breaking the 38.2%. So the monthly is legitimately breaking out right now, while the moving average on this monthly on BBWP is above the moving average. Remember, we haven't seen that occur since this scenario here where Bitcoin was at the low of 27,000. It got out of the moving average, and we slowly just started to see that move up. It's interesting to see that. We can also see, though, that once we broke the 38.2% on the monthly, which I know there's a lot going on in this chart, but if you just see this blue zone here, you can see how price essentially stayed into it, fell into it. Once it actually broke out from that point, that's actually where the rally really began. I mean, yes, we had a nice move from like 26,000s all the way up to 41,000s, but you can see from that point, this is where we went from the low 40s all the way up to 100,000. Or actually more accurately up to 73s, because you can see we actually popped back into the blue zone. But why this is interesting now is because on the Binance chart, we're breaking that. So, we want to see where these ranges move into February, because what we see, very much like how the 5-day measured move, assuming it breaks the 38.2%, would take us to that $140,000 level. We're also seeing the 61.8% at $131,000. So, around $8,000, $9,000 lower than that 38.2%. Would be very interesting to me is actually start seeing this either move up while we still hold above the 38.2% and seeing this actually reach more close to that 30% move, assuming that starts expanding once we break that 38.2% on the 5-day. So no matter how you look at it right now, Bitcoin is still looking good. And we talked about this when Trump got inaugurated. We were slightly cautious, at the fact that we've never had a Bitcoin president. He's now our president. So we want to see how markets react. Does it sell the news kind of a, vibe or not? And still are, holding really nicely on the 2-day. This is still looking somewhat of like a bull flag. We'd actually want to see this expand soon. To be a bull flag, in my opinion, but this is still looking very good. We can even see that the 2-day is still expanding here. Broke ever so slightly under its moving average, but now it's back above it, and it's only at 42%. So really, I mean, no matter how you look at Bitcoin, it just looks like it's on the verge of breaking out on like the daily or on the monthly. It is in the process of breaking out. And so going to February, this is why I'm still going to be on the camp that February is still going to be a really good month for Bitcoin as it stands. To me, it just simply looks like that low we got at 97,000 was the next higher low. And to me, we were always gauging that, because we know once we get a higher high, you want to always look for the higher low. It always is easy to gauge that higher low on the weekly night. We generally make higher lows near or close to the EMA 9. Another higher low, and here another higher low, and now here potentially another higher low. That's why you're going to repeatedly hear me always talk about the EMA 9, because it's just a cheat code for trading. There's no reason to overcomplicate things. When you have a level that holds and generally likes to make higher lows, might as well make it easier for yourself. And so now what we see is the daily potentially within the next week, assuming that this keeps contracting, it's actually going to start busting out. So that tells me that Bitcoin is just literally consolidating and putting in uptrend structure. I personally think we're still going to see that $111,000 to $112,000 on Bitcoin. And I personally think that that's going to be a major spot for either bears to reject and push us down for that monthly higher low, or for us to actually break out from that point. You can see here that the 50% on the monthly on the Binance chart is right at that $111,000. Why that's important is because if we view that weekly, we see that the median right now is right around $109,000. So, we're slowly seeing these levels, and into next week, this median could move up. Ideally, it moves down, but the way this is looking, it's still looking like it wants to move up. We have the weekly median right there. We have monthly 50% right there, but we also have the 5-day, and this is important. We have the 5-day 38.2% right around 109,000 as well. So seeing this 38.2% move down is bullish to me, because this was currently at around $111,000. We now see that this is at 107,600. And so I personally think if we break out from this point and break the all-time high, we're very quickly going to go up to that $112,000, $113,000. And I personally think if we go back to the index here, because I do think it's it shows it a little better than the Binance chart. And remember why I flip-flop from the index to the Binance chart is because I need my bias to. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's because index has more data. Yeah. No. It's because the index has more data. And so I was actually, confused here, because the 38.2%, I'm always viewing it on the index here. So we shift gears and actually look at that, not on the Binance chart, but the index chart, which technically is more accurate. Let me just see that real fast. You can see here the 38.2% is at that $112,000 level. You can see here on the monthly that we're actually breaking above the median. So remember, we're not fully breaking the 38.2% like we are in the Binance chart. This is why it's important to really gauge what chart you're using to trade on. That's why Farna often says chart the exchange you're trading on, because it does differ a little. But on the index, you see, even here, without breaking the 38.2%, you know that things are starting to shift, because we're actually reclaiming the monthly median. And you see here that we've been under that monthly median for multiple months. It's been, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're on the 7th month that we're possibly going to reclaim that. That's interesting, because even if the Binance chart is still showing that we're breaking out and the median has been reclaimed, it's still telling me that end of February, we're probably going to see some busting action, because even on the index here, if we quickly go here, fix this view, you can see that once we reclaim that monthly median, and assuming we stay above it, this 38.2% could move down close to that $140,000 level. And then watch us actually reclaim the median, and then into February, move up to the 38.2%. I'd love to see this move closer to the $142,000 mark. That way, then, if we go to the 5-day, we then can understand, okay, we start breaking this 38.2%, which remember is at 112,000 right now. Then we know that there's a really good chance this 5-day volatility is going to start expanding. I already did the move, but a 30% move would take us closer to that $140,000 mark. So it would be very interesting to actually see the monthly 38.2% move closer to that point. Another point is on the weekly. You can see here, we're just solidly basing on that 38.2%, holding above 100,000. And you can see each time we hold above that 100,000 mark, or call it 99,600, we always go to the median. We hit it here. We hit it here, and now where is that median at? Well, the median's at $112,437. So that tells me that there's 3 different time frames telling me that the $111,000 to $112,000 on the index. What I was getting confused about is showing it on the Binance chart, but on the index, we're seeing that $111,000 to $112,000 level pop up a lot on the 5-day, the weekly, and the monthly. So not the monthly, no, the weekly, the 5-day. The monthly, though, is potentially going to confirm that we're going to expand into February, depending on if we reclaim the median we hold above the moving average on the monthly here, just like I showed at this point. When Bitcoin got back above the monthly moving average, just slowly started to move up. So here we see that once we reclaim that, I'd want the $100,000 level to hold. And then into February, March, we actually could start seeing Bitcoin go up closer to $140,000 to $160,000, which is pretty insane to start talking about. But that is what we're getting. And that is why when you're often getting these really boring times on the chart, just feel like nothing's really happening. Often that's just when you get the most important setups, because that's where you get the big volatility setups resetting and then actually giving us another one. So no matter how you look at it right now, Bitcoin is still looking good. I'm still in the camp that we are going to see $112,000, $111,000 on Bitcoin. And that is going to be the next big break, in my opinion. You can just see the weekly median. Once we reclaim that, we're going up to $143,000 to $130,000. Nicely ties into our 5-day target. Now let's see how the 2-week looks. The 2-week is actually on the verge of breaking out, which is interesting to see. So if we actually, in my opinion, get any kind of closure, back, call it above $110,000. I do think then if we start getting 2 weeks above that $110,000 mark, which remember this is closing in 2 days, that could be the start of us breaking out, which would line up nicely with what we see on the monthly here. So Bitcoin as a whole is looking great. There really hasn't been too much to update. We've simply just been consolidating. But during this consolidation is really starting to shift the bias for bulls. And I personally just want to start seeing us move from this zone. We easily can come back down to the 101,600 to maybe 100,600. But at that point, I'm going to be gauging the 97,700 as a major higher low. So therefore, if you take any kind of long on any pullback close to that zone, you can have your stop there, because we know that if that doesn't hold, we're probably going to end up coming a lot lower. And lower to me is, closer to $88,000 to $89,000. But until then, this weekly is looking amazing. We perfectly retested the weekly 9, and now all the momentum is with bulls. So you can just see quick bot up, and now we're forming some almost a hammerhead here on the weekly, which is pretty insane. I'd prefer to start seeing this expand and get closer to that $112,000 level. That to me is a pretty major spot. From that point, we're either going to see a major rejection, in my opinion, or we're going to start seeing that get reclaimed, and that's going to be the itchings of a major breakout on Bitcoin.
Oh, I got something for you at that price whenever you're done.
Perfect. So that's Bitcoin. I'm basically done on Bitcoin. We'll quickly just talk about Tether. I already did it, on ETH, but no. Bitcoin dominance I talked. I'll quickly talk about Tether dominance here, because Tether dominance is still very interesting to me. We still see that the weekly 9 is still rejecting. Yes, that we did reclaim the weekly median. So I talked about the scenario where, bears are essentially, because remember, there's an inverse correlation to Tether dominance and Bitcoin. Tether dominance goes down, Bitcoin goes up. And so I talked about this being kind of the only hopium I see for Tether dominant bulls is, well, we did hold above the weekly median and we reclaimed it. And so what we talked about was, we want to start seeing that weekly 9 reject us hard. If it can reject us hard and get back under 4%, that to me will start really looking good for a move back to the 3.79%. And I'm still going to be on the camp that if we go back to that zone, we're just ultimately going to break down and start moving lower. We see the weekly is giving us a volatility setup, and very much like on Bitcoin, the 5-day is starting to expand. We're now retesting the moving average, so we'll have to see. Do we fall back under, or do we bounce off the moving average and really? It's interesting to see, though, because the 5-day is telling us that we are literally in the pre-stages of breaking down, while BBWP is in the pre-stages of breaking out. So this tells me that, Tether dominance right now is still looking like it's on the verge of coming down a lot. And the 5-day is still telling us that it's very bearish. We see the median on the 5-day even went up more, which is funny to see. And this channel we've been in is now starting to break down. So, once we go to that 3.79%, it's a major spot on Tether dominance. Anytime we start losing that 3.79%, generally leads us aggressively down, all the way down to the 2.45%. I do think that if Tether dominance does make that aggressive drop down, we should be really eyeing that zone right around the 2.45, because as the HBR shows us, the 95% is right around the monthly EMA 100. That's a big spot. Even at current price action, that's still a 17% drop. Assuming that doesn't hold, right by the meme line is basically the 100% on the monthly. So you should be gauging at the very least some kind of bounce here, just like each time we go down to that zone, we do end up bouncing. So Tether dominance is still looking like it's on the verge of a collapse, while even the monthly here is possibly in the February going to break back above the moving average, which again tells me that February could be a very good month. Something also to note here is, if you can see this, there's a big difference here on CME versus spot. And this is good. This is telling me right here, you can see that CME is almost $1,000 higher than spot. It's telling me that right now, spot people on more of the
bigger exchanges,
like
the bigger money,
the boomers, the bigger money, they're still buying Bitcoin, and so there is still a premium here. Spot is still bidding, and so that is interesting. So, on Tether dominance here, it's just on the pre-stages of a breakdown. In my opinion, we'll get really good confirmation of that once we get this weekly closed. I just want really simply this weekly to close under 4%. If we can do that, it's really going to just start looking like this is going to come back down to 3.79%. And at that point, we've already hit this multiple times. I don't think this is going to hold again, but we'll have to see when we get there. So that's Tether dominance, still looking very corrective. You can see the daily median is trying to hold us right now. And that's why it's going to be actually interesting to see if Tether dominance can actually start breaking down from this point today. Again, I just want us to not close the weekly above 4%, and ideally this median to either shift up and go closer to the 4%. That way it can solidify it being resistance, or simply for us today to lose this median. If we lose this median, we'll get a very nice target to the 38.2%, which is right at the 3.79. We lose that, then the daily confirms we're breaking down. We have a volatility setup confirming that as well, brewing. And to me, then the next target, would be closer to, at the very least, the 3.5%. That's right where that monthly EMA 100 is. But if it doesn't hold right around that zone, then we're probably going to end up going back down to 2.5%. Remember, we haven't really tested that since 2021. So that'll be a major spot for Tether dominance. This really could correlate nicely with us coming all the way down the 5-day, the weekly on Bitcoin firing off, us going to that $140,000 level. Everyone gets uber bullish, and Tether dominance simply tries to grind out some major bottom here, just like it did before we went bear in 2022, right? Aggressive drop down, made everyone bullish on Bitcoin, found a bottom at the 2.4%, and then this whole move up from that point was our bear market. So if we end up breaking down from here, and we hit the targets that we talk about. Bitcoin does go to $140,000 to $130,000. Tether dominance does break down and come all the way down to here. I'm actually going to then be shifting gears, and you're going to start hearing me have more bearish tone, potentially top, potentially, if not just a major local top on Bitcoin and a major bottom on Tether dominance. But until then, we still have a 5-day setup on Tether dominance. We know that is on average a 30 to 35% move on Bitcoin. Let's say that starts expanding once we lose the 3.79%. A 30% move would take us right around the 2.6%. 35% move would actually take us on target to that 2.44%. And remember, each time I showed you on Bitcoin, the 5-day setup has done greater than 30% the last 3 times in this bull market. So, we'll always be conservative and say 30 to 35%, but the history has shown that the last 3 times this has gone up over 50%. So just a massive zone on Bitcoin and crypto as a whole. Lastly, I'll go to Bitcoin dominance here. Still looking like I said on ETH, where we essentially are still respecting the trend. So the weekly trend is still down. we're getting that rejection. It doesn't mean that Bitcoin's going to top or it's going to go down. It just generally means that things like ETH are actually going to start doing well against Bitcoin, which is great because that is what we'd want to start seeing, you know, especially if like ETH is super duper lagging right now, doing nothing. Bitcoin is still looking amazing. You know, it just ties into my question. Is ETH just going to not do well this cycle and get flipped, or is it just massively lagging? This still is giving me hopium that ETH is massively lagging. We start breaking this weekly, you know, lower high, which is essentially if we get any kind of wick above 59.92%, I'll be very wrong on this. ETH, then my analysis on ETH will probably be wrong on the bounce that I was expecting, the big bounce into February. It will most likely mean that ETH BTC just ends up coming back down to that zone. But until then, I'm still in the camp that Bitcoin dominance is playing out nicely. We're going to get a pullback here. This is going to play nicely into alts and ETH. And it doesn't necessarily mean Bitcoin's going to top or do bad. As you can see here, this weekly is very strong on Bitcoin, while this Bitcoin dominance weekly is very weak. So it doesn't mean that Bitcoin's now going to go down. It just means that money is probably going to start flowing out of Bitcoin. This being an only Bitcoin driven rally is probably going to stop. And I do think ETH is going to start taking the show while Bitcoin still goes up. So, you know, that's kind of been my idea for weeks. I'm still on that idea. And so we'll have to see. And then lastly, I know I said I'd finish on Bitcoin dominance. Just want to see what, you know, Dixie's doing, because I've been looking at that. Let me just turn this rainbow chart off. And so right now, Dixie is still looking like it put in another higher low. We identified basically the trend shift once we took out the last higher low here. We formed a higher low right here. We formed a lower low. Seems like the next higher low was around this zone. We came down, and then we still didn't invalidate the last lower high. So to me now, this is looking like this is the next lower high. This will be confirmed once we break this low here, in my opinion. If we can start breaking this low here on this hammerhead, I'm sure a lot of longs entered here. Simply looks like we're rejecting that EMA 21 still. We break this low, it's going to look like we're losing support. And then that's when we're really going to get our lower low confirmation once we break this $106.96 mark. Still on the camp that Dixie's going to make its way closer to $106.30 over time, of course, but that is still the bias I'm on. And we'll have to really see if this weekly reclaims the 9. If it does, then maybe we go up a little higher before that. But until then, I want to start seeing bears reject this today, get under the $107.63. That way, then we can get good confirmation of us hitting that $106.30 mark. There we should get a bigger bounce. So why am I even talking about Dixie? Well, if Dixie's going to be bearish, again, that could just play well for risk on. So something to watch here. That's all I really have on Bitcoin. I mean, I'm still in the camp. We're going to see 112, 113,000. I still am just patiently waiting for that. I do think that while everyone's kind of just getting bored and there hasn't really been too much action on Bitcoin relative to what we've seen before, I do think that that's just very important. And I'm still going to be on the camp that February is most likely going to be a great month for Bitcoin. So I'll happily get clipped if I'm wrong. We'll have to see. But I am expecting essentially 111 to 112,000 to be the next stop. Once we get to that point, we'll have to really see what the charts say, and you know where that 5-day actually goes to, and you know if volatility is expanded from that point. So yeah, not looking too bad though, honestly.
God fucking damn it! Why does it keep doing this?
It's racist. No other option. No other way.
Well, no. It's a black screen. It's not racist. It's inclusive.
Oh, you're right.
Although it identifies as a white screen, which is really odd. This is what I wanted to show you, Alex.
Yeah.
No, forget about the channel, right? Like you see the channel, like the all-time highs for February 21. We already did that, did the parallel channel. But if we're looking at this, doesn't this look familiar and kind of like something that already kind of play out? Now look.
An America pattern.
And this is an America pattern, son. Let's do this right here. Top. This is cup. And I mean, this is the I've seen lots of beautiful cup and handles. This is one of the most beautiful ones I've ever seen. And then you go connect the lowest point of this shit, which is right here, to this, right?
Cool.
Fucking sweet. Awesome. Let's go. We have the breakout right here. That's where it lands. Right here. And the price lands at $122,000.
Interesting.
122 for the move to end.
That's the average move on the 2-day setup.
There you go.
On the 2-day? Oh, nice.
There you go. So there you go. We have a little bit more upside. Not crazy, but a little bit more.
The most beautiful pattern. We've never seen the United States pattern fail ever.
This is the most powerful pattern. There's a lot of patterns. I've seen the best. I've seen the worst. This is the best. It's the America pattern. All right, let's go get it. Thank you, sir. I don't know if you remember, but we are doing Rivian and we're doing Palantir. So you're doing Rivian, right?
Perfect.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm doing Palantir.
Yes, sir. All righty. Let's get to this. Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, estamos viéndolo en una tabla mensual. La razón por la que quería poner esto enfrente de todos ustedes es porque estamos viendo uno de esos patrones deliciosos que hemos visto antes jugarse, que es justamente lo que habíamos platicado, y ese es la copa con la consolidación alcista y después el resultado del movimiento. ¿Cómo vamos a medir esto una vez más para todos los que entraron tal vez un poco tarde? Vamos a poner una línea de tendencia acá y vamos a medir esto literalmente de aquí abajo a donde tienes tu breakout, y eso te lleva a $122,000, que es ya casi lo que estamos viendo, y eso también se vería algo así en nuestra tabla, ¿no? Pum, pum, y todo el mundo dice ¡a huevo! Y después normalmente vienes, corriges. Pueden ver que la relación del canal es excelente, donde se ha soportado, donde ha aguantado. Este es un canal que viene desde el 2021, un canal de 4 años. Así que pueden ver que los niveles son a respetarse. Lo bueno es que el mínimo del canal, la parte hasta abajo, la que nunca ha violado el precio, está en los 52,000 ahorita y va a continuar subiendo para adelante. Así que atentos a ellos. Esto es simplemente análisis técnico básico, ¿no? Para que la gente lo vea, aprenda, pueda haber movimientos tontillos, facilitos de comprender, captar y ya. Ok. Con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a la tabla buena del Bitcoin, justamente acá. En esta tabla podemos ver lo que está pasando. Voy a ponerlo, un segundo. A ver, tíos, pues carajo, permíteme corregir. Ok, vamos a la de 3 meses, vamos a empezar por ahí. Como siempre, ¿qué es lo primero que notamos? Bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Bitcoin en esta temporalidad es alcista, completamente de a madre. También tienes volatilidad del punto más bajo en la historia en esta tabla, empujando hacia la alza en 56.10%, lo que nos dice que este movimiento viene acompañado de volatilidad y la volatilidad trae ganas de fiesta. Vamos a ver qué tanto sigue caminando para arriba, pero estando por encima del promedio del 9 para nosotros en la trimestral, estamos en una tendencia alcista definitivamente y no se ha violado ni se ha roto. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual es lo mismo, altos, altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Perdón, casi me muero por ahí, tragué la saliva de ladito. Y ahora nuestra tabla mensual de Bitcoin tiene por fin la expansión de volatilidad. Apenas si se ve, es como un nepe japonés, pero aquí lo pueden apreciar básicamente en todo su esplendor, cómo estamos teniendo este breakout, y obviamente el movimiento es a la alza en donde estamos acá. Simplemente voy a dejar mi mouse para que lo vean. Bien, ok, eso en mente. Vamos a ver técnicamente, vamos a brincar un poco a teoría de velas. En teoría de velas tenemos una vela de tope justamente acá, pero tenemos otra vela mensual que está a punto de cerrar en 6 horas, 29 minutos y 14 segundos. Nos encantaría, o sea, quieres definitivamente decir, güey, porque normalmente cuando ves una vela de tope estilo esta, para la gente que no sepa qué es una vela de tope es una vela que tiene el cuerpo delgadito, solamente la parte gorda es menor al tamaño del 25% de la vela total y está en la parte baja de la vela. Esta es una vela totalmente topera. Cuando tienes una vela de tope, vas a confirmar a la baja cerrando abajo de donde cerró la parte más baja. Eso quiere decir que para esto hubiéramos tenido un cierre si hubiéramos tenido este cierre en 91,395 o abajo, esto básicamente hubiera continuado a la baja. O bueno, tendría mucha más probabilidad de continuar a la baja. Ahora, si puedes cerrar esta vela de milagro en 6 horas y 28 minutos por encima de los 108,200, esta vela se cancela y ya no tienes que preocuparte. Ahora, digamos que cierra tal cual la vela como está cerrando, esta vela sigue activa. Si en las próximas 2 velas tienes un cierre aquí abajo o un cierre aquí arriba, lo invalida. Si no, básicamente a través de tiempo tendrían que pasar 7 velas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eso quiere decir que hasta agosto del 2025 tiene para invalidar esto si es por una cuestión de tiempo. ¿Ok? Así es como puedes medir tus, ahora sí, no sé cómo se dicen, tus, puta madre. Son countdowns. Tienes básicamente un reloj en contra del tiempo, ¿no? Y son 7 de estas velas. Entendido. Ok. Estamos viendo este tope por acá, bastante bien. Volatilidad, ya lo comentamos, está expandiendo. Y vamos a poner rápidamente nuestro HPDR para poner objetivos. Podemos ver que la parte alta de nuestra zona azul es el 111, son 111,995. Lo ves aquí a la derecha. Estamos muy por encima del 9. Estamos rebotando agresivamente en la media, que está justamente en los 89,051, que es donde está nuestra línea meme acá. Y eso nos está impulsando esta parte. Si podemos aguantar en este momento aquí, en 6 horas y 20 y 26 minutos por encima de los 89,000, que creo que sí se va a dar, vamos a tener posibilidades altas de dar continuación al 50%. El 50% está en $122,000, que tiene también como confluencia nuestro objetivo en esa copa y agarradera, ¿no? Eso nos pondría justamente acá en el precio. Esa es la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas rápidamente. 2 semanas, bien, estamos por encima de los 104,696, que es nuestra zona del 50%. Queremos cerrar ahí en 2 días, 7 minutos. Si podemos aguantar por encima del 50%, siguiente objetivo va a ser el 61,8% en 111. Este es un número que seguimos viendo una y otra y otra y otra vez, por lo que este 111 no creo que vaya a ser tan difícil de poder llegar a él. En cuanto a volatilidad se refiere en esta temporalidad, déjenme solamente dejo de pintar como pendejo, cada quien pinta como puede, ¿no? Pero así es como yo pinto. La volatilidad, vemos que estamos teniendo una contracción después de nuestro setup de nada de volatilidad, como está en otras tablas. ¿A qué me refiero a esto? Esto es una tabla de 2 semanas, tenemos este setup de volatilidad, pueden ver que la volatilidad está contrayendo. Siempre usen un tip muy grande, usen la tabla del exchange en el que están haciendo trading, ¿ok? Para poder tener números exactos en dónde cortar, dónde seguir, dónde dar continuación, dónde agregar, etcétera. ¿Ok? 2 semanas, vamos a la semanal. Semanal, esta es buenísima. Estamos entrando en la parte de la zona azul, venimos de abajo, rebotando después de este rechazo en la media que nos ha rechazado varias veces. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 semanitas de rechazo en la media y ahora estamos rebotando en nuestro promedio del 9, una vela topera, por supuesto, pero esta vela topera se cancelaría si llegamos al 111,249,000. Este número, una vez más, se repite y esa es la media. ¿Cuál es la parte alta de la zona azul una vez que lo tomemos? 126,000. Y recuerden, a esta cosa le gusta, a Bitcoin le gusta ir a hacer movimientos, pero no completos. Entonces, la teoría de que esto pueda frenar por ahí al 122, 123 o hasta el 126 está activa, vivita y coleando. Tenemos una consolidación alcista, creando mínimos más altos en todo esto y altos más altos. Como vimos, este es un alto más alto que este. La tendencia sigue para arriba. Ahora, volatilidad en la semanal está contrayéndose por debajo del 15%, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento fuerte y estos movimientos nos encantan, porque cuando tienes un movimiento en volatilidad en la de 5 días para arriba, con este tipo de volatilidad nula y luego expansión de la misma volatilidad, una vez que cruza el 15%, vas a ver un movimiento de 35% en promedio en Bitcoin. 35% en promedio en Bitcoin. Ahora, vamos a pretender que voy a darles varios escenarios. Cerramos justamente, voy a bajar esto, cerremos justamente donde estamos ahorita. Vamos a ver, un 30% sería $135,000, ¿no? Sí, $136,000. Y más, pues ya se pone en 140,000 los objetivos. Eso es lo que esperaríamos de un setup de volatilidad como el que tenemos en esta tabla, y lo puedes ver cómo se está preparando la de 5 días dentro de una tendencia alcista, rebotando en la media bastante bien, yendo a buscar esta parte de la zona, de la parte alta de nuestra zona azul. Nos vamos acercando un poco más, vamos a la de 3 días. 3 días tiene volatilidad expandiendo y continuación de la misma desde acá. Y esto no cambia absolutamente nada, continúa tal cual, un poco débil, el movimiento no está apuntando tan arriba, por lo que aquí se pierde un poco de eso. Pero estamos por encima de la zona azul. Simplemente si queremos tener y ver movimientos de Bitcoin para arriba pronto, simplemente tenemos que cerrar esta vela en 2 días y 7 horas por encima de 104,199 y estamos ahorita por encima por $600. Vamos a la de 2 días en los Bitcoins. En los Bitcoins, en la de 2 días, nos está rechazando la media por ahora, pero nos gustaría poder retomarla. Está en 106,000. La parte, una vez, si podemos tomar la media, esto podría sugerir que vendríamos a corregir tal vez a la parte del 102,000 o hasta el 101,000, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, antes de continuar nuestro movimiento en otras temporalidades. Pero la parte alta de la zona azul, una vez más, $111,000. Y ya cuando estás en la de 2 días, podemos medir el movimiento al 78% o al 61%. El target alto, el objetivo alto son 126,000 y el bajo son 118,000, lo que trae confluencia en nuestro target de 120,000. Diaria también tenemos contracción de volatilidad a periodo, básicamente a lo más bajo que puede llegar, casi, y está armando otro setup. En la diaria también tenemos un poco de lo mismo que vimos en la de 2 días, el rechazo de la media, pero estamos aguantando el 9. Siempre y cuando cerremos por encima del 9, vamos a tener una posibilidad de ir a visitar los $109,000, que es un alto histórico, y de ahí el 50%, que sería los 111,000 una vez más. Ahora, cuando vemos todo esto enfrente de nosotros y nos acercamos un poco más solamente para ver, obviamente en esta tendencia estamos creando altos más bajos, altos más altos, y ahora toca, después de un bajo más alto, que un alto más alto para continuar la tendencia, aunque indecisión puede jugar, y esta es una línea bastante buena en los 107,000, es una resistencia importante que hemos encontrado con Bitcoin. Simplemente le cuesta trabajo perforarla. Pero lo que estás viendo es esta consolidación ya cerca de acá, de la zona de breakout. Además, déjame ver esto. Esto sería un hombro, cabeza a hombro, juntando esto, y tu breakout estaría por acá en los 110. Y el objetivo de eso, denme un segundo. Bueno, lo voy a poner no lo voy a poner mamón. Voy a poner acá. El objetivo de esto sería, vamos a ver, digamos que lo rompemos acá, 127,000. Interesante. En todas las temporalidades, Bitcoin se ve bastante alcista. Tal vez en la de 2, 3 días vemos algo de consolidación, al igual que en la diaria, simplemente estando debajo de la media para después poder continuar y ver lo que está pasando. Ahora sí que le dé tiempo al setup de nada de volatilidad a activarse. Y esto quiere decir que probablemente Bitcoin vaya a chopear de lado un rato más por acá, creando esto, engañando a todo el mundo. No, ya nos vamos para abajo y bolas, güey, para arriba. Es lo que nosotros estamos viendo en estos momentos. Bitcoin, gran posibilidad de tener un excelente breakout que nos gustaría ver. Ahora, rápido, porque me están preguntando en el chat, ¿cómo puedo tradear futuros si estoy en Estados Unidos? Güey, tírate a Tutos, aquí en nuestra página de Elite Trading Academy, es gratis. Todo lo que estás viendo acá, no estoy registrado, no estoy nada. Te metes acá, le picas en cómo tradear con bluffing. Una vez que te metas, te va a dar un video de 5 minutos de exactamente cómo hacerlo, y también te da un enlace a la página web junto con un link de afiliados para Elite Trading Academy. Pero en 5 minutos puedes aprender exactamente cómo utilizar bluffing y aquí lo tienes en el sitio y es absolutamente gratis. Y para la gente que pregunta también de las alertas, en Tutos, ¿cómo se leen las alertas? Es bastante fácil. ¿Cómo leer una alerta de trading? Le picas acá, es gratis. Y acá te pone todo lo que es todo, para que no haya confusiones de nada. ¿Ok? Y aquí lo puedes ver, todo está acá. Y para también, me preguntaron de los servicios si podías comprar una membresía. Te lo juro por vivir, no es como los creadores. Oigan, me preguntaron que qué marca es mi vestido, ¿no? Pero ahí está en el chat, lo pueden verificar. Acá me estabas preguntando si podías comprar el Elite anual. Puedes. Lo único que tienes que hacer es picarle acá y te pone todos los descuentos. Es un 20% y ya, te los pone en todos lados para que lo tengan en mente. Obviamente el curso no es anual. Pero ahí estamos, damas y caballeros, para que lo vean, para que no les digan, para que no les cuenten. Alex, we're ready for you. Oh, no. Should we do Rivian? Because you just did. Yeah.
Yeah, Palantir, no?
Palantir.
Yeah. There, let me share my screen.
Where's Peter Thiel? Fucking weirdo. I didn't know that Peter Thiel was gay.
Is he?
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And now when you look at his interviews, you're like, oh.
I heard he has a house like right next to Mar-a-Lago. He bought it whenever Trump won the election.
Well, what's a house to that dude? He's got billions of dollars. He's like when they were like, Mark Zuckerberg might buy a house in DC. Oh no. Whoa. Like a $20 million house for Mark is like buying a watch.
Mark recently got into watches.
I know, I saw. He's got some nice shit. What are we looking at?
All right,
Palantir.
So on the monthly, we got the nice, beautiful little Americas pattern right here, where we have California right along here. We got Texas right here. You know, we got Florida right there, and then this is the eastern seaboard. This is where we got our little breakout out of our America pattern. The most beautiful pattern we've ever seen. The most patriotic and beautiful pattern ever. Just take it to right up there. Make sure it's straight because we like things that are straight, not curved. Hits right to a T. Very interesting.
It's fucking insane, right?
Our America pattern has worked once again. And this America what pattern combined with the HPDR, this kind of tell you that you're getting very, very, very close to the extreme of the move because you're approaching the 100% on the HPDR, which is right now $88.36. So it doesn't say you can't wick above it, but it's just very unlikely that you will close above that area. And what's more likely is you end up getting some long form consolidation or if not a pullback from here. And if you would get a pullback, pullback would be this like the scenario you would get as long as you're closing below $88.36. Probably comes back to reconnect with this 5 EMA. Want to see where this 5 EMA moves to after this next monthly open in 3 hours and 15 minutes. Right now it's at $65. Ideally, which is the bottom of this candle right now. Ideally, we'd see a little bit higher to make another higher low while we consolidate and these ranges can step up. If not, then it probably comes back to 9, which is also going to rise, maybe somewhere around $58 it would move to. Then from there we can make another higher low while these ranges step up. But as long as we're within the 97.5 to 100% range, it's not very likely we'll close above that 100%. Right now, momentum is sitting at 100% and volatility is at 100%. Not very likely we continue from here. 2 weeks looking very nice. We got a nice retest of 5 EMA while we were sideways, kind of basically. Then we started expanding from that 5 EMA. We're above 78.6 now. So this is also the area where we would look for a pullback. Also goes along with the monthly, where we can maybe see another move up towards an 88.3%, which is $1, slightly above the $88 number by $3. Can definitely look above it, just unlikely that we'll close above the $88 area. While momentum is flipping back up, volatility is flipping back up, very, very close to topping out once more. Likely tops out with the test of that $88 to $91 area. Then very likely gets a rejection based off of that monthly HPDR. That could actually be a pretty high confidence short right there. If you would get anywhere between $88 to $91, you would just short that, and then your stop loss would be, it's going to be a little bit more of a of a risky short, because you'd have to work it on a monthly closing basis, and you would do basically a monthly over $88.36, which gives you opens the door for you to get ultra mega wrecked. If it just skyrockets like $200 before the monthly close. We have seen Palantir fucking fly. So over the 78.6% would be that $91 area. Probably rejects based off of the monthly. If it doesn't reject, then you could get targets based off of the 2-week, and that would take you upwards to $96 to $108. But statistically unlikely. Weekly right now is flipping back up, rejecting the negative area on the momentum, while volatility is flipping up to support it. We are above the median on the weekly, which is at $79.51. That would give us probability of hitting the 38.2%. That's also just below $91 at $90.52. Increases the probabilities that we can tap that monthly 100% before we end up getting a rejection. Five days solidly over the median. We got to close over the median, so now we have a target of that 38.2%. Maybe depending on our volatility, actually volatility is quite low. We could get to 50%. 50% right now sits at $91 as well. Very similar area, it keeps coming up. 3 days, just about to break back into the bullish control zone with volatility support. That would take us towards somewhere around the 61.8, and that right now sits at $90.98. 2 days within the bullish control zone on momentum, getting a little high while we're getting a close up, or we're getting a candle over the 78.6. We close in 3 hours and 11 minutes. So if we get a close over that, that would take us somewhere around 91 to possibly $94, but I don't think 94 is very likely. I feel like 91 is probably going to be the local top. Maybe it gets to 94, but unlikely that it closes above that area. Daily is already started to flip down on momentum and volatility. So if we get a close over this 61.8, all I could be see is us getting a move up to like $88 based off of the daily, which is our monthly 100%. And on the 4 hour, we're also to the upside, but we're getting pretty extreme because this thing likes to top out in the high 80s. So we're at 84%. Same thing with the volatility. Jewel is just below the critical zone. So I could see one more swipe towards like maybe $87, $88 on the high end, like $93 before we get a very, very high probability rejection from there, because we're going to be at the 95% on the HPDR. We only have 5% chance of continuation from there. So we're going to do divergence. Ding! Nope, just up only. Nope. Pretty nice to see for the bulls that there's no bearish divergence on the higher time frames. Weekly does have active hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing over $63.40. It's quite a ways away from where we are right now. And confirmation to the upside of the divergence will be a close over about this high right here, $84.80, which we're about 4 cents above right now. That would take us towards this critical zone. Right now, the critical zones critical zone to the moving average, and the critical zone sits at about $101, and the moving average sits at $122. So even the $101 would be how much percent from here? About 20% to the upside, and $122 is significantly more than that. It's like 43 to 45%. You would just need to watch the levels to invalidate it on a close below $63.40 and confirm to the upside above $84.80. And at that point, we would very likely get volatility expansion as well in the double extreme. There's some possible bearish divergence on the 5-day, however, from this high here and this high here, assuming we close over this high, because the RSI didn't make it anywhere as high. And the way to confirm that divergence would be to close below same number of $63.40. So that would, on that weekly setup, it would invalidate not only invalidate this hidden bullish divergence, but it would make a 5-day bearish divergence. Then this volatility would expand and the double extreme would be to the downside. Although what's more likely is the double extreme applies to the upside and the hidden bullish divergence continues to play out. 3-day also has hidden bullish divergence, same number of $63.40 to invalidate it. Close over 84.80 for the critical zone. I know critical zone is at 112, same number. 2-day as well has hidden bullish divergences. Sheesh, every single time frame has bullish divergences. Active as long as we're closing above $64.30. This looks here. Confirmation of the divergence, continuation above 84.80 takes us to the critical zone. Critical zone is a little bit high at 144. Sheesh, it's almost 100% move. That number probably changes. And now the daily has put in many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Active as long as we're closing above $72.67. We've already hit the critical zone, so not much I can give you from there. One of those too bullish to give you a target numbers or situations. There's some possible bearish divergence on the 4-hour, but to confirm it, we'd have to close below $77.82. That would take us back down to somewhere around these lows here, about $65 to $60. And that's only active if we can close below that level. Invalidated if we close above 82.24 if it gets confirmed even in the first place, which right now it's pretty far from being confirmed.
What do you mean 82? Oh, bearish.
That's if the bearish divergence gets confirmed, then you'd have to close above that number.
Got it.
Ding.
Palantir has done a beautiful V pattern.
The most beautiful American pattern I've ever seen.
No, hang on. Let me just obviously keep your screen. 1 second. Don't move. Let me just show you. What a beautiful V Palantir has. One of the most beautiful Vs I've ever seen.
Only more beautiful V is
yeah, no, I'm not gonna say it.
Next thing you know, she pops in the room and says, "What'd you say?"
Yeah, exactly. I'm not playing with this. I'm not playing with fire.
Yeah, so the monthly is hitting 3 periods of 100% volatility. Also goes along with our HPDR going towards 100% on the HPDR on the range, giving a very, very high probability that we're either at or on the brink of hitting a macro/local top. And the moving average on this in this next 3 hours is going to move up as well. It'll be very interesting to also see that at 100%. Then we probably end up getting that pullback/long form consolidation, while the monthly HPDR ranges can step up, and that probably takes somewhere around 4 to 6 months before the ranges actually do move. And as of right now, we are pointed to the upside on momentum as long as we're closing above $77.15. 2 weeks is already starting to get the volatility contraction. We dropped below the moving average. We've gotten a close below it, and we're pointed down on our momentum. Well, actually, we're about to point up. In 3 hours, people start flipping up as long as we're above $84.45. Weekly is pretty close to resetting on volatility. It's actually went below 50%, so it could expand from here once again, like we did back in this point. while momentum is starting to flip back up at in the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 81.65. 5-day as well, reset on volatility back to the 50% area. Momentum is starting to flip back up within the edge of the critical zone, as long as you're above 79.65. 2-day is expanding on our volatility with momentum flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, back within the bullish control zone, pointed up as long as it's above 68.22. Goes along with the idea of going up one more little slight swipe to tap that monthly 100%. Daily is pointed up as well, with volatility expanding still, and we're pointed up above 82.40. And the 4-hour once again is now expanding on volatility and pointing up, re-entering the critical zone as long as we're above 82.93. So the monthly is what guides the bias behind Palantir right now for me, is that we're hitting 100% for several periods on the BBWP. We're getting to the 100% range on the HPDR band, making it a very, very high probability, since momentum is still pointed to the upside, that we tap that 100%, around $88 to maybe $91, $93 max. And then from there, we almost certainly get like a sharp pullback, like the wick you see on that monthly candle we had before our current one. Probably get some type of a move like that, and then long form consolidation sideways / maybe down, while the HPDR ranges can step up. Probably takes between 4 and 6 months, and then we can see continuation from there. But as of right now, what's very likely is that because momentum on the lower time frames is pointing to the upside, volatility supporting it, that we go a little bit higher to maybe tap that 88, possibly $93 area. Then I would expect that sideways until the ranges step up, and then maybe into the 120s to $112 from there.
Very, very nice. And again, why the fuck does it keep doing this to me? Alrighty. We're going to jump into Rivian right now, and then we got Apple.
Tim Apple.
Tim Apples. Damn, this is crazy. Ok, estamos viendo Palantir, lo vamos a hacer rápido. Vamos a hacerlo muy rápido. Vamos a empezar en la mensual. No hay tantos datos como para la trimestral. Esta acción salió en el 2020, para que lo vean en la trimestral, lo potente que se ve esto. Es una absoluta locura. Fuimos de nunca haber tenido un cierre más alto de $26 a $84 en un periodo. Y vean cuántos trimestres verdes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 por 3, 27. Hemos tenido 27 meses de solamente subidas. Son 2 años solamente de subidas en esta tabla, desde que encontramos este fondillo por ahí de los casi $5, $5.40. Nada mal, nada mal. En esta temporalidad estamos en completos extremos en volatilidad. Estamos creando nuevos altos, más altos, por supuesto, bajos mucho más altos. No hay duda alguna de la estructura alcista que tiene Palantir en estos momentos, bien por Peter Thiel y toda la industria de espionaje con inteligencia artificial en su propia población, como en Estados Unidos. Palantir es el rey de todo ello. Y va a continuar, porque ahora que esto que estás viendo significa más seguridad en Estados Unidos, por cierto, para que lo entiendan. Cámaras en todos lados, procesamientos de inteligencia artificial para poder reconocer a todo el mundo, etcétera. Segunda cosa que vamos a notar, a Palantir le encanta estar en extremos de volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá. Este fue a la baja, este es a la alza. Y ahora estamos en nuestro tercer extremo a la alza mensualmente hablando, pero hemos visto 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 antes. Esto quiere decir que simplemente basado en historia podríamos tener otros 2, por lo que no podemos descartar que esto pueda continuar. No podemos, pero tampoco vamos a decir que sí. Ahora, nivel bastante importante en Palantir van a ser estos $67, en mi opinión, por acá. Me gusta poner mis líneas de tendencia donde hay confluencia en velas mensuales, sobre todo en velas mensuales de este tipo. Puedes empezar a encontrar un nuevo rango, ¿no? Aquí lo tenemos. Estamos en el 60, este rango está en 67, básicamente. Ok, con eso dicho, les voy a poner el HPDR para que vean algo más también, porque la pregunta es, güey, ¿qué tanto más puede seguir subiendo esto? Estamos casi en el 100% del HPDR, lo que nos dice que el movimiento puede continuar y puede llegar 100% al 100%, ¿no? Lo hemos visto, acá lo hizo. y ese 100% está en $88.36. Palantir está cotizando en $84.80 en este movimiento, lo que nos dice que acá ya no va a haber tantas probabilidades de que continúes más allá de los 88. Puede que llegues a algo de sobrevendido por ahí de los 90, $92, pero por ahí debería de estar el tope antes de dar una buena corrección y comenzar a consolidar para el siguiente movimiento. 2 semanas nos dice que esto todavía tiene, pero vemos que la volatilidad comienza a contraer en 1, 2, 3, 4 periodos comparado con 4 de antes. Interesante. Volatilidad contrayendo es acá en lo que el precio continúa para arriba. Esto nos da como objetivos máximos por acá. Pero para que vean, aquí a Palantir no le gusta llegar al 97%. Lo ha hecho una vez, 2 veces. El 97% está en 107, está en 108.2 centavos. Así que atentos a esa zona. Lo único que tenemos que hacer para poder aguantar ahí es poder tener un cierre arriba de 83.63. 83.70, que es la zona del 78%. Pudiendo cerrar esta vela en 2 horas y 57 minutos arriba de 83.70, nos va a dar una buena posibilidad de ir a buscar esos $91.27. Vamos a empezar por ahí, ¿no? Semanal, vemos que la volatilidad ahora sí está contrayendo mucho más rápido en la semanal comparado con las otras temporalidades. Acá la semanal no le gusta irse a extremos, interesante. Y en la semanal podemos ver que estás en la parte de la zona azul, donde estás por encima del promedio. El promedio está en 79.51. Y eso quiere decir que cerrando esto en 2 horas 56 minutos, donde estás, vas a tener un viaje casi gratis a la zona de los 90.82. De ahí podríamos ir al 50% que está en 94 y ahí es donde nosotros creeríamos que el movimiento se cansaría. Pero todo puede pasar, Dios. 5 días es un poco de lo mismo que vimos en la semanal. Nuestra parte alta de la zona azul está en 87.91, 50% en 91.77, que es más donde nos sentimos que podríamos llegar de golpe, ponte tú, antes de que haya mínimo un poco más de consolidación por ahí. Pero, pues, güey, estás por encima de todos los promedios, estás cerrando fuerte, volatilidad está contrayendo para preparar otro cero fuerte. Pinta bien para los Palantiers. Acá estamos justamente chocando con la parte alta del 38.2%, que es nuestra zona azul. Nos gustaría, por supuesto, cerrar por encima de 85.54 en 3 días y 3 horas. De poder lograrlo, va a ser viaje gratis una vez más a la zona del 61.8% en el 91, en básicamente $91, lo que nos da un poco más de confluencia con esos objetivos que tenemos. Diaria, estás ya arriba de la zona azul, estás justamente caminando por acá. Vemos dónde está el 97%, que es la zona donde le gusta topar. El 97 está en 109, coincide con ese 108. Farhan dice que puede detenerse por ahí del 92, simplemente por los indicadores de momentum y todo eso, pero tal vez yo caería en la trampa, ¿no? Si no estoy escuchando a Farhan, de que esto tal vez va a los 108, mínimo los $100. Debería de poder perforar. Es lo que yo pienso. De nuevo, no le vayan a hacer caso al pendejo de mí. Háganle caso a estos güeyes. Ellos son los que saben qué están haciendo. Pero por ahora Palantir, básicamente y sencillamente puesto para todos ustedes, también está acá en extremos. Volatilidad está a punto de comenzar a contraer. Palantir, para no hacérselas tan cansada por acá, está consolidando alcistamente, bajo mucho más alto que los pasados, alto y un nuevo alto histórico el día de hoy, lo que nos dice que hay continuación alcista en todas las temporalidades. No existen divergencias bajistas. En la mensual tenemos divergencia alcista y pues todo pinta bastante bien para los Palantirs, ¿no? Para la gente que está holdeando Palantir. Y eso es lo que tenemos para ustedes. Let's go with Rivian, señor. Let me see if I have this already done in here. Yes.
We're efficient here at ETA.
That's motherfucking right. We should have been called Pelosi Capital. I don't know why we didn't do it, but yeah, should have been called the Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, Pelosi Capital would have been nice. If I ever open a hedge fund, that's what it's going to be called, so that people know that we're winners.
We're about that life. So, here's Rivian. And Rivian really has just been kind of disappointing. We're talking about this low being formed around the $9.88 mark. It's pretty important. We got that expansion up, and we were just saying as long as we can stay above, call it like $13.60, price would remain above that EMA 100. We talked about that SMA 200 though being a big point for Rivian. Each time we reclaim it, it often leads to an SFP. Each time actually has led to an SFP that just has led to exasperated moves down. You can see here, price reclaimed the SMA 200 on the 2-day, tried to hold it, did not, and then we just dumped through. Here, we actually tried to reclaim it, and we expanded from it, rejected resistance, came down, and then fell through. And it's not until we actually start losing that $15.20 mark where Rivian does start to really move down. And so why that's important is because we see here that SMA 200 came in right around that $15.30 mark. We solidly rejected it while forming some kind of head and shoulders on the 2-day. The measured move for this would take us all the way back down to like $9.30. So that would then mean that we're most likely then testing this support zone that, remember, hasn't been tested since April 2024. If we break down and actually test this $8.20 region, it's really going to start looking grim for Rivian. Why also I like the way that this head and shoulders is looking is because if we view the 2-day now and view the HPDR, you can see we're pretty heavily under that 2-day median. You can see here that price easily could rally from this point, right? Support is still support, and that is at $12.30. For me, it would make a lot of sense to get some kind of rally like we're doing now, but actually go up to this point around $13.14. Why I'm watching that spot to reject is simply because of just all of the cluster of moving averages we have here. We see we have the 9, the EMA 100, and the EMA 21 all right around that $13.20 mark, while also the median possibly into today will come closer right into next week because this is a stock. So then Monday, this will update. But we'll have to see where this median goes because watch this median come right around where that EMA 9 is on the 2-day. Watch price rally up to that region and then reject. That to me would seem, pretty dirty. It would get longs pretty horny because remember, from this support, we've bounced already 5, almost 6%. If we actually take it home and test that 2-day EMA 9, that would be a 7.59% bounce. For stocks, that is pretty good. But I am still looking here as this is still breaking down, and we're even breaking, the, neckline here that you're calling it, giving us that move down to $9.29. That is still brewing. I like the fact that once we lose $12.30, you're also losing basically the 38.2% on the 2-day. So again, just telling us the 2-day is saying, yeah, this will break down once we lose this zone. Basically giving me really good confluence that this 2-day head and shoulders actually could play out. So we see that. I'll delete this now so I can look at the higher time frames. It's very hard for us to be bullish on this when we have a head and shoulders looming. We're under all the major moving averages, and even the 2-day median is now pretty above price. For me to switch my bias, though, and actually look for a move back up to 15 is if we can actually reclaim $13.75. Getting back above this pink line here would be really good. You can just see when we're above it, we hold, we go up. When we're below it, we start rejecting it right here. And I remember this is when we had the Academy short. We were talking about this channel. We had this major breakdown from that point. You can see even on the 2-day, we lost it 38.2%. That from that point just led us more down. And so right now we're really at an important spot. It makes sense bulls are getting a bounce here, but that bounce to me is already getting stopped at the EMA 34. That to me is the first rejection point. We get above that even just before the day closes, most likely starts rejecting that EMA 9. Whenever you get a major cluster here with the median moving right around that zone, it just tells me that this spot is a major area of resistance. And it makes sense when you have the 9, the 21, and even just the 100, which is a major spot for Rivian. All around this zone here, you have to really be looking at that extra carefully, especially if you're trying to long. Because on the flip side, you know that if we get back above $13.75, we're now above all of that on the 2-day. We've reclaimed the median, we're above the EMA 100. And just being back above that 2-day EMA 100 would give us the next move to the SMA 200, invalidating basically this head and shoulders if we got back to the right shoulder here. Until then, this is just looking like it's in the pre-stages of a breakdown. I'm just looking for a quick little rally up before going down. You'll be able to confirm this breakdown if we actually start closing any kind of daily under $12.30. We shift gears to the daily now. You can see price is trying to get back above the daily 9, but even then you can see it's already getting caught up. And so today it'll be really important for bears to get back under that EMA 100. If we can reclaim that EMA 100 on the daily, just ties into my reasoning on why I do think we're going to go back up to like the $13.10, $13.20. Like I just showed you here on the 2-day, you have to be looking at that as a major area of rejection. We also see here that the 2-day BBWP is, it's not giving us a setup, but it broke above the moving average and we're starting to expand. And when we had that expansion, we see that price started to move down. So any kind of rally up to here just needs to be looked at as simply another lower high, in my opinion. The 2-day is in a steady downtrend. We had that high, right? And ideally, these lows we're going to hold as the next higher low. But instead, we fell through that, invalidating that higher low, leading to the lower low. This is now looking like the next lower high. So anywhere around here, as long as we don't break this wick that was formed on January 24th, it's just keeping to the overall downtrend on the lower time frames. Why that's so important, though, is because we still can't forget that the monthly is heavily down. And we talked about this zone, like the monthly EMA 9 was really nice to see, get reclaimed essentially. But we understand that every single time on Rivian, the monthly 9 gets reclaimed. Every single time we deviate it and lose it, it just leads to another lower low on the monthly. Here as well, we deviated down and we just ended up dumping. Here didn't fully lead to the lower low. That's why we drew this channel to represent. Bulls are going to try to form another higher low here. But in order to confirm that, we have to break above $19, taking out this last monthly lower high. And I mentioned whenever you get these big moves up, right, it just makes it harder for bulls to actually break the trend. It's fun in the moment. You're printing. It's a 10%, 20% move up, but all this does in reality is just make lower highs, and it just prevents bulls from actually breaking the macro trend. So this is still looking rejective. It rejected right on that EMA 21. Talked about that being the next zone. If we reclaimed the EMA 9, we ever so front ran that. So now we're all the way back down. We're now losing the monthly 9. So this is just looking like a simple deviation, like each time the monthly does reclaim the EMA 9. And we know that whenever we do lose that EMA 9 after reclaiming it, the very minimum, we just end up going down to the next support zone. And for me now, that is at $10. We need to be mindful, though, that we have that head and shoulders, and the target is right around $9.30. So that's telling me, this monthly, which is closing today, which is very nice for us, closes anywhere under $13. I'm going to be looking at that as essentially the next major lower high, and possibly into February, March, we're going to get a lot lower, $10 being the minimum, and then we have to really start looking again at $8.37. You can see here too that the monthly is possibly going to essentially pop back into the 38.2%. I'm liking the way that this is right around the mean line at $12.30. $12.30 is a big zone for Rivian. Gonna want to see that hold and get back with the monthly 9 if you're a bull. If you're a bear, you're just simply going to want to see us keep moving down and actually close under $12.30. That way, then we're now back into this blue zone. This will really start looking like a bull trap because, right, we were breaking out on the monthly. It looked great. And now we're popping back into ultimately the major blue, basically the blue range. It's 38.2%. You can look at that as like a range, right? You often range from the top to the bottom, and price can just keep ranging there until we get some kind of decision, which is either a breakdown or a break up. And so if we pop back into here, you can see the median will most likely come around $10. Into February, if we come back and lose the 38.2%, and remember, if the monthly 9 gets lost, but let's say that the 38.2% held, the monthly could easily open with this moving up. Then price opens under the 38.2% into February. And then at that point, we have a bias of going directly to the median, wherever that may go. If the median can come anywhere around $10, that would just be a really good confluence that we're entering into a new range here where resistance could be at $12.30 and support could be at $10. But remember, that hasn't happened yet. We still want this $12.30 to actually give. But losing the EMA 9 on the monthly is just, in my opinion, the pre-stages of us going down. Making a very nasty monthly evening star here is not a good sign, especially when we know that the objective for bulls was to get above this wick high. Anywhere around here just is going to give us a monthly lower high. And the monthly trend is very easy on Rivian. I mean, this whole time, it's just been in a monthly downtrend. We see here lower high, lower low, lower high, not a lower low, right? And we were talking about that being the hopium. But now with this rejecting here, it just simply looks like another lower high confirmed once we actually break back below, in my opinion, this low at $9.50. So Rivian, no matter how you're looking at it, is looking actually quite bad. Even on the monthly here, we can see that volatility is still at the lowest reading ever recorded on Rivian's chart, telling me that any move that we've seen up or down really is nothing compared to once we actually get back above the moving average on the monthly. Now, this doesn't have to give us a setup. Whenever I see a monthly BBWP at the lowest read ever in the history of the chart, that still is pretty powerful to me because remember, monthly BBWP takes a very long time to update because it's based on monthly closures. So when you're coming down and you're resetting at the lowest point ever, this still is going to give you a major move up or down whenever you do get back above the moving average. Now, this still is contracting though. Nothing's telling me that this is starting to curve up and starting to move up. So really, this still can contract into February, into March, get a lot lower. It's very still far from the 15% mark, but it is an interesting point because we see here, this was the last time we expanded. When the monthly, if we take this point, we see it was heading down. At this point, we were at the lowest monthly read ever at this point. Once we got back above the monthly moving average, what occurred on price? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious here. I mean, that was just a major dump down, even without a monthly volatility setup. So why am I showing that? Well, if the monthly trend is still down, and we know that this is still looking like the next lower high on the monthly, and BBWP is now lower than even this reading when literally Rivian dumped from like $22 all the way down to the low that it's been at $8.80. Yeah, I mean, that to me tells me that this really could start breaking down pretty aggressively. You know, a target that I keep seeing on crypto Twitter is $6 for Rivian. I find it interesting because we see here that losing the $10 would actually take us first to the $8.40. And then if that doesn't hold, then yeah, I mean, $6 would be the next target, the bottom of the 38.2%. I do think around this $6 region is where we could start seeing Rivian at least try to form some kind of bottom, if not possibly a bottom around there. Not really getting too much on this 2-month. Just wanted to see if we're seeing, anything worth mentioning.
Terrible candle.
Yeah. And I mean, the 2-month is still just rejecting the 9. You would have already been gauging that, even if there's not a lot of data on this chart. Each time that Rivian has tested the 2-month EMA 9, it just has rejected. So, I mean, just not a good sign. Really, it's not. I mean, check the 2-week here. Very much like the monthly, the 2-week is actually at the lowest read ever. Still contracting, though, and you can see it. Anytime it tries to get up and get it back above the moving average, it rejects. So it's still highly contracting. Possibly into late February, this could actually start giving us a volatility setup, assuming this doesn't break above the moving average. That would be very interesting to me because then that is, in my opinion, would be required for us to actually go down as low as $6. I mean, we're talking about a potential from current price action, a 47% drop on Rivian, which is absolutely massive, even for a stock like Rivian. And so for that to happen, I'm really going to need to see this 2 week start to really move, along with the monthly breaking above the moving average, similar to what we had here in February of 2024, when we had this aggressive dump down, January, February, March, April, and then it started to bottom around there. So, we're dealing with a pretty ugly chart on Rivian. This has just always been in a downtrend. There's not too much bullish, especially when we are now losing the monthly 9. The hopium was that bulls were going to hold the monthly 9, get back above $13 to just slowly make its way back up to that EMA 21 on the monthly, which then would really start questioning if this monthly trend would shift, and then we could get some nice busting action on Rivian. But until then, I mean, this is just hanging on to the cliff now. And the 2-day very well shows that. And we now have a head and shoulders on the 2-day. So I'd be very, very, very cautious of Rivian if you're longing it. I'd be really watching to see the reaction around $13.20. And I would be bullish if we got 2-day closures above $13.72. Bullish for at least a move back up to 15, which from that point, it's pretty nice. I mean, we're talking that could be a 12 to 11% move. But until then, this still has more of the chance. Still has a greater chance of breaking down. We see that 2-day volatility is still, in the posturing of expanding. And we see that the 2-day is still very bearish. So, no matter really how you look at Rivian, it's just not looking good. This aggressive drop is really looking like this was just a major bull trap to me. And even today on this 5-day, we're now going to lose the 5-day median for the first time since we reclaimed it in November. So this whole way up, we've been above the 5-day median. Now today is the first time we're actually going to lose this, along with that monthly 9. So just ties into, it's really going to be hard to be bullish on this chart as long as we're under $13.70. As a bull, you're just ideally going to hold $12.30 and try to get a nice green dildo up from this point, flip the daily trend, reclaim 1370. And then at that point, we can start talking about higher. But until then, I'm just going to be looking at any move up to $13.20 as a major rejection point, another lower high on the daily. And into February, I'm still going to be on the camp that honestly Rivian put in a major lower high here on the monthly. And I'm just personally waiting for $10 into February.
Stay there. Hang on. Stay there on that monthly chart. Look at January 2024 and then February, March, and April.
January 2024, here we have that. Reclaimed the monthly 9, lost it. At that point, we still stayed above the median. But then at that point, once we lost the monthly median, we just broke down. We lost 38.2%. This is why we were talking about, whenever we SFP this EMA 9 on the monthly, it just leads to more downside on Rivian. So it's just not a good sign. You also said to look at where?
No, that was it. Because last time,
because
before when we had the pump, I said, just look at the temporal, look at what happened the year before. It's copying it.
Yeah. And you did say that. And I actually learned this from you. Rivian likes to dump and pump. Dump, pump, and these pumps are major, pretty big.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're definitely not wrong on that. And it's again just is literally looking like what's happened. Three monthly green candles. The third one turns red. We had 3 monthly here, and then we just nuked. It's just all about the monthly 9 though here. I mean, if the monthly 9 is not getting reclaimed, there's really nothing to be bullish about. This is just still in a bear market. Technically, it's just in a monthly downtrend. So we had the nice move up. That was aggressive. It's definitely not out of Rivian's characteristic to move 74%. But again, that just doesn't lead to anything. And actually, this becomes really hard for bulls to break because just like how this wick high was in July, we just could not break above it. And so now we have almost the same thing, a major wick high rejection. And that this is a bull trap if the monthly 9 gets lost. Whenever you get this just major move up, bulls are horny. And remember, on a wick basis, this was a 23-24% move down, major bull trap. All these longs here that were horny on Rivian, front running the monthly, are now screwed. And that's why we often talk about 2 to 3 make a trend. And that's why, yes, we wanted it to get reclaimed. It did that, but I wanted it to hold into this month. And that just didn't happen. So Rivian to me looks like it is on the verge of breaking down. You're going to want to see $12.30 hold. $12.30 does not hold for Rivian. I'm going to be looking at that as the SMA 200 getting lost very easily. And then for me, the next target will be this major inefficiency that Rivian formed, because on these nice moves up, you form major inefficiencies that just make it easy for price to nuke. And you can even see right around that $10, you have a nice gap here. So, I mean, lots are pointing to $10 being the next move. And again, that lines up pretty nicely with the head and shoulders here, which I'll just leave that here. We go to there, and we go there. We have the breakdown from there. That would be right around like $9.30. So not really good. So and that would probably mean that the monthly is probably going to make another lower low at that point. So I can only imagine how many people were long here. It's very obvious. I mean, bulls were trying to defend this. Talked about this maybe being the next higher low. If we could break this wick high, didn't happen. So I do think if we come back to $10, yes, we could see a bounce. We could just, range it, like go back up and then dump. But personally speaking, if we go back to $10, I'm sure there's a lot of stops around here. I do think if we break $10, we're going to aggressively finally test that $8 region. And if with what we already know with the monthly trend being as clean down as it is, with just consistent lower highs, then I have to really question if this low is going to hold or if this is just going to lead to a major breakdown. $6 is still going to be my Rivian target. I do think $6 could be a good opportunity potentially, but we'll have to see whenever that does occur.
If it gets to $6, I'm literally putting my wife, I'm taking her to the pawn shop, everything I have, and going and buy Rivian with every penny that I have.
Because what we could see into this is we could see Rivian start to really dump. It could go up to the 38.2%, wherever that may go. And this could shift down, but wherever the 38.2% is where I'm going to be looking on the monthly to at least gauge for some kind of bottom. Ideally, if we start coming down, and we're talking again about like a major, like a 40% move, I do wonder if that would either just keep contracting volatility, because if you can see here on this move down, volatility started to move up on the monthly, and then on the way down is when we start to reset it. So if we start going down again and like actually breaking down maybe into February or March, like here, I do wonder if that would then make BBWP on the monthly keep resetting. I do wonder if that would then give us an actual monthly volatility setup, and it may take 2 months. Granted, this is a monthly chart, so maybe into March you actually reset. And then it would be actually really interesting to see if we come all the way back down, form that lower low, everyone's bearish and just hating Rivian. And then from there is when we start really seeing the move happen. And that's really start getting a bounce out of there. Similar to what we saw here. We went to $8. We then started to have volatility expand. And I mean, that is what gave bulls the 135% move. But with what we know, though, in this scenario, if this does end up nuking down and volatility still contracts, I mean, this wasn't even a volatility setup. This was only when volatility went to 48%. So if we actually do get a setup here and Rivian does go to that $6 region and everyone starts getting bearish on Rivian, that actually could be a pretty good sign for me that we might actually bust out from that region and trap some bears then. But until then, I'm just going to be watching the monthly. I'm going to be watching these levels. For me now, I want $12.30 to hold. Once we lose that, it's going to really confirm to me that we're going to test $10. $10 is a major psychological number. You can see here, $10 perfectly caught us before going up bigly. So coming back here and losing that most likely means we're going to break down. Once we go to the $8.30, you're going to want to see bulls hold that. The argument will be some kind of double bottom, maybe, but at that point, I mean, double bottoms usually don't hold, so a bigger chance of breaking down. So,
like, I'm going to play it a little psychologically here, because Wall Street target is 6. That sounds. Oh, and by the way, we could probably hit 6 if they go and do more shares, right? If you go and start like offering brand new shares and you dilute everybody else, yeah, we can go to fucking $6. But I feel like that's good. Like, that would just be too good. Like, you don't understand how much money people are going to make. We played the one that went up 100 and some percent. We bought that bottom and we sold that like fucking top. And I just didn't play the second pump because I feel like there's still like the other move that comes just based on the calendar. One more time, just copying exactly what happened the year before. I just feel like that would be too good.
Yeah, you were talking about that, and it played out basically like you're kind of the father of Rivian, honestly, because we expected a big move up, and it did that. But even then, you were like, I'm not convinced. $6 seems like the spot, and even now, seeing this just seems like another monthly lower high. It seems like, yeah, I mean, there really was no missed opportunity here. Just Rivian did what Rivian likes to do, which is exactly what you've been saying. So personally speaking, I do think $6, maybe low fives could be the spot. We'll have to obviously see where these ranges move though. But I mean, until then, it is pretty bearish. And the fact that we're on the verge of losing $12.30 will mean that into February, we're going to go to the median, wherever that may go. Watch the median move down into February. That'd be funny. So yeah, I mean, that's really it. The trend is still your friend. So if you're going to be a nasty bull and we come down and talk about a double bottom, just remember you need trend to be, on your favor for that scenario. Often these don't hold, and I would hate to be longing $10 when $6 to $5 is still brewing. That it's a major haircut. So yeah, that's it really. We'll have to really see how today goes. Be mindful, the 2-day has a head and shoulders. The target is $9.30. I'm on the camp $10 is going to be hit soonish. We're already slightly rejecting that $13 now. Yeah, and if $10 isn't hold, we're going to test the lows. And with what we know with the monthly trend now, the lows does not hold, then yeah, we're probably going to end up going lower. And that means that these ranges move down because obviously the 100% at $7.94 will most likely move. So that's Rivian for you.
There's quite the dumpski on Bitcoin and the traditional markets. Quite the dumpski.
Right now?
Yep.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The 4-hour candle is a straight red dildo.
Let's see here. So we're testing. We're potentially going to get a bounce soon on Bitcoin. I mean, the fact that the median is right around the 12-hour EMA 21 is a good sign for me. You can just see the reaction of the 12-hour 9. So it makes sense. Maybe with this 12, we flush down, go to like the 103,000. That would be a good spot to maybe find some kind of move. And remember, like I said on ETH, I'll just go on my rant. We did talk about this, right? Higher high. Now watch for the higher low. I'm not really too sad yet on this pullback. We're kind of just waiting on that specifically for ETH. And I wonder if Bitcoin dominance is pumping. Oh, would you look at that? We're now starting to bounce on Bitcoin dominance. So, yeah, that's all I have on Rivian notes. It's really bearish. You're, as a bull, just going to want $12.30 to hold. And, yeah, that's it.
Thank you,
Do you remember we said on the last live stream, you can summarize Rivian by saying down?
Down, basically.
Yeah, right. I can just save the analysis and just tell everybody this is just down, boys. Just down. That's it. All right. Thank you so much. And also, in a way, and this is not going to play out. There's a little head and shoulders also on the monthly that could play towards the downside. So you can play it head, right? I'm sorry, shoulder, head, shoulder. And that on the monthly, I think the target's going to be negative, but let's play it.
Negative.
I think
they're going to pay you to hold every share of Rivian.
No, it's $1.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
$1. Yeah, no, this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. All right, I'm out of that. Thank you, Alex. That was really good.
No worries.
We'll close with Apple. Manzana, Team Apple.
Tim Manzana.
Okay. See. Manzana Lift. Have you tried that?
The apple soda?
Yeah.
Oh, those are so fucking delicious.
Dude, also Mexicans, we're obsessed with that shit. Love it. Love it, boy. All right.
They couldn't figure out how to put enough sugar into Coca-Cola, so they made that instead.
Absolutely. We have scientists working 24/7 trying to figure out how we can get more sugar into our daily foods, even beating the US. Estamos viendo Rivian. La razón por la que quiero poner la trimestral primero es simplemente enseñarles tendencia, ¿no? Y voy a ponerlo de lejitos para que lo vean. Uno, también nos sirve para aprender, esta es una vela de tope perfectamente ejecutada, ¿no? Donde el cuerpo literalmente es menos del 25% y está en la parte de abajo. Esta es una vela topera y luego tuviste confirmación con esta, con el cierre aquí abajo. Rivian empezó y cotizó hasta los 180 casi, y ahorita está cotizando en $12.56. Potente la caída. Pero más allá de solamente potente la caída, esto es lo que quiero que vean, que no hemos podido romper esta tendencia bajista. Y si fuera en esta temporalidad abrir un poco más mi velita y ponerla a tomar esta también estaría absorbida por este triángulo, que en temporalidades más bajas se cumple la profecía de todas maneras. En la trimestral estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en $19.66 y volatilidad no dice nada más que estamos en este extremo. Punto. Vale. Vamos a la mensual y aquí ya les puedo enseñar un poco más de lo que el tío Salo sabe. Pueden ver también que acá hemos tenido volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la maldita historia y continúa, sigue apuntando fuerte a la baja. ¿Ok? Es importante tenerlo en mente. Vamos a acercarnos más y quiero ahora, la razón por la que les estoy enseñando esto mensual, les digo, ¿por qué me gusta ver pocas acciones a mí personalmente? Porque puedo aprender los movimientos. De cierta forma, entiendes, es como conocer a alguien, sabes lo que van a hacer, ¿no? No completamente, pero tienes una buena idea de cómo van a reaccionar. La razón por la que lo digo es, esto está siguiendo el calendario. Esto fue diciembre del 2023. ¿Qué pasó en diciembre del 2024? ¿No? ¿Qué pasó en noviembre del 2024? ¿Qué pasó en noviembre del 2023? Encontramos fondo y luego tuvimos expansión, tuviste la expansión y luego en enero, esta es la vela de enero del 2024, tuviste esta caída, febrero, esta caída, marzo y abril es donde encontraste el fondo. Esta es tu vela de enero, una vez más. Esto es, perdón, enero, febrero, marzo. Literalmente, nos metimos, y ustedes lo saben, a este pompazo, compramos esto y vendimos esto. ¿Por qué? No tengo ni puta idea por qué, pero lo hicimos. Y luego este movimiento nos lo perdimos. ¿Por qué? Porque sentía que no era el movimiento correcto, no era el tiempo correcto, y no me voy a meter personalmente en historias tontas. Ahora, podría estar equivocado completamente, pero hasta ahora no se me ha ido el tren del dinero, ¿ok? Que es bastante bueno. Eso dicho, también tienes por acá un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja que se rompería justamente en esta línea de tendencia, la que estás viendo en diagonal que va de lado, pero no lo vamos a usar como referencia porque el objetivo de esto es ridículo, es $1. Rivian no va a bajar $1. Ahora sí que nadie sabe lo que va a pasar mañana, pero o sea, no puede ser. Yo compraría Rivian, o sea, me endeudaría, pondría Vini en una, lo iría, ¿cómo se dice? Cuando vas al pawn shop, se me olvida, pero llevaría a Vini, llevaría a Belén, llevaría a mi suegra, a todo el mundo y sacaría todo mi dinero y lo pondría en Rivian. Pero bueno, sin más chistes, podemos ver que estamos perdiendo nuestra, ¿cómo se dice? Cada que venimos y tocamos la 9, que es la línea azul, en una de estas mensuales, venimos, lo tomamos, lo perdemos, lo tomamos, lo perdemos, lo tomamos, lo perdemos, lo tomamos, lo perdemos, lo tomamos, lo perdemos. Y ahí es donde estamos justamente en este momento, perdiendo una vez más el promedio del 9 en la mensual, lo que nosotros consideramos territorio bajista, además de que la tendencia es claramente bajista. Lo único que no hemos hecho son bajos más bajos. El bajo más bajo de este pump pasado fueron 9.49, comparados con el bajo más bajo del precio, que fueron 8.30. En este movimiento nos dio la esperanza de que porque hizo un piso más alto que antes, que por primera vez estamos a punto de romper la tendencia. Pero el crear este alto más bajo que este, instantáneamente prueba que estamos en lo incorrecto y que esto es un SFP a la baja. Rivian tiene 2 horas y 19 minutos para cerrar arriba de casi $13, para que lo tengan en mente. Si no, esta vela es una vela topera y la que continúa probablemente vaya a ser la de continuación, como la que vimos acá en febrero del 2024. Y esa vela nos llevaría muy probablemente o a nuevos mínimos porque todos los objetivos de Wall Street son $6, que personalmente no entiendo cómo sea posible y si se da, wow, qué padre para mí. Si no se da, es lo que yo esperaría. Yo esperaría que tal vez lo corten antes. Y ahí, aquí estoy simplemente hablando de mi culo, ¿no? Sin ver la tabla. Y la razón por qué es porque, ¿cómo puede ser que una empresa que esté tan bien fondeada, que haya tenido tanto éxito, que tenga esa marca, vaya a caer hasta la mitad del, básicamente a una evaluación de $4,000 millones? Porque sería eso. La acción en $8 valuaba la empresa en 10,000 o bueno, $9,000 millones. Si cae a 6, sería más o menos $6,000 millones. No tiene sentido alguno, pero ninguno. Y sobre todo cuando están mejorando sus márgenes, mejorando su producción, etcétera. Y aparte van a sacar su nuevo coche barato, que fue el modelo Y de Tesla, si lo quieren ver así. Entonces, con eso dicho y hecho, voy a ponerles rápidamente el HPDR para que lo vean. No hay tantas cosas que ver. Pueden ver simplemente para darles esta estadística. Cerramos abajo el promedio del 9, vamos a venir a la parte baja del 38%. Si la parte alta del 38%, si la zona azul no aguanta, vamos a caer a donde está la media. Y la media está en 9.39. Y olvídate, la parte baja de la zona azul está en 6.98. Pero esto va a cambiar en 2 horas y 17 minutos, porque vas a tener el cierre y luego vas a tener el lunes una nueva abierta y eso va a cambiar bastante donde está todo esto. Y ahí es donde vamos a tener que poner atención. Pero mínimo, por ahora, si perdiéramos los 12.38, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 10. Si no aguantan los 10, ahí es donde se pone interesante la cosa para cualquier persona que no haya entrado en Rivian todavía. No voy a agregar nada. Gracias. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, lo mismo, volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia. ¿Ok? Y con esto, vieron que el movimiento se cansó, estaba en áreas súper agotadas y ahora va para abajo. La media se encuentra en 8.51. La parte alta de la zona azul está en 11.04 y ahorita estamos justamente perdiendo el 68%. El 68% está en 12.66. Estamos en 12.65. Si cerramos abajo el 68%, viaje casi gratis a los $11, que es la zona, la parte alta de la zona azul en Rivian. Semanal, pueden ver, volatilidad contrayendo también. Semanal, tienes todo esto, este SFP, porque aquí estás perdiendo todos los promedios. Déjame quito un poco rápido esto. Y acá es donde pueden ver más de cerca. Todavía no tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, pero aquí vienes. El 9.21 están a punto, esto yéndose más para abajo, llevaría a esto para abajo. Y si el 9 y el 21 se cruzan al revés, a Rivian le gusta caer fuerte cuando eso pasa. Así que vamos a poner atención en este nivel. Pero a lo que quería llegar con esto es, pueden ver que todos los promedios empiezan de aquí a acá, ¿no? ¿Qué quiere decir? Que esta zona fue un SFP. Ese sombrerito que acabo de dibujar es un SFP. Ok, y obviamente para poder ser alcista, si eres alcista en Rivian ahorita, quieres cerrar arriba de los 12.91 en 2 horas y 15 minutos. Suerte con eso. Vamos a la de 2 días. En 2 días tenemos una estructura que se está formando acá, que ya habíamos cantado. También tienes el famoso SFP del SMA 200, que fue acá, y obviamente el rechazo, la retesteada. Aquí tienes todos los promedios, que es lo que me gusta antes de un movimiento agresivo. No voy a decir que el movimiento agresivo se va a dar a la baja, pero tampoco voy a decir que se va a dar a la alza. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Pueden ver que esta línea meme está aguantando básicamente las últimas esperanzas de todos los alcistas, pero efectivamente este fue el cuello. Cuando tienes, voy a quitar esto, cuando tienes este estilo de movimiento donde hay una caída y luego haces esto, ¿qué es? Es una bandera bajista. Y cuando tienes una bandera bajista, ¿qué es lo que sugiere? Continuación. Continuación. Y la razón por qué creo que sí es una bandera bajista es pues ver cómo caímos del hombro, cabeza a hombro. Por cierto, déjenme se los marco rápido. Hombro, hasta acá. Cabeza, hasta acá. Hombro, hasta acá. Y se rompió acá abajo. Sencillo. El objetivo de esto me parece que son los 8 o 10 dólares. Vamos a ver rápido. De aquí a acá, donde se rompió acá, y el objetivo son básicamente 9.55. Si llegamos a los 9.55, saben que esto se frió como el arroz que más te gusta de tu restaurante chino favorito. También tienes la otra cosa que a mí me dice que esto va más para abajo, es que siempre haces el movimiento para intentar retomarlo y después comienzas a caer. Después caes y vas a regresar a esta zona y todo el mundo va a creer, se acabó todo, fue un error. Y para abajo. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos viendo en la de 2 días. Vamos a la de harina. La diaria, pueden verlo con Rivian, todavía se ve más claro. Y les voy a poner acá el HPDR para que entiendan el momento en el que estamos, brother. Perdón, ya me di cuenta por qué no sale. ¿Estamos siendo rechazados por la media, sí o no? No, todavía no. La media está en 12.49. Definitivamente hoy, en 2 horas, quiere cerrar encima de 12.49. Atentos. Ahora, el SMA 200 está en los 12.38. Pierdes el SMA 200, feliz viaje a los 11.75, que sería el principio del fin. El principio del fin local, básicamente. Si eres alcista en Rivian, quieres cerrar arriba de 12.49 y te mamaría, pero te mamaría poder cerrar encima de 12.75, que es donde está el EMA 100. Más allá de eso, no hay mucho que contarles en Rivian. Puede que estemos viendo un poco expansión de volatilidad, pero en la diaria, nada interesante. 4 horas, está la volatilidad ya en 0. Ahora sí que está reseteándose. Y estamos peleando para poder recuperar ese promedio del 9, y si perdemos ese promedio tenemos nuestra línea meme amarilla, que es la que acompaña justamente donde está la media en los 12.44. Importante no perder esa zona. Muy, muy importante. Esta vela de 4 horas cierra cuando cierra la diaria, la semanal y la mensual. Son cierres muy, muy importante anotar, y puedes ver que la semanal está siendo rechazada por la media y eso nos va a dar un viaje a los 11.34, muy probablemente 2 horas y 34 minutos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Eso es básicamente Rivian. Tiene cara que quiere seguir bajando, pero todo puede pasar, tíos. Todo puede pasar. All right, sir. We're ready.
Tim Apple, Tim Manzana.
Team Manzanita.
Tim Manzanita.
Oh, look, I got one of these for Apple. Yeah,
so that's
crazy.
It's Apple looks quite lovely, if I don't say so myself, on the 6-month chart. Literally just goes up only, just up only.
On like
It's been
Warren
up.
Buffett's penis, but
It's been up only since 2003.
Yep.
But we don't like to talk about Warren Buffett's penis, or anyone's penis for that matter.
All right, fine.
He's like, fuck. Zips his pants up.
I came here to talk. Hang on. I came here to talk about dicks.
Oh,
So we're gonna talk about some dick. Doesn't look like that much, but this is the 2008 crash. On the chart, it doesn't look like that much, but that's a 60% pullback. So every single time, like, this has gotten away from Apple has gotten away from the blue 38.2% on the 6-month. It's been at a local top, and then it corrects for a little bit, not even for that much, for 2 periods, basically 1 year of corrections. That seems to be the flavor of the correction, where every correction has been 2 red candles, 2 red candles, 2 red candles. This one's been 1, this one's been 2. So the majority of them have been two red candles to launch the correction before it actually expands. Right now, we're working on our first red candle, and this is right at the bottom of this 38.2%, right at the 5 EMA, exact place that you would expect to see it continue to the upside, if continue bouncing, if it is going to continue to move to the upside and not the correction. So while it is bouncing off the 5 EMA, probabilities are, and holding 38.2%, that it'll tap somewhere around the median, if not slightly close to the median, like it did right here. Like every single time that we held 5, went towards the median. Right now, the median sits, the exact number is sitting at significant new all-time highs at $350. Probably a front runs it like it did every single time here before. Even that would put it over $300. That would still be new all-time highs by how much? Because the current all-time highs is about $260. Be $40 above current all-time highs, and that's Apple. Apple doesn't like to move that fast. Apple moves pretty slow, to be honest. So that would be the $300. About a 15% move to the upside. Momentum right now is getting pretty low, right next to the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility pointed up. So if we do hold the 38.2%, momentum is going to start flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and volatility is going to continue to the upside, giving you the volatility needed to go towards that $300 area. Weekly is steadily holding that 5 EMA. Now we're below the median though, with momentum pointed down. So if we do close like this below the median, and ideally if we lose the 5 EMA, which is 224.06, we probably get a retest of this 38.2. Right now, that's at the nice round psychological figure of $200, which also gives you an idea that if you lose that $200 psychological level, you probably correct significantly more than that. The jewel is giving you a God mode sell signal. Still on the buy though, has not shifted to neutral or sell yet. If you close below 38.2 though, this is likely going to shift to sell. Then you probably come back down somewhere around 55 EMA, and that's at about like, oh God, that's low as fuck. Like $111. I don't know what could cause Apple to go down by that much. It was like Apple moves slowly to the upside and moves kind of slowly to the downside too. Monthly is flipping down on momentum, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is all the way down. It's at 6%. Jewel's on a neutral from buy signal. So if we do lose this median, it's likely going to shift into a sell. The median right now sits at $241.66. We only got 2 hours left to reclaim that. If you lose it, probably gonna reconnect down to this 21 EMA and this 38.2, sitting at right around $200. And that's the area where bulls will absolutely need to make our next higher low from this low here, or we're likely going to correct significantly, at least down to this 55 EMA, which is about $166, but more likely this 100, which is at about 130. We are getting somewhat of a little bounce here right at this median. So ideally, we want to close the month over 240.166. 2 week. 2 week is the same thing right at the median, with momentum flipped up and volatility flipped down. Gives you probabilities of hitting the median. The median is tapped and rejected right now. Median's at 238.43. We're at 235. And then here's some slight cause for concern. We're about to get the pink crossing below the yellow with dark blue below everything else. If this pink crosses below the yellow, this would be a Nagasaki setup on the 2 week. And that would activate that move towards $130. That would not be pretty at all. That'd be somewhere around this 200 SMA. Uh-oh. Check out that weekly jewel. This is one of the God. This is basically a God Nagasaki setup on the jewel.
What's going to happen to Apple? Why?
Let's see if I can find a comparable one. Maybe it's not as comparable, but right here, let's do right there. This one is kind of close, not nearly as comparable. There. All right, let's start from this one. Let's go all the way up. How many lines do we have in this side? All right. These are comparable jewel setups, not exactly as strong. The one we have right now is stronger than these. So this did get a move up to the upside and then got a nice dump ski of about, oh fuck, what happened? %13. And then on this one, we got a nice dump ski of, why does my screen look like this? Where did everything go?
What do you mean? It's there.
Oh, I see. I was zoomed in. Okay. All right, that was that 13% dumpsky. This one was, and neither one of these are actually as strong as the one that we have right now. This one was again about 12.5 to 13%. Interesting. And then this one was off the COVID dump. This one was about 30% to the downside after that jewel setup. As of right now, we have a stronger jewel setup to the downside than every single one of these. How much percent of a move down is $130? Well, for the first level is 166, then a 130. Let's see how much of a move down that would be.
To 130 is like 50%.
Let's do
Well,
166.
40.
166 is about 30%. Very interesting. That was about the same move we went down during COVID. Is China about to hit us with another virus? As of right now, momentum is trying to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone while volatility flips down. Not telling you probably going to be a corrective move. What also tells you it's going to be a corrective move is that we're rejecting this 38.2%. As long as we reject the 38.2%, this is just a bearish retest before we end up going lower. Close over the 38.2% though at 239.52, then probabilities are that you retest these highs and you go towards around $275. I do believe that's new all-time highs. That's only if you close over that 38.2%. As of right now, this is likely to come up a little bit more momentum, reject this moving average, and flip back into the bearish control zone. And that would take us towards this 100 EMA for a slight bounce right around $200 for the psychological low, then eventually towards the 200, which is at 173. That weekly jewel is just absolutely disgusting. Right at the exact area where they all crossed. And it's happening within the bullish control zone too. The higher that you get these jewel signals to the downside, the stronger they are. That's not good at all. From our top, this 200 would be how much of a correction? 33%. That would be literally basically exactly what COVID did. COVID did it very fast.
Yeah, how is that even possible?
Maybe some disappointing iPhone 16 sales or something. Maybe like sold half of what they expected to sell.
Yeah, I guess. We'll see. We'll fucking
see. Xi Jinping has now banned Apple from operating within China.
Well, no, they actually made a post saying how much percentage they're losing in territories, and pretty much everywhere in the world they're still like positive, but in China they're -11 negative percent.
I guess because they can buy all those cheap Huawei's. Why do they want to buy iPhones? They're expensive.
Just a little proof of why they're not here for sale. Protectionism.
You're protecting the American companies.
Exactly. Not the people, the companies.
On the 5-day as well, we got the same setup as the weekly. Momentum trying to flip back up a little bit, but we're rejecting 38.2%. And if we look at this jewel, we look at this jewel, it's giving us a pretty epic sell signal. Not the most inspiring signal or sign. And usually, doesn't it always happen where Apple hits new all-time highs? It gets a pretty nice dumpsky after that. How many boomers climb onto Apple whenever it hits new all-time highs?
How many what?
Boomers.
Take for Apple to go all-time highs?
How many do you think are climbing on board after they see Apple hitting new all-time highs if they don't already hold it? Apple's like the #1 boomer stock.
Oh, yeah. No, they're all buying it. They're DCAing. They don't care. They're not in a rush, dude. Okay? This can go down lots of dollars. It's going to be fine. No one would be concerned. I wouldn't be concerned.
I still buy an iPad.
Exactly.
On the 2-day, we are getting out of the bearish control zone. Momentum is currently pointed up. Volatility is contracting the entire time while that's happening, though. And we're getting a pretty nice shooting star rejection of the median. The jewel has not quite shifted into a buy signal yet, still on the neutral. So if we do close below this median and come back down and retest this 38.2, don't hold this area at $230. We're likely going to break these lows right here at 219 and go all the way down to this 200 at about $200. That's the next psychological area. We probably get a bounce, likely doesn't hold, and we likely end up going lower. Ooh, that's a nasty daily candle. Daily is a massive bearish engulfing. Like massive bearish engulfing. And this would likely send us towards somewhere around this. Very likely break these lows of $220 and go towards $200 if we close like this. Come on. Momentum is now about to break down from the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipping down. We close below that 38.2%. Volatility is going to start flipping up. That's 230. Close below that level, we're going to get volatility expansion while momentum breaks down.
Alex, just on your own, look at Nvidia on a weekly. It's like losing the 34 on the closing, and now we're in 58 minutes.
4 hours about to lose 38.2 on Apple. 38.2 is at $235.81. Lose that, that's going to be another one of these setups right here where we lost it at about 252, and then we dumped all the way down to 219. So it's going to be very likely another dump from here towards $200 if we lose that 38.2. Momentum is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is perfectly reset from that 100% zone. You can easily flip back up from here when we lose that 38.2. It's going to be a pretty epic dump. Why is Apple dumping? Well, the entire market
seems like Nvidia is going to dump too.
Yeah, bulls up to get to work on Nvidia.
Is it because of the Trump tariffs?
I don't know.
He confirmed the date of March on Mexico and Canada.
Yeah, but Mexico and Canada, the fuck do they have to do with Nvidia?
I guess it might just be like bringing the NASDAQ and S&P down, which is then dragging down Nvidia and Apple.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because Nvidia's whole bull market never lost a weekly EMA 34. We see in 2020, 2021, on that rally, it never did either until we did lose it on the weekly, led to massive chop, and then that's just going down into that bear market. So it's not a good sign on Nvidia.
You also have a volatility setup. Yeah.
And that too, yeah.
Right now on Apple, this is not very nice to see. So while we were getting these new all-time highs, we were getting volatility contraction. We have possible bearish divergence right now on the 6 month on Apple. From this high right here and this high right here. Price was sitting on this close at 177.57. Price on this close was at $250. So that bearish divergence will be confirmed if we close below $196. Not that much far from where we are right now. That would give us a target of hitting somewhere around this 9 EMA at the absolute minimum. That sits at about $186 or $190. And the next level from there is the 21. That's a deep drop. That's about that 130 level that we saw before. And what's the edge of this bullish control zone? 146.94, right along that 21 EMA. That would not be pretty at all. That how much of a dump is 130? That's from the top. It's more than 50%. Yeah, about 50%.
No, about yeah. From the top, yes, it is exactly.
Sheesh, what is making Apple drop 50%? Let's do this one from top. That's only 32%. See on this one, yep, this on 3 month as well. There's possible bearish divergence with expanding volatility off of this recent high. The divergence will be confirmed if we close below $196. That would take us towards somewhere around this 21, maybe the 55. I don't know if it'll go as low as 55. 21 is like 168, 160. 55 sits somewhere around 105. So maybe if it does hit the 55, it like grinds out a little bit while the 55 goes higher, then maybe. But right now, there's possible bearish divergence, 6 month and 3 month, while the jewel is on the brink of a God mode sell signal. No divergence in the monthly. While it is getting volatility expansion with this move to the upside, however, the jewel is starting to curve back over, starting to give you a neutral right at the a bullish critical zone, and starting to just about give you a sell signal. Very nice. We have this what do you call it? The Joule setup from right here, and just for education purposes, measure out how much it played to the downside after it went to a sell. About 17%.
Yeah, it barely moves normally.
You got an epic Joule sell signal like this and only move down 17%. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
I guess it makes sense whenever me personally am like, you'll pry my iPhone out of my cold dead hands.
Yep. Yeah.
Weekly is now about to confirm 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence in 1 hour and 53 minutes. Assuming we close over $227.03, about $7 above that right now, that will give us a target of hitting the bullish control zone, with volatility starting to expand as well, and the bullish control zone sits at $258. Still not quite all-time highs. Brushing right up with all-time highs there, like 260. 5 days, well, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. We'll confirm it as long as we close above $232.29. That'll take us towards the bullish control zone as well. That sits at $256. 3 days already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. Takes us towards that bullish control zone, $260, all-time highs. See if we have it on today. Nope. Daily is about to form some hidden bearish divergence in 1 hour and 52 minutes. That would very likely give us a higher low off of the higher time frame weekly and 5-day hidden bullish divergence before those end up playing out to the upside. But if this does confirm, it would confirm under $237.21. Likely come back down and retest this 200 again. Then from there, the 5-day and the weekly would probably take over. Four-hour now is contracting for many periods of 100% volatility while we have bearish divergence. That would give us, assuming we close below about $236.31, a target of the bullish control zone. That's at about 231.47. At that point, the 5-day and the weekly, assuming we confirm those bullish divergences, would end up taking over. Momentum is still pointing to the upside on the 6-month as long as we're above $189, and we've flipped back up within the critical zone. The last time we flipped up within the critical zone, it was on this move right here, and then basically with no corrections, we went up. Come on,
Only.
yeah, up about 400% without a single correction on the 6-month.
Fuck.
We're getting the same setup right now where we're flipping back up within the critical zone. And we're getting volatility at just about the same levels we were at that point too. 3 months is now flipping down with volatility expansion. It's going to flip down as long as we're below $245.50. That would not be good. Last time we flipped down on the 3-month within the critical zone was right here. And then we dumped about, I believe, 30%. Come on. Yep, 32%.
Yep.
So if we would take 32% from this top, and just right along that meme line. Very interesting.
It goes right into your bias.
It goes right into my bias. Amazing. About $175. You know what? Maybe I don't hate you as much, Apple. Monthly had a little Hamas setup right here where 3 periods of 0% volatility started expanding. We're at 42% on the volatility, but it's about to be invalidated because in the next hour and 49 minutes, momentum will shift down as long as we close below $246.30. And then with momentum shifting down, likely we get a pullback Likely we break these lows, and right now, hey, my meme line. Two-week is already contracting again on volatility after getting a little bit of an expansion phase after this move off the 9 EMA. But now we've lost the 9 EMA and we've retested it and we're rejecting it right now. So every single one of these times when this moved to the upside, we held this 9 EMA. Now, not only have we lost it, but we're rejecting it, brings it back down at my meme line. Plus, you see momentum is losing the critical zone and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're below 256. Weekly is getting a volatility setup as well, where we were first starting to expand on the move to the upside. Now we're getting a little bit of volatility contraction. But if we close rejecting below this meme line, this 21 EMA, which is at right now 233, a little bit of that, volatility will start expanding again, and that probably takes us towards the meme line even faster. And what I like to see is that the weekly 200 SMA lines right up with my meme line. Another thing that fits my bias. While momentum is pointed down below 256.89, 256.90. 5 days, well, getting volatility expansion with the move to the downside right now. We got a 5-day derp of death on the stochastic, and we're pointed down below 255.60. 2 days now contracting on volatility with momentum flipping back up, and very likely this flipped up momentum has played out, considering we're putting in a shooting star candle now, and we're about to lose the 21 EMA, pretty close to losing the 9 EMA. Momentum is pointed up above 221, but what's likely to happen is that once we get to the edge of the bearish control zone, this pivot is going to go up, and then momentum will flip back down and stay within the critical zone, and then we probably tap our weekly 200. Daily is still contracting on volatility, getting pretty close to expansion, and the momentum is currently flipped up, very close to hitting the edge of the critical zone. It's going to stay to the upside above 223. What's probably going to happen, though, is at the edge of the critical zone, this number is going to go up. Then it's going to flip down, rejecting the critical zone. That would be another lower high, and that would form some hidden bearish divergence. Likely brings us towards that weekly 200 and this meme line. 4 hours getting many periods of 100% volatility, now contraction after this move from our lows of about 220. And momentum is now freshly pointed down on 4 hours as long as you're below $244.15, give or take. So now on the slightly higher time frame, momentum is starting to flip back down. We're getting hidden bearish divergences appearing. We're getting a lot of influence towards that weekly 200 SMA, which will also be coincidentally same amount of basically the same range of a percent move to the downside as we saw in the last major correction. And we're getting that target on 200 as well as the HPDR somewhere right around that, maybe possibly the $175 to $160 area. From there on the macro, that would still be a higher low, where from there very likely we would confirm some bullish divergences on the RSI, and that probably takes us to new all-time highs. But right now it's kind of leaning towards the probabilities that the local top is probably going to be somewhere around that 260 number. We get some consolidation and pullback, maybe towards 175, 160s, then up from there.
God damn, son. God damn. All righty. Well, thank you so much for that. You boys are motherfucking done. Enjoy your weekend. I saw, Alex, you sent everyone, you're modifying the alerts on Ethereum and on Bitcoin, right? For everybody to go check it out. Okay, so make sure to go check out your alerts, boys, because otherwise you're going to be like, I was never told. And that's bullshit.
You didn't even need me to do all of this analysis on Apple. All you have to do is check out, like a week or two ago, Jim Cramer said, Apple's the stock you hold, don't trade.
Why didn't you say that from the start? We just wasted like 20 minutes. No.
Time for some motherfucking molletes, amigos.
Oh, God damn, jealousy's flowing through my veins. Well, you boys enjoy Mexico, enjoy delicious food. Enjoy your time out there. And if you need anything, I'll be around. I'll finish this up. Thank you so much for everything, guys.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, boys. Have a good weekend.
Let's go get it. All right, vamos. Apple. Wow, vean esto, cabrón. No, esto que estamos viendo acá en Apple Es sin precedente, güey, no seas mentiroso, sí tiene precedente. Ok, sí tiene precedentes, pero me gusta exagerar. Quiero que noten, antes que nada, lo hermosa que es mi gráfico. No, no es cierto. Quiero que noten básicamente dos cosas, ¿no? Estoy en mi gráfico diario, para que lo sepan. Apple está cotizando en 235, el máximo histórico está acá en 260, lo acabamos de hacer, una vela topera que instantáneamente tuvo seguimiento y pum, 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 pum. Después te dijo, no te preocupes, esta línea meme va a aguantar ni vergas. Y luego te dijo, no, no te preocupes, carnal, esto es solamente un SFP, es mentira y bolas, güey, para abajo. Está jugando Apple el juego sucio. Sucio, sucio, como la novia de tu papá, ¿no? Ok, ya fuera de pedo. Vamos rápidamente a poner atención acá. Esta es una vela una vela envolvente bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque toma la última vela por completo de arriba y abajo, pero por mucho. Hubiera sido brutal, o bueno, sería brutal si esta vela llega a cerrar abajo de los 234. Esta es una vela diaria, obviamente falta 1 hora 43 minutos, pero también la mensual y la semanal, y creo que la de 2 semanas cierran también en ese tiempo. Entonces, estén alerta, estén pendientes. Otra cosa importante para saber para nosotros es esta. Tienes básicamente, y para que lo vean acá, tienes esta línea meme que había aguantado bastante bien. Tuviste súper engaño, pero cerraste aquí arriba. No había cerrado debajo de esta vela. No cerraste, no cerraste, no cerraste. Hasta acá. Yo puse esta línea meme acá porque yo creí que hasta acá iba a llegar Apple a retestear, pero nos engañó y vino hasta acá. Y está haciendo un poco de juego de cripto. Pero no, vino efectivamente a retestear. Esta es una vela topera, por cierto, esta vela es la que lo confirma y vas a ver mucho más downside en Apple. Atención, 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 cruce plateado a la baja y eso quiere decir que el 9 muy probablemente se vaya a perder. Con eso dicho, vamos a la de 3 meses. Estoy hecho cagada, ya vamos por 5 horas en este live stream. Apple solamente sube, se mueve muy poco para abajo. También entendamos esto para todo el mundo. Apple, una corrección brutal es 30%, pero brutal, brutal, ¿ok? Se mueve muy lento, por eso le gusta Warren Buffett, el papá y el tío de todos los boomers, favorito. Pueden ver que acá también de arriba abajo, 16%, eso fue normal y es el tipo de correcciones que esperamos. Ahora, en la de 3 meses tenemos que ver esto. La volatilidad está expandiendo en este momento con este movimiento a la baja. ¿Ok? Eso es en la de 3 meses. Tenemos divergencias bajistas, eso quiere decir en diferentes temporalidades, lo que nos dice que esto va completamente a chutar, pero más importante, nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la mensual. Un mes. Ok. En la mensual habíamos tenido este setup de jamás que se invalidó y ahora la volatilidad va de lado. Estaba todavía apuntando para arriba, pero nada, y esto en cualquier momento se va a dar la vuelta para abajo. Eso quiere decir que este movimiento ya dio juego y el movimiento fue de acá a acá. Pero, exactamente, es acá lo que quiero que vean. Estamos por debajo de la media. La media está en 241, está aquí arriba en 241, el precio está por debajo de ella. Cerrando por debajo de la media, tu siguiente punto de interés va a ser la parte baja del 38.2%. Eso es un movimiento de donde está el precio justamente ahorita. Ahí de 14%, la mitad de una corrección chida. De no aguantar esta zona, saben perfectamente que el 61.8% sería nuestro siguiente candidato en 177. Personalmente, creo que aguantaría esta línea meme en los 180, se me haría ya demasiado, y a ese movimiento a los 180 de donde estamos acá, no del tope, es 22%, lo que más o menos podría ser como la zona de mayor eh, de mayor interés para poder sacar de beneficios. Eso lo estás viendo acá, estamos por debajo. Si eres alcista en Apple, quieres que esta vela mensual en 1 hora y 39 minutos cierre por encima de 241.66, anótalo, 241.66. De no hacerlo, viaje gratis a los 202, que es el promedio del 21 también. Bueno, está en 204. 2 semanas. 2 semanas habíamos tenido un setup de jamás listo acá en volatilidad, pero después de habernos dado nada de volatilidad y la expansión, ahora está contrayendo una vez más. Así que no tenemos nada en volatilidad más que algo viene. Y además tenemos el gran rechazo, después de haber perdido la media, tenemos el reintento, el rechazo, y ahora estamos justamente arribita del promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Definitivamente, si eres alcista, quieres cerrar por encima de los 238.43. Y si eres bajista, quieres que Apple pierda la 9, que es 235.42. 235.42. De perderla, nos va a dar un viaje gratuito a la zona baja del 38.2%, una vez más, donde está el promedio del 34, que está en 214. Esto es en la de 2 semanas. Semanal pueden ver que ya perdimos también la zona azul y ahora estamos intentando regresar, pero nos rechazó al intentar hacer este movimiento. Esta vela semanal cierra en 1 hora y 38 minutos. Este rechazo nos debería llevar una vez más de vuelta a justamente la zona del 61.8% y de romper los 219 vas definitivamente al 78.6%. O el peor escenario al promedio del 100, que está en 200. Volatilidad está contrayendo. Vamos a la de 3 días. 3 días, otra vez la topera, por supuesto. Estamos perdiendo la zona azul, por debajo de la zona azul. Permítanme, regreso eso a donde estaba. Nos rechazó la zona azul, nos rechazó el 50% y estamos cayendo ahora al promedio del 34, que está en 232, hasta los 231. ¿Dónde está el promedio del 9? El promedio del 9 está en 236.52. Si eres alcista en Apple, definitivamente quieres cerrar por encima de eso, pero esta es una vela topera, tíos, una vela topera. Volatilidad está yendo de lado. Pueden ver acá, si pongo mi mouse por acá, no hay literalmente dirección todavía, por lo que puede empezar a contraer. Vamos a ver en la diaria qué es lo que nos dice la diaria. En la diaria, la volatilidad contrajo, está por debajo del promedio por ahora, y tenemos justamente esta vela engolfante, ¿no? Envolviente, es que en inglés se dice engulfing, candles. Y para abajo, está aguantándonos el promedio del 21. De perder los 235.64 en este cierre, estamos a 20 centavos. Vamos a tener un viaje gratuito a la parte alta del 32% de la zona azul, del 38.2%, que está en 231. De que esto no aguante, vas a ir a la media. La media probablemente va a quedar por acá en el 225 y si no, tu SMA 200, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, en 218. Básicamente, veas como veas a Apple, tiene cara de que va a ajustar y depende a dónde te guste el ajuste. Ahí te va, simplemente basado en estadísticas de lo que hemos visto en el pasado. 15% te lleva a 219, que es la mitad de una corrección buena en Apple. Y 30% te lleva al 182, que esa es una corrección potente en Apple. Una corrección de se acaba el mundo es de 60%. Pero, o sea, no hemos visto nada que nos diga que se va a acabar el mundo, por lo que decimos ahorita. Máxima oportunidad 182, primera oportunidad interesante 220 y tienes que ver si vas a aguantar el SMA 200. Ese va a ser la manera de poder ver si tu entrada acá. Yo lo que haría es, tengo una lana, voy a meterle a Apple porque quiero que siga empujando, vale. Le voy a meter una vez que llegue en 219, ponte tú la mitad de la posición, una cuarta, una tercera parte. Si llega a bajar más, agregas más en el 30%. Si llega a bajar más del 30%, eso quiere decir que estamos en algo que nadie puede entender. Y eso, ¿cuánto sería un 60% del tope? Que fue lo que pasó en COVID exactamente. Espérame. Digo, en el 2008. Un 60% serían 50, güey, porque, no, 60. Si llegáramos, ponte tú, nivel estilo 2008, 104 sería el objetivo. Por ahora yo creo que los 180 van a ser algo que, si llegas a agarrarlo, va a ser importantísimo. Si no, vimos por ahí, ¿qué eran? Los 200, ¿cuál era la oportunidad del 15%? En los 220. Pero ahí lo tienes. Apple tiene cara bajista. nos está dando no solamente patrones en vela, nos está también dando en patrones simplemente en línea de tendencia, está haciendo un bearish retest de puta madres y además tienes este cruce plateado a la baja encima de todo. ¿Cuándo fue el último cruce plateado a la baja que tuvimos en Apple? ¿Cuánto bajó? Acá. 13%. Es a lo que voy. Déjame ver la semanal. No, la semanal no tiene ni cerca de un cruce plateado a la baja. Ok. 3 días. Tampoco, pero el 9 ya está. No, el 9 está a punto. Ahí está. El 9 está encima del 21 y eso es debilidad. Última vez 20 encima del 21 está acá. Para que lo vean, lo tengan en mente. Es justamente lo que les digo. Con eso vamos a acabar. Estoy viendo las tablas, estoy volteando a ver Nvidia, importante también este cierre. ¿Por qué? Porque en la diaria estás apenas aguantando el S&P 200, pero ¿esto qué es? Tienes también aparte acá un cruce plateado a la baja ya, está aquí dado, pero ¿esto qué es? Caes y haces esto. Esto es consolidación bajista para dar continuación bajista. Eso es lo que pensaríamos. ¿Cuál va a ser tu señal de ruptura de eso? Primero, tu S&P 200 en la diaria. Si pierdes tu S&P 200 en la diaria, en la semanal es tu 34. Y yo creo que la semanal te está diciendo, porque en la semanal el 34 nos está rechazando. Y no hemos cerrado, porque esto no fue un cierre. El cierre fue aquí arriba. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que cerramos abajo el 34 en Nvidia? Cuando cayó, pero chido. De 28, no mames, es un recorte serio de 62%. Bueno, pues pongamos atención acá, porque el siguiente objetivo serían 112 y tu siguiente objetivo va a estar por acá en los 95. Así que atentos, atentos, atentos. Si creíste que ya agarraste, güey, compré el fondo de Nvidia, ahora va a subir a altos históricos, puede que no, porque estás volteando a ver a Apple, se está yendo a la mierda. No sé qué le haya pasado a Bitcoin también, 102,000. Vean, la pinche jugadota mensual, ¿no? De obviamente la gandallez de Bitcoin. Pero honestamente no está tan mal este cierre por acá. Siempre y cuando no cierre arriba, abajo de 91, da igual. Entonces, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. 5 horas con ustedes en punto. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarme, por acompañarnos. Ya saben que si gustan, tenemos el Discord aquí abajo, absolutamente gratuito para lo que necesiten. No nos manden mensajes. A menos de que tengan un problema con algo, tienen también el correo en el sitio web de Elite Trading Academy y no les vamos a mandar nunca un mensaje personal, nunca les vamos a pedir dinero, todo lo que tenemos es público, nunca voy a vender un servicio, no estoy en el, güey, ¿quieres entrarle a un club de trading secreto? No existe, se llama Elite Trading Academy, es público para todos ustedes y aquí es donde tenemos todo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, feliz fin de semana, pásenla muy bien y ahora hacer contaduría. Les mando un abrazo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, tíos, pórtense bien.